Testing, testing. 1 2 1 2. Test, test. Is everything working? Are we live? Morning, you're live? Can you guys hear me? Is everything working on my end? Is the mic working? We're live, tested, we hear you? Okay, great, excellent. Hold on, for some reason, chat just froze. So I'm going to need to refresh you guys real quick, hold on. Oh no. Not an EN stream without a little bit of scuff. We hear you? Hey, there we go, okay, alright. Just making sure. BGM present? Okay. Thankfully, it doesn't seem like anything has fallen apart too badly. I just need to rejig a few windows. But yeah, we're back. Oh, Mercurius, thank you for the gift of membership. Welcome to You Hate My Rice. Nice name. Hope you enjoyed those emotes. Scarlet McAlory, thank you for the 2. I'm calling it Black Magic. You are... I won't lie. Over the past 2 weeks, it has been absolutely fascinating to see how within the last, 3 days, I've just been getting notification after notification on YouTube of people commenting on the stream that I did 3 weeks ago about Vshojo. That has aged exceptionally well. I've said this before, but at a certain point, it becomes quite difficult to tell the difference between prejudice and prophecy at times. Artemis, thank you for being a footstool for 4 months. How likely for a new corpo called Vshonen? After what happened with Vshojo, I doubt anyone's going to be keen to go for that kind of branding, I'll be honest. Master Ant, thank you for the 5. How do Vshojo star VTubers of Twitch with direct connections somehow still get banned / treated 10 times worse than an open terrorist organization Leica and his goons? Yeah, well, I mean, have they even gotten any bans? The most I remember them receiving in recent memory was that one warning that Zentrea got for an outfit that she used on stream, but that's about it. I don't seem to recall any other instances of that. Scarlet McAlory, thank you for the gifted membership. Jen Wiggles, hope you enjoy those emotes. Mercurius, thank you for the gifted membership. Welcome to Alex DJ. Hope you enjoy those emotes. But yeah, what kind of fan fiction did you cook up? I suppose it was too powerful. It couldn't be released into the universe. I needed to wait. But yeah, no, the last week has been... I'm still struggling to figure out where to start. It is a never-ending nightmare in terms of the stuff to come out about Vshojo. Again, I think we all in this stream knew that it was bad, but I don't think any of us guessed that it was this bad. They are literally every single stereotype that the EN side of the VTubing industry has come to associate with a quote-unquote black company. They are much worse than their competitors even, at this point, based off of the allegations that have come out. And, well, I suppose a lot of people are going to need a little bit of recalibrating, I imagine, in terms of how they perceive the industry. One thing that I will say, though, something that is a little, I suppose, something that I find a little annoying, is that even in death, Vshojo drones have been insisting on trying to inflate the importance of that company to the rest of VTubing. They are taken as some sort of representative of all of corporate VTubing, rather than just being their little corporate dysfunction all on their own. Mercurius, thank you for the 5. There was some good news with Nimi. Oh yeah, that's true. It's a little bit of a counterbalance, I suppose, the universe tossed out. On one hand, you have the inferno engulfing Vshojo, and on the other hand, you have the fact that Nimi is now she's getting married. So, my favorite quote, Niji-en is sinking Titanic, Vshojo is Ocean Gate. I suppose that's a pretty accurate descriptor, although I would restrict the Niji-sanji thing to... at this point, I don't even know if they are still syncing, if I'm being completely honest. I think at this point they might have equalized out, though I may be a bit premature in saying that. Scarlet Calora, thank you for the 5. We smelt the stench and just didn't know how putrid it was to the core. To be fair, the Talons were doing a decent job at, well, for want of a better way of putting it, being meat shields from scrutiny. But at the end of the day, you can only rely on the Talons to cover for you for so long. Especially if they don't know that they're covering for you. It still blows my mind that it only took around 24 hours for Vshojo to go from, what, like 13 talents? 11 talents to like 0 talents. I don't think we've ever seen a corporation collapse that completely, that quickly. Did you and Morlington fill out Akiko's forms? I did. I remembered. And Morlington also told me that he reached out to Akiko. So it should be we both fulfilled our ends of the deal. Vshojo's fall was crazy because it affected VTubers outside the company. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. The most, well, I won't lie, the most harrowing parts of the recent Vshojo debacle was not what happened with any of the members who recently left, but learning what happened to all of the members that left way back in 2023, and also what ended up happening to the people who were supposed to be the new debuts and the new gens that Vshojo was going for. Literally every single prediction, external criticism, and meme that was made about Vshojo, from the Nepo hiring thing, to the fact that they have 0 company identity, to the fact that they had no clue what to do with any of the people that they were onboarding. All of those things turned out to be true. Now, it's pretty obvious as to why that was the case. You could see it looking in from the outside if you were paying attention and actually looking for the signs. But to actually see the reality of all of that being just splayed out in front of you is really, really grim. The new talents, or the talents that were supposed to be Vshojo's new gen, they were strung along for months with no support, nothing. They paid out of pocket for the privilege of debuting as part of a dying company. Jane, thank you for being a Footstool for 11 months. We didn't know how right you were. I mean, I didn't know how right I was. I won't lie. It was vindicating when... So for those who haven't been keeping up with what Vshojo has been posting on Twitter, Gunrun used the official account to post a notice, right? The first time that Vshojo, the company, has come out and actually made a statement about a controversy. You know, the first time that their quote-unquote PR team got off their ass and actually said something was after the company was technically dead. Because I think it was as recently as yesterday, Gunrun came out, used the Vshojo account, to basically confess to charity fraud, to embezzlement, which is... I have no words for that. It's, well, I mean, it's appreciated, I suppose. That self-incrimination will no doubt be helpful if any of the members feel like initiating some form of legal action or civil action. But I would never have expected them to outright come out and say, hold on, let me pull up the statement so that I can read it out to you guys word for word. There was a whole bunch of fuckery in there, but I think it was all worth it for the fact that they basically just pointed a gun at themselves and pulled the trigger. Alright, so they said, word for word, I acknowledge some of the money spent by the company was raised in connection with talent activity. That's referring to the $500,000 raised by Mouse for charity, by the way, which I later learned was intended for a charitable initiative. And the funniest thing about that is that not even 24 hours after this notice went live, people went back and found posts of Gunrun posing with Iron Mouse on one of those VTuber displays on wheels, celebrating the fact that she managed to raise $500,000 for the Immune Deficiency Foundation. So I mean, that lie took about less than a day to collapse in on itself. But yeah, no, one of the vindicating parts of this was Zentrea coming into the replies and basically laying out how we were exactly on the money with the fact that Vshojo's management was actively throwing its talents under the bus for PR purposes, especially around the auditions. Let me pull up the tweet on screen so that you guys can read along with me. It's quite a long one. Hold on. I feel like a lot of the girls didn't want to endanger those still in the company, but really should have at least a legal expert. I understand not wanting to endanger the other girls, but at that point, surely you would at least try to inform them, right? Because one of the things that has been the strangest aspects of this entire situation is just how surprised everyone seems to be at what was going on. Because you have individual members who have not been paid their dues, sponsorships, merch. They have not been paid for months, some of them more than half a year. And for them to be unaware of that going on with the other members is wild to me. Because, and this is the sad part about the whole Vshojo thing, each individual member of Vshojo, each individual talent, is a veritable powerhouse unto themselves. They are completely profitable, they have massive followings, they have absolutely no trouble existing independently of an organization. And yet, it took them around, well, some of them, around almost a full year of not being paid to start realizing that maybe something was off. And also, you want to know what other company has had a similar kind of situation where the management has allegedly been actively trying to isolate talents by turning them against one another, refusing to pay them, trying to scam them out of free labor? Bond Live EN. And even in a shithole like Bond Live EN, a no-name company on the EN side of the industry, with talents who, I'll be honest, who are nowhere near the size of even the smallest Vshojo members. Even in a shithole like Bond Live EN, within less than a year, their debut generation knew that something was up and managed to get together, compare notes, and walk the fuck out of there. And yet somehow with Vshojo that hasn't been the case. Something that I've very quickly begun to realize after all of this information has come out is that almost every single aspect of Vshojo's initial pitch seems like exploitation masters innovation. That whole thing about not doing generations, well, something that has become very obvious over the past week is that when you debut talents as members of a generation, it's not just an aesthetic thing. You make it so that they debut as part of a unit, and you normalize them talking to one another as a unit. When you debut talent individually, yeah, sure, you can make a whole spiel about how you're not like the other companies. But what that also does is that it isolates them inherently. I can only guess as to why the individual Vshojo members didn't just talk to one another behind the scenes. I suppose we have talent freedom to thank for that as well, because if every talent is free to do whatever they want, no talent has any reason to check up on each other, even for the sake of just, synergizing, aligning what they plan to do in the near future content-wise, let alone long-term in terms of their career. So those two aspects, talent freedom and debuting without generations, you can make the argument that maybe they were intended in a
benevolent way, but that is not how it panned out at all. I will probably end up talking about this in more detail when I do the actual stream on what has just transpired with Vshojo. But talent freedom as a sales pitch from a corporation, it is my genuine opinion that after seeing how Vshojo panned out, talent freedom as a specifically as a marketing gimmick by corporations deserves to become so irradiated that no corporation will ever think about even trying to use it again. Because, leaving aside the fact that it makes no fucking sense, unless you're looking to poach from other companies, because it doesn't appeal to indies who have ultimate talent freedom. Leaving all of that aside, if a company is selling itself to possible talents to audiences on the basis of the fact that their management will not step in and guide or restrict you, I'm going to assume going forward that they have nothing better to offer. It is utterly useless in terms of utility as a selling point for anything besides good boy points on Twitter. And we all know how good, or how much that did for Vshojo. Billy, thank you for the super. Talent freedom. Talent freedom, my ass. Yeah. There is an argument to be made that Vshojo's talent freedom shtick was all a lie. However, again, part of the reason why I have so much against that particular slogan being used is because of how vague it is. Talent freedom, in the way that Vshojo was initially using it as a selling point, made it try to sound like one compact thing, one compact concept, almost like an item you could buy or sell. However, in reality, talent freedom is a concept that has multiple components to it, each individual one adding up to an overall impression of how much the talents are allowed to do without intervention from management. And unless you break it down into its individual components, the concept itself has no utility in a corporate setting. But again, that's something I'll go into more detail on in the dedicated stream. Actually, you know what? Speaking of talent freedom, hold on, let me pull up another tweet that really got me laughing when I saw it. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Freedom from your hard-earned money. Yeah, no, because that's genuinely how Vshojo ended up turning out. Hold on, let me find this. I do want to clarify real quick. When I say I think talent freedom should become an irradiated selling point, I don't mean that any idea of talents making decisions for themselves is automatically bad, obviously. You do need to give your talents some degree of agency and control over their own content, brand, and career if you don't want them to burn out. But at the same time, if you're going to go and try to sell yourself as a corporation to people because, oh, you're so free, yeah, no, that's not going to work. Lumi! Welcome back to being a Footstool. Welcome to the stream. I had to redo my membership. I'm sorry. No issues, no issues. There's no shame in that. Oh, hello from the steel mill. I hope you're having fun there, by the way. I saw you posting about it a few days back, and it seemed to be the new job seems to be to your liking. So I'm glad to hear that. All right, let me bring up this tweet on stream as well. Hold on. Oh, hold on. I'm chuckling about it because it's so. The person who wrote this didn't really think this one through, I don't think. All right, there we go. Hold on. All right, there we go. All right. By user LOTR4MVS on Twitter. Quote, "In the end, they all left the company as true friends. And that's the real talent freedom right there. Don't you all agree? 20,000 likes. Let me explain to you the implications of this. Vshojo spent 5 years, half a decade, and tens of millions of dollars, dozens of crushed dreams, and days of silent suffering by the talents, if not weeks, if not months, just to prove that the real talent freedom was just being indie. Let that sink in for a moment. Once you realize that they spent 5 years, and at this point the estimate is around more than 20 million USD, proving that the real talent freedom was not joining a corporation in the first place, you start to realize how much of a colossal waste of time their initial sales pitch was. Now, for the Vshojo, well, I shouldn't say Vshojo fans, but for the fans of the Vshojo talents who feel led on and betrayed, I sympathize. For the Vshojo drones, though, who still to this day insist on advocating for the bollocks business premise that Vshojo tried to pitch, I have no words. There is no saving that kind of how do I say, blind corporate worship, I suppose. Which is ironic considering how much Vshojo tried to brand itself as the anti-corpo corporation. Makira's thank you for 5. Donate to the chairman. Furniture polish isn't cheap. Thank you. I like being busy. I feel happier. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Zippyzap, thank you for the super. By the way, chairman, crazy how Velen's complete defeat isn't from Vtubing or content creators getting her removed from a bigger evil. Oh, we'll talk about that at some point in the future, I'm sure. Random Games, thank you for being a Footstool for 4 months. Is Talent Freedom in the room with us right now? Well, here's the thing. It was and it wasn't. And again, it all ties back to what I said before about how talent freedom is not a discrete, singular blob of a thing. It has multiple components. And the individual components are what determines how your company needs to operate. And whether the way that your company tries to accommodate those components is actually sustainable business-wise or not. But again, I'll leave that to be explained in the later stream that I end up doing. I remember when I was commenting about this on Twitter, Lumi, I think it was you who replied asking if I was going to pivot this stream to talk about Vshojo. And I'm very glad that I decided on this, by the way, but my answer to that was always going to be fuck no. Because especially now that Gunrun has effectively terminated everyone's NDAs, this is just the beginning. The past 72 hours have been a steady stream of complete sewage that the company was holding inside for years. And the ride is far from over, I'm sure. Have you heard the newest saucy rat? Oh, that apparently some of the talents were dating some of the executives? Yeah, I did. And I'm sure that one's going to be a real fun one to see. You have to wonder, though, if this is how the company has been operating, how long has it been that way for? And how long have people known about it? Because something that has become very obvious over the past few days is that not every talent who has left Vshojo is as surprised as all of the others. I mean, that's a given, seeing as some of them were apparently dating execs. According to the rumors, if the rumors are true. It really is. It's so funny how Vshojo has... It's very morbidly funny how Vshojo has turned out to be all of the stereotypes of the companies that they've tried to brand themselves as standing in opposition to. You had the COO... Wait, was it COO? I think it was the CEO, Mountain Dew, the co-founder, going onto 4chan to shitpost and schizo-post about rival companies in the hopes of poisoning the well among other fan bases. You can't make that shit up. They paid people to astroturf on fucking 4chan. The more information comes out about Vshojo, the more obvious it becomes that it was a complete and utter abortion of a company throughout the entirety of its existence. It was just a matter of how good they were at hiding it. It's been like that. It's been that way very likely from the start. Oh yeah. And speaking of, hold on, let me pull up the reply by Zen. Holy, this is gargantuan. But all right. The COO CFO. I see. Oh, yeah. Also another thing. People have been speculating as to where the money went, because you don't start off with tens of millions of dollars and just somehow piss that away overnight. Vshojo has to have made some sort of decision to invest it in somewhere, something very, very worthless in order for that to be the case. Now, I don't know whether they blew all of the money on hookers and cocaine among the execs, I would assume, or they spent it on, I don't know, parties and limousines in Vegas or some shit. But one of the things that is that I don't think enough people have been talking about is the fact that Vshojo was a tech startup. One of the things that was within their purview, one of the selling points, the promises that they made to the venture capital firms that ended up giving them that initial injection of venture capital that allowed them to get off the ground, was that they would be investing money in developing new technologies for the sake of expanding, VTubing as an industry, and as they put it, the Vtubing community and stuff like that. Now, even as recently as 3 weeks ago, when you raise the idea that Vshojo is a tech startup, people tend to just, hand wave that away and laugh it off as just, it's just tech bro nonsense that they did in order to get venture capital funding. But in reality, I think it is quite a valid, I suppose, avenue of investigation to start asking questions about just how much Vshojo money went into investing in quote-unquote new technologies and what those technologies were. We know that one of them was the IRL streaming backpacks that Gunrun, well, he claims to have invented. However, the other thing, and this is the thing that I think Mythicus, I think you brought this to my attention on Twitter. Another thing is the idea that Vshojo may have had links to Vstream, that the VTuber-specific streaming platform that ended up going broke and dying because they ran out of funds and they couldn't become profitable within that span of time. And the reason why I say that there was a link is because the ex-CTO of Vshojo is the same guy who runs Fugitech. And apparently, when he wrote his departure tweet, notifying the public that he was leaving Vshojo, he mentioned that he had enjoyed working with the founders of Vstream. Now, I don't know if that means that there was some sort of business relationship or investment between Vshojo and Vstream, but it honestly wouldn't surprise me, given how, again, we're going to have to try and work out, well, we, the public, based off of how much people on the inside are willing to actually spill, we're going to need to figure out exactly where all of that money went. That's the big question. And especially for me, that is a question that I'm very interested in. Because while my working thesis for now is that talent freedom as a business model doesn't work, that is going to ride very heavily on what they actually chose to spend the money on. What they chose to spend the money on, I'm perfectly willing to say that that thesis is incorrect based off of what we learn about the money that, how the money was spent. But, well, I think there is a decent chance that a lot of us may be continuing to impotently speculate about what Vshojo ended up burning its money on, or perhaps next few weeks, months, if not years, because it entirely rides on how willing the people behind the scenes are to finally start divulging what ended up happening there. Don't tell me they bankrolled that failure. Again, I wouldn't put it past them. Just based off of the way that the company has been operating. Let's just say that Vshojo does not seem to have a history of making sound financial decisions. But in case some of you are wondering why the fuck they would even do that, so when you are a when you are a firm, right, when you're a business that has a lot of venture capital money and you don't know how to spend it, and you can't just, you don't have enough everyday expenses that would, spend it efficiently. Sometimes corporations will choose to take that money and invest it into other smaller corporations that they feel have a large amount of growth potential. Because a smaller corporation under your wing that ends up growing into something bigger and, better is something that has the potential to completely turn around your PR and your finances as the parent company. Not because you're expecting them to become profitable enough to cover all of your debts and expenses that existed before the acquisition or before your initial investment, but because when you have that kind of growth under your company's umbrella, that tends to lure in more venture capital. And so you end up building into this engine, this expanding Ouroboros of hot air and investor hype. That is, by the way, exactly how Brave Group became as big as it currently is. By buying Vspo and then having that explode into an even greater extent after their acquisition. So it would not surprise me if Vshojo was trying to do the same thing, but they were just shit at picking bets. Lumi, thank you for the 5. You can probably DM E from Vstream since he was the CEO of it. He was flabbergasted when things came out about Vshojo. Huh, interesting. I might follow up on that then. I was part of the wave too. Yeah, no, when I was trying to look into what the links between Vshojo and Vstream might be, I saw some of their old promotional material, and I saw I saw your old model in one of the promo images that they used. It's a bit of a blast from the past, because I remember you talking about how much you missed having a VTuber specific streaming platform a while back. And so I think this was when someone was when they were trying to release a follow-up to that called like Vtubing or something. But in any case, oh yeah, one of the things that was quite interesting, by the way, when I was looking into the whole Vstream Vshojo thing, is there was an interview in VTuber News Drop that Ducky, funnily enough, did with I believe the founder of Vstream. And in that interview, there was a section where the founder says, I think this was, hold on, let me just quickly Google this so I get the name correctly. Vstream, founder, Kozlow, yeah, E, yeah. So there's a section of the article where Kozlow states that the idea for Vstream came to him when he was having a conversation with, I believe, one of the founding talents who streamed on Vstream, and a mutual friend of theirs who had an interest in VTubers in August of 2020. Now, that on its own, not a lot of concrete information to go off of. However, incidentally, August of 2020 was around the same time that Gunrun was running around and trying to pitch the idea of Vshojo to people. So, it is possible that there might be some sort of link there. But again, we're going to need something more concrete. The only reason why I'm entertaining this idea in the first place, the idea of this link in the first place, is because of the fact that the ex-Vshojo CTO mentioned Vstream on the way out. But I do think, well, I mean, personally, I am going to be dedicating a little bit of time to looking into that over the next week. But yeah, no, I'm very interested in finding out exactly what tech ventures Vshojo had its fingers in. And seeing as how they lost those fingers, well, I'm curious to see how much of that contributed to current events. Mercurius, thank you for the 5. Wasn't Vshojo more a Ponzi scheme relying on new members to prop it up? Oh no, it absolutely was. It was very obvious. So, I don't know if you guys saw this, but Sayu came out and stated that she was consulted about Vshojo's possible business strategy when it comes to expanding their roster. And it was from her that they got the idea to poach ex-Niji Sanji talents, presumably for free PR. And that was when she was getting thrown under the bus by Niji. And the deal was supposed to be that she would be one of the talents that they would accept. Except when Niji poisoned the well with their abortion of a termination notice, Vshojo apparently ate that shit up and just refused her entry. Now that was real fucked up, what they did to Sayu. Because, you know, the whole leading talents on, hoping that, you know, baiting them with the idea that they're going to be able to get into your company, and then just slamming the door on their face last minute, stringing them along. That seems to be a recurring theme in what Vshojo does, based off the information that's coming out, not just about the most recent talents who were supposed to become a member of Vshojo's talent rosters via distinct gens, but the auditions they had way back when Haruka was recruited as well. The first round that they did 2 years ago. Now, it worked? Yeah, it did. The thing is, when they ended up just absorbing ex-Niji Sanji talents, 100% they only did it for the PR. Because, well, let's just say that in terms of how they treated those talents after they joined, yeah, sure, some of them may have gotten mental health benefits, but in exchange for that, they kind of had to give up months of pay as well. Months of pay which they will likely never receive. Assuming that the company, well, since the company's announcing it's shutting down, it's almost inevitable that they're going to be declaring bankruptcy. It's almost 100% certainty that we can assume that that's going to be the case. And since the talents are technically contractors, they're kind of fucked out of options for trying to get that money that they're owed. But yeah, no, they terminated Matara while trying to get her to hide that fact from her audience as well, while they were busy hiding it from theirs. They didn't pay Michi, they didn't pay Kuro, so at the end of the day, we're kind of left, you know, hands in our pockets wondering what the fuck happened there. And I imagine that the talents feel very much the same. The PR worked on me. No shame in admitting that. There's no shame in admitting that you've been taken in. It's just what you do afterwards that matters. But yeah, no. They recruited a bunch, they poached talents for PR reasons, without any intention, apparently, to actually fulfill their obligations towards said talents. Yeah, they contacted Usan as well. Keep in mind, if IMAS proceeds with the lawsuit and wins, she will likely make a precedent for the future. Oh, I hope she does. The whole VTube as a contractors thing, I'll be honest, while getting rid of it may have some implications for the industry, I don't think that it will be a net negative on the industry. Yeah, they got PR from running Silvervale out for the harassment that made Henya leave her old company. That is wild to me. I mean, I think everyone suspected that. Everyone with a brain, at least. But to actually have it laid out in gross detail, how Gunrun approached Silvervale and not even just failed to support and or comfort her, you know, CEO to employee, or I should say contractor, but outright told her that she was a liability to the company, all because she decided to play a fucking video game that people were having a normal one about. It is appalling. And to think that this has been simmering with a lid on it for the past 2 years is... I have no words to describe that. It is vile to a degree that no one predicted. I suspect poaching the Nijis was also an attempt to patch the financial loss from the sinking ship. Oh yeah, no, because the Nijis had massive audiences that were ready to open their wallets. Vshojo could rely on them. By the way, I'm convinced also that that's why initially they insisted on solo debutantes that only only solo debutantes that had big pre-established audiences. You know, actually, hold on. Let me just get through this tweet so I can get it off my screen and put some new stuff on. So, yeah, no, one of the most vindicating parts of all of this is how literally everything that I said about how Vshojo was using its talents as PR meat shields was basically exactly what was going on behind the scenes. Why did you keep dodging my messages and concerns when I wanted to do one-on-ones? You kept dodging, or you gave me a short corporate answer, even when I was under immense pressure from the community for answers about the auditions, and I pleaded for a statement by your PR team. You told me it wasn't needed. You made a tiny video instead, looking like you were hurt and upset, saying sorry, instead of meeting me one-on-one for my concerns, and I was left crying and frustrated. But like a fucking dog, I went back and happy to even get something from you because, oh man, boss actually answered me. By the way, this was something else that I pointed out as well. In the absence of enforceable rules, in the absence of clear rules that can be enforced, social rules take their place. If there was some sort of policy about, you know, some sort of policy written in stone about how the company had some sort of obligation to have some sort of PR statement, or how talents should not be talking on behalf of the company during times of controversy, then that is a rule that now that they have to operate within. That is a boundary that both the talent and the company is now tied to. But without any of those rules, now we are operating off of nebulous concepts like politeness and agreeability. And apparently, Zentrea's desire to be agreeable was all that was necessary in order to keep the charade on by the company. That was all Gunrun needed to dangle in front of her. It's depressing. You wanted one finally when you knew everything was crashing around you. Then debuting new talents and such even after the community kept asking about it and kept waving it off and letting me take the punches. I smiled, I fucking brushed it off, and kept pushing the company because I was hopeful for new talent and bringing new people to help. Instead, I find that you were hiring people without input and poaching without even the idea of truly helping them other than financial gain. I'll be honest, I think it was a little naive for Zentrea to even believe that in the first place, because there's, again, one of the things that stands out about Vshojo is how successful they were in conning people into believing that they were somehow exempt from the rules that govern every other company. Literally every other company. They don't do things for moral reasons. Companies don't have a sense of morality. They can't. They literally lack the equipment. They are not people. A company will only do things when it makes money, when it has an incentive. And all of those incentives tie back to money.
If you expect otherwise, it is a sad fact that you are going to be exploited, more likely than not. I really cannot stress enough how damaging that belief is, that misguided belief in the morality of any corporation. Because hands down, it is nothing more than a liability for those who have that in their minds. If you are going to work with a company, I cannot overstate how far superior it is to work with a company that will be upfront about how it wants to get money out of the transaction than a company that will claim to help you out of nothing more than kindness and charity. Because that shit doesn't exist with corporations. Instead, I find you were hiring people without input and poaching without even the idea of truly helping them other than financial gain. There is another thing about this statement that is also quite interesting, that people seem to have missed. Can anyone spot the sentence that might raise a bit of an eyebrow regarding their auditions process? Their recruitment process? I hate that companies aren't people yet still get treated as them, despite consistently not having any kind of capacity for moral behavior. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, right? Because what Vshojo did was it basically used its talents as a sort of mobile skin suit that would get some of the more, shall we say, some of the less guarded, more gullible members of the fan base to humanize the company by proxy as well. Now, I don't mean to imply that Vshojo was unique in this. Every company has that portion of its fan base that humanizes the company beyond, that humanizes the company by proxy of their admiration for the talents. But I won't lie, the thing that makes Vshojo specifically stand out in that regards is how hard they went on the idea that they are not like the other companies. None of the talents knew someone was even joining? No, not quite. They just hire without notice? No, not quite. There is a specific line in this wall of text that I think reveals more than even Zentrea was planning to say in this tweet. Based on trust? No, not quite. Begged you to put out a statement? No, we knew that before. Me and Amelie had to put out a statement? No, not quite. Not they were worse? No. They were... There we go. Lumi, exactly. Without input. Ooze input. If the whole thesis was that Vshojo did not have nepotistic hiring based off of the preferences of existing talents, why do we have a talent who expects to be given input when it comes to hires from auditions? Before Camila, so for those who don't know, a few hours ago, Camila came out with a statement about how, during the first round of auditions, she was one of the talents who they strung along. And she basically confirmed that they nepo hired. That they had a whole bunch of people that they were going to quote-unquote accept from those round of auditions. But they basically threw all of them out and only took in Haruka by the end of it. Some of them got paid to stay silent about it. Others were just ghosted and they never saw fit to raise a fuss. Presumably because to do so would be to alienate a whole bunch of big creators who were part of Vshojo, and also because some of those creators in Vshojo were their friends, I would assume. But when Zentrea says, we didn't know you were hiring people without input, again, I have to ask, why? Why are existing talents being given input in terms of hiring and auditions if the whole point that you were trying to make is that it is completely, it's supposed to be completely egalitarian? That doesn't make sense. Those two concepts do not gel well with one another. By the way, this is why you should never allow... Again, I sound like a broken record, but I cannot hammer this point home hard enough for this industry. This is why you don't allow talents to handle your PR. Because they will say things that they 100% mean, that are 100% authentic, which would be great if it was something that they were just saying on stream, but become a liability if they're representing more people than just themselves. It's not something that is isolated to any one specific talent, either in the indie scene or the corpo scene or whatever. This is a universal truth. This is time and time again. We have had case studies of this over and over being shoved in our faces of how when a talent is given a choice between representing themselves and representing a company that they're part of, the other people under the umbrella of that company, they won't mean to do it, but they will likely struggle with choosing the former over the latter. Not gonna lie, I feel bad at Fozen. Yeah, I do too. That's why I started complaining about it when it became obvious that they were throwing her under the bus, starting from last year, when it turns out she was the one coming out in front of the Twitter mob to say, look, we're going to be hiring people, we're going to be hiring people based off these auditions, promise, on my life, on my name, on my, on my pride and dignity. And then later on, when it turns out that, it didn't look like that was the case, instead of coming out and clarifying it for themselves using their, the hypothetical, allegedly human PR team that they had in this company, they just allowed her and Amelie to tank the heat again. Like I said, this is not new. It's news, but it's not new. Because anyone who was paying attention would be able to see that this was the case. It was just a matter of who was willing to actually acknowledge it out loud and who wasn't. Thankfully now, everyone's willing to acknowledge it out loud, so we can get busy stigmatizing it so that it doesn't, it has a higher cost if it were to happen again. Because that's all you can really do. There is no prevention, only disincentivizing. One of the things that has been the most grating to me, personally, excuse me while I make this about myself very briefly, but one of the things that has been the most grating about the content niche that I have occupied over the past year is the fact that every time I'm right about something, it is never a win. At best, it is a Pyrrhic victory. Because when I'm right about something, it usually means that something horrible is happening behind the scenes. And that's why, regardless of how vindicating it is for Zen to come out and say all this out loud, it doesn't feel good that this is now something I can psychologically, conceptually, I know that this is a good thing, because now that Zentrea has given the sheep permission to say what was obvious months ago, years ago even, everyone's going to be talking about it, and it's going to become much easier to stigmatize. And stigma is going to be the thing that reduces the chances of this happening again and raises the cost of trying to use this strategy again. But it is, you never get a benefit like that without a great cost. Sometimes, very often, depressingly so, to multiple people. Your voice was too small? Well, it's a lot bigger now, mostly because it's not my voice that's doing the pushing. And to be honest, that's all I can really ask for, that other people with bigger voices end up saying things that, stating the obvious, at least from my perspective. It's pretty weird that Vshojo never had units, like when you have two friends that wouldn't interact. Yeah, exactly. She and Amelie should not be the ones to do that. Yeah, and I was saying the exact same thing as well. it is hilarious. One of the things that has been, I will say, hilarious to me over the past few days is seeing the exact same drones who who responded to me criticizing the company's PR policy by saying, "Oh, just you're hating on the talents. The talents chose to do this themselves. They did it of their own volition. It's talent freedom. They get to say what they like, and if what they want to say is this, then who are you to say that they shouldn't do that?" And seeing all of those same people now going, "Oh, how horrid. How could this have happened? Where did this come from? How could it be that Vshojo was this corrupt behind the scenes?" And, you know, doing the performative thing of, "Oh, I'm so sorry this happened to you," etc., etc., etc. I'm sure some of them mean it. But I mean, it's about as worthwhile as getting sympathy from your wallet. Because that's exactly what people like that are to the companies like Vshojo. Lumi, thank you for the 5. Off topic, I sent Savvy your stuff just in case she wants to merge autism. Oh, I appreciate that. I hope I hope she finds my autism to be at least somewhat entertaining. Mikira's thank you for the 2. The chairman is the Cassandra of Vtubing. I want to make it very clear, right? I want to restate again, just for anybody who might be tuning into this. I don't do prophecy. I don't do predictions. I just do prejudice. That is quite literally the sales pitch for the channel. My role here is not to be some sort of advocate or whatever. My role is to spread prejudice, exclusion, and stigma. And if that is a sales pitch that you don't want to engage with, no problem. I understand. If that turns you off from watching, I understand. It will probably be better for the both of us, since you are probably not going to get any utility out of my content anyways. But fundamentally, what I want to get all of you guys to recognize is that prejudice, exclusion, and stigma are all tools. They are not inherently evil, although it's become very popular to treat them as if they are. They are tools, and they are tools that you can use to protect yourself. Pattern recognition, if you will. And the thing about the whole Vshojo shtick is that a lot of the reason why I was willing to come out and say that, yeah, this is an exploitative company, yeah, they are using their talents for PR, is because I simply had the tools and used them. And you guys can do the same. There is nothing holding you back from applying the exact same practices in how you approach companies, in how you process controversies, in how you ingest and then use information in order to protect your wallet from people, bad actors, who would seek to get you to open them up. I like it. I'm tired of words being watered down to their worst interpretation. Yeah, me too. Me too. My role is to spread prejudice, exclusion, and Well, when you really boil it down, that is fundamentally what my content is. I archive examples of companies doing shitty things and try to translate that into information that you guys can then use to identify when bad practices, not bad companies, bad practices are being implemented in front of you. Now, I do want to reiterate, this is not something that everyone's going to be interested in, and they're entitled to that. But if at any point, to anyone who's watching this, if at any point you get tired of having to sit around and wait for someone else to tell you when a company is bad or good, if you ever get the desire to try and gain the ability to diagnose that for yourself, that's what I'm here for. To give you the tools so that you can do that. I'm more on the looking at the obvious you'd be surprised at how easy it is to deny the obvious when you make it socially unacceptable to acknowledge it. Master Ed, thank you for the 2. Well, hey, the charity got a lot of donations. That's true. Iron Mouse, so for those who didn't know, Iron Mouse did do a Tiltify donation run for the Immune Deficiency Foundation after the news about Vshojo's embezzlement came out. And she managed to reach 1 million plus in donations, which is it's a very nice sort of way of, I suppose, taking the edge off of what has what has just transpired, softening the blow, so to speak. It is definitely a win that is much needed by the Vshojo talents and Iron Mouse specifically after everything that has happened. However, again, the reason why I focus on the things that I do is because I am interested in prevention and disincentivization. That is the remit of my content. That is why I do the things that I do. And something else that I've noticed as well. Sorry, by the way, for those who have tuned in to watch me rip Twitch a new one, this is likely going to be a while of me just talking about the racist situation, because this is, the first time I've been able to come on here and yap about it with you guys. But something that I've noticed that I do find to be, like, I can understand why it happens, but also I don't think it's healthy in the long term, is one of the things that has come out, which I think are objectively healthy for the space and for the people doing them, has been cases where I think Kason and Zentrea have come out and said, yeah, we got taken in. It was stupid. We believed the lies that we were fed. We believed in promises that were too good to be true, and we ended up carrying water for an awful organization. And in my opinion, objectively speaking, well, actually, no, I shouldn't say those two things together. I'll just stick with, in my opinion, it is a good thing to acknowledge when you have been deceived by someone or something, because that allows you to then recalibrate your worldview and the way that you take in new information. It essentially stops you from falling, or it doesn't stop you, but it will reduce the chances of you falling for the same thing a second, third, fourth, or fifth time. So on and so forth. But what I saw in a lot of the replies to those tweets were people trying to comfort the talents, which again, that I absolutely understand. But some of the replies were specifically trying to comfort the talents by denying the idea that they had made a stupid mistake. And I think that there is room for both. I think that it is possible to comfort the talents, to say, look, at the end of the day, you were exploited by bad actors, you were made a victim of a horrid situation, you should never have been in the place that you were. Your success has not been diminished by the fact that others have tried to leech off of it, right, etc., etc. You are still just as much the creator you were before you joined this company, while still also giving them space to express humility and acknowledge their own mistakes. And the reason why I say that is not because I think it's better for people to, dogpile them and call them idiots or anything. No. But objectively speaking, for the space, and this is where I'm departing from my opinion now, for the space, the industry in general, it is a healthy thing if it becomes widely recognized that certain sales pitches are too good to be true. For the industry as a whole, it is objectively healthy if sales pitches like Vshojo's become stigmatized. If people are able to look at that and go, yeah, you would have to be stupid to take this offer up. Because it's things like that that create the social attitudes necessary to disincentivize those practices. And if you don't disincentivize those practices, there is nothing stopping other companies from simply coming in and doing the same thing. Maybe to the same people, often to different people. But if you want to break the cycle, we're going to have some uncomfortable acknowledgements of what has gone on around, this whole situation. And some of those uncomfortable truths that we are going to have to acknowledge is the idea that, yeah, some people did make stupid mistakes. It doesn't take away from them as a person. It doesn't take away from their success that they earned for themselves. But it is an important thing to acknowledge. Stigmas should not be resisted just because. Because, unfortunately, the depressing fact about stigmas is that they are tools for everyone, but only a few people at any one point in time seem to be capable of using them to their advantage. For the overwhelming majority of people, they don't acknowledge stigma as a tool that you can wield and use to shape behavior. For the overwhelming majority of people, stigmas are simply invisible boundaries that you constantly have to operate within. They can't discern the stigmas for what they are, they only know that they are the unspoken rules that they cannot deviate from. And for the overwhelming majority of people, that is how stigmas exist. What I'm trying to do is break beyond that. And the most basic step is acknowledging that the stigma is there, and maybe, in certain cases, certain stigmas should be there. A stigma against companies running around and telling people, we'll give you the world, 100% revenue split, we won't take anything except from your merch and your sponsorships that we source for you. You get to say and do whatever you like. You don't even need to debut as part of a gen. We won't even prescribe units for you to be a part of. You can just debut on your own. And it'll all work out fine. It is objectively a healthy thing for the industry if people look at a sales pitch like that and their knee-jerk reaction is, okay, that's bullshit. And again, people are not accustomed to thinking of it this way in the space, I don't think. But that is a stigma, and that is a useful stigma. And I think that a stigma like that is worth cultivating. It doesn't even require you to be cruel to the victims in this situation either. All you have to do is not push back on what they're saying about themselves just because it's negative, in spite of being correct. Making room for the humility of others is something that I've noticed has become unfashionable. When people say that they're wrong about something, it is very common for sycophants and even, not necessarily sycophants, but even well-meaning fans to make the mistake of going in and going, no, this you didn't make any mistakes. Nothing's wrong. You didn't. You weren't. There's absolutely. You hold no responsibility. Towards what happened at all. There's nothing you could have done. Because if you keep allowing yourself to remain in that headspace of there's nothing I could have done, then that also means, usually, if you become too accustomed to that way of thinking, that you won't believe you can prevent it next time. You won't be able to even consider what you could do if you were to face the same situation or a similar situation in the future. And I get that might sound like some sort of some sort of crypto bro, finance podcast, some sort of meaningless drivel from like a motivational speaker. But unironically, that is true. One of the things that is going to make or break people's ability to actually hold companies like Vshojo to account is going to be being able to, 1, acknowledge, and 2, use the same tools that they do in order to shape the behavior of people. Talents, consumers, audiences, staff, it's all the same. Because, again, and this is why I find it very this is why I make the content I do. There are tools that exist that allow us to shape the behavior of people en masse. The thing is, many people in contemporary society have been taught by schools, by universities, by the media, that these tools are bad, that they're evil, and if you use them, you are immoral. All while they continue to use them in order to shape your opinions, your behavior, and your worldview. This is what we learn when we do a media degree. This is also why I believe that the information in media degrees should be given out for free. Although I'm very aware that even if it is, not everyone's going to be able to actually internalize it. I mean, I would know, based off of how I've been talking about this topic for the past few months. But just because you put information out there doesn't mean people will actually use it. But some people will, and that's all I really care about. The curious thing for the super, stigmas are Chesterton's fence. Agreed. Scarlet McCullough, think of the 5. Niji's monkey paw wish. Please let us stay top 3 VTuber corpus. Wish granted. Vshojo's left the chat. Well, to be fair, I think Vshojo got a bit of a monkey's paw moment as well in terms of not wanting to be like the other agencies. Because I think at this point that, yeah, I think we can safely say that it wasn't like the other agencies. It was so insistent on comparing itself to. Completely unrelated, but if here's at the moment a photo of Dan Glassy. Yeah, no, this is that's not my Fugi. It's just the image that I have on screen for aesthetic purposes. But considering that most people forget what they learned in high school, pretty much. Yeah, no, but that's because most people don't use what they learn in high school. The overwhelming majority of what you learn in high school does not actually have utility to your everyday life. So that would probably be why. An agency making no money. It's not even that they made no money. They made negative money. They went into debt. They didn't pay people they owed money to, like their talents. You know, the thing that makes them talent first. So not like the other agency. Not just that it ceased to exist. The things that it did while it did exist are equally relevant in why it is not like the other agencies. Or it wasn't like the other agencies. Charlie, think of the 5. My Kami Oshi Scarlet did her first cover. Don't tell Rima. Don't tell Rima I'm cheating. Your secret is safe with us, Charlie. In any case, to go on with the tweet. You and other people were ready for me to be thrown under over and over. Even when Amelie joined, I begged you to put out a statement regarding auditions before she announced her debut stream. You gave us the middle finger. Me and Amelie had to put out a statement because your PR team was unfit for their job. I took it all. Why did we have to say anything at all? That's what I said. Why did I have to keep taking the fucking damage over and over? You were hurting me well before this. You know you have. I've been pushing a company so blindly who didn't even care for me, but I'm an idiot and I kept believing. I was so excited for this. I spent sleepless nights dealing with constant harassment. You spent money which you didn't even have without even warning us on God knows what, and you knew, don't even lie, you knew that money was for charity and was supposed to be placed to the side to be untouched. Where did $11 million go in less than 3 years even? What happened to all that money? I'm just really tired from all these years of trying to push for something that kept pushing me to the wolves. I was so stupid, but I was so excited. I really trusted you. We all did. Despite everything, I don't wish you any ill will. I just hope you find some way to make this right. That thing about the Amelie recruitment, I said at the time that it shouldn't have even, if they had done their job properly of actually having a company identity. Oh yeah, by the way, this comes back to the whole thing about Sayu pitching the idea of recruiting Niji retirees. It is very, very obvious from the various different accounts that we've gotten as to people who've come into contact with Vshojo, who they've taken ideas from, tried to recruit, it is very, very obvious in hindsight that prediction, that observation about Vshojo executives having zero idea as to what the company identity should be was 100% accurate to the reality of things. They didn't know whether they wanted to be some sort of, VTuber retirement home. They didn't know whether they wanted to be a highly selective, exclusive friend group. They didn't know if they wanted to be the, every indie's best friend, the corpo, or if they wanted to be, and this is something that Mint recently revealed in her account about her dealings with Vshojo's executives, that they consulted her with the intention of creating an idol-based generation. So again, you just have these mishmash of all of these different identity traits just smooshed into the same corporate entity. And I guess they were just crossing their fingers that it would all come together in a way that made sense. That is not how things work. And you can tell that they had no company identity. Again, to hop on a point that I brought up months ago, when I was looking through the debut trailers for each individual Vshojo talent, and then comparing that with the debut trailer that they released for Vshojo Nova. They had zero idea as to what their company branding and messaging should be. Vshojo Nova's trailer, they were the very first proper Vshojo gen. And what did Vshojo do with their trailer? Jack all. They did nothing. They pissed that opportunity down the drain by only including some sort of visual language that signified Vshojo by flashing the logo at the beginning and end of the trailer. Literally nothing else about the entire video that they dropped to build hype for Nova had anything Vshojo coded in it. And I don't blame the artists for that. They just did what they were told. I blame the company, the executives, for having absolutely no vision for the ship that they were steering. And also, when I kept going through about how they had the opportunity with Vshojo Nova to clarify their use of the envelope as a symbol of recruiting new Vshojo members, I pointed out how they could have had the opportunity of finally clarifying, for example, what color the envelope was, how the individual talent obtained the envelope, and use both of those as sort of subtle ways of conveying whether the talent who was recruited was invited to join or auditioned to join. And yet they didn't do that because talent freedom. And I pointed out how Michi's trailer broke the only consistent trend that their trailers had had up until that point, because they had only one alleged auditionee, which was Haruka, and she had that established symbol of a pink envelope, if I remember correctly, a pink envelope that she had to chase after in her trailer. And so that was, at least initially, the starting symbology of how they would visually convey through the trailer that someone was an auditionee. In every single talent after and before Haruka, talents who were people who were invited to join the company, solo debutants, each of them received, in their trailers, they had white envelopes that were delivered to them. They didn't go and take it themselves. They didn't chase after it themselves. It was delivered to them, usually by some sort of pet or just floating in off of the wind. And then with Michi, they broke that trend because in her trailer, presumably because they gave her full creative control with zero guidelines and zero restrictions, she scripted a trailer where she had to steal her invitation to Vshojo. And therefore, you just broke that through line throughout the entirety, that consistency throughout the entirety of your messaging. They didn't even need to impose a number of restrictions. They only needed 2. Your envelope has to be white, and you have to receive it. You can't chase it, you can't take it, you can't steal it. It has to be delivered to you. As far as restrictions go, those two are vague as fuck. Well, I mean, your envelope has to be Y is pretty specific. But, you can't take your envelope. You must receive your envelope. That's still a restriction that allows you to script a whole variety of different things. That's still very much possible to create a whole variety of things, your own creative vision, within those boundaries. But no, they just couldn't have any boundaries. Because talent freedom, am I right? And as a result, they ended up paying the price for it when Amelie debuted. They released the trailers, and nobody had any idea whether the envelope being left on a desk for somebody was supposed to signify whether the person was invited or whether they auditioned. Because, again, with Nova, there were no fucking envelopes in the trailer. So they didn't even have the chance to clarify the color coding of whether there was a difference between auditionees and invitations. Again, it's stuff like that that is... I hope people, in retrospect, start to acknowledge things like that. Because that's going to be key to identifying similar things that happen in the future. Otherwise, all we're doing is the thing that, well, to be perfectly blunt, people often do in this space, where immediately after a controversy happens, immediately after a company is exposed for doing something scummy, everyone gets angry and then everyone forgets. And then not even 6 months later, the same thing happens again, but this time with a different company, sometimes with different victims, sometimes with, the same people who are just unlucky enough to be caught in the same trap twice. And then everyone gets angry again, and then everyone forgets again, and nothing is learned, no patterns are recognized, etc., etc., etc. But yeah, no, this should have never been Zentrea and Amelie's job. And I'm glad that more people are recognizing that now, but I'm not going to trust those same people to recognize it preemptively in the future. They won't, because idle ban. See, the thing is, restrictions, rules, they're not an idle thing. They are just, a society thing. And I don't mean society in terms of the meme, like, oh, it's so oppressive. I mean, literally, the ability to coexist with other human beings in a shared space. That's society. Because, yeah, if you're going to coexist with other people who want, feel, see things differently from you, no shit, you're going to need a bunch of shared rules. Without that, well, the only rules that end up taking over are the ones implemented by evil people, as I suppose you could argue was the case with Vshojo. I'm hoping for a 14-hour stream. I don't know if it's going to be that long. Yeah, social construct, exactly. Like Red Letter Media says, you didn't notice, but your brain did. Yeah, it's a shame that a lot of people sort of, I suppose, mentally handicap themselves by constantly fighting against a function that their brain is already programmed to do. Rue, thank you for the super. Have I ever told you about the definition of insanity? Yeah, sometimes I feel like I'm going insane, seeing how often people in this space end up forgetting the same things even after they happen over and over. It's fascinating how some of the same people can be so vocally outspoken about various different companies making the same mistakes, and each and every time they manage to act just as shocked as the last. Hour and a half yapping session. Oh yeah, for sure. I'm going to be timestamping this more than just pre-show yapping for this stream. But then again, we've had a lot to discuss. I don't think Chairman's voice can survive 10 hours of non-stop yapping. Well, it has survived 14, but I've needed a whole day days after that in order to recover from the effort. But yeah, no. The space is not going... The enemy of exploitation is memory. Like, there is no tool, no weapon you can wield more effective against people trying to exploit you than your knowledge of how similar people have tried similar methods to exploit others in the past. When it comes to corporate abuse, any kind of abuse, to be completely honest, diagnosis, prevention is far better than cure. Because I say without a single doubt in my mind, a lot of the talents in Vshojo are going to walk away from this entire experience being fucked up to a degree that they will not recover from for years. It would have been far better if the company simply decided to voluntarily shut down 2 or 3 years prior to today. And I say that with not a trace of irony or exaggeration. Tomahawk, thank you for the 2. That's the problem with emotional societies? Yeah. And I do try to preach an element of rationality that I think is missing in a lot of aspects of contemporary society nowadays. If you're smart, you'll learn from others' mistakes instead of having them yourself? Yeah. Yeah. Chairman will have to borrow... possibly not. The first thing is already a case study of the damage? Yeah. Thinking for yourself is a taboo in the modern world? Yeah, it kind of is. Maybe it's the same as what they say is immortality bias, where people think they'll never be the target of something bad. Yeah, I suppose there is a little bit of that plays into this, but honestly, I think it's mostly... It is equally so, just as much people being unwilling to observe the obvious if it is stigmatized or socially inconvenient. Because again, most people don't recognize the stigma is a tool that is already being used to try and shape how they behave. What I'm trying to do, again, is to simply bring that attention to your... bring that fact to your attention. The thing is, and the thing that makes this difficult, is ultimately... This is an industry that deals in adults, and adults have the responsibility of making their own decisions. It is an unpleasant fact, and it's usually taboo to acknowledge that in the aftermath of a major controversy where there are lots of victims. But at the end of the day, when we move on from grieving about what has happened to planning for the future, at some point it's going to need to kick in that, oh shit, I need to make decisions about potentially similar risks in the future that I will have to then avoid. And when that aspect of reality kicks in, it's integral to take control over the decisions that you make for yourself. And so, you can't... One of the things that is very difficult to, I suppose... one of the things that makes it very difficult to exist in this space as a fan, as a supporter of something, is the fact that you cannot help people if they don't help themselves. You know, in Mandarin, we actually have an idiom about this called 吃大饼, which translates roughly to eating a big pancake. And it is an idiom that is born of an old proverb, a folk tale. The folk tale goes, there was once an elderly couple who lived in an isolated village in the mountains, days of travel away from the nearest village. And in this elderly couple, the wife was getting to a point where she could no longer move with ease. She couldn't do chores and she couldn't cook, but her husband loved her, and so he didn't mind doing all of this for her, even in his advanced age. One day there came a time when it became necessary for the old couple to buy some more supplies because they were running out of food, they were running out of clothing, etc., etc., etc. And so the old man prepared to travel to the nearest village to buy more supplies. However, he had a problem. If he were to leave to buy those supplies, there would be no one left around to cook for his wife, and she would starve. And so he came up with a solution. He baked a giant pancake and hung that pancake around her neck. And the old man said to his wife, Each day that I'm away, eat a little bit of this pancake, and that will keep you alive until I return. And so he left. A few days later, he came back, and he was horrified to discover that his wife had died. She had starved to death. But how could this have happened? Pancake was big enough to have fed her for the entire time that it would take for him to travel to the village and come back. Well, it turns out the wife never knew to turn the pancake around her neck, and she only ever ate what was put immediately in front of her. And so she starved. And from that folktale was born this idiom. Basically, which means to be incapable of helping yourself unless somebody else comes in and puts the solution right in front of you. To need to be hand-fed, spoon-fed before you are able to keep, without, even be able to keep yourself alive. There is a pancake around your neck, and yet you don't even know to turn it around so that you can keep eating. Now, for those who aren't Chinese, that will probably sound like a very bizarre folktale, a very bizarre idiom. But this is something that I was taught when I was a very small child by by my grandmother. So silly woman. Yeah, basically. Does she have no neck? Oh, she had a neck. She just didn't know to turn the pancake around. But yeah, a very common problem arises in this space where there are a lot of people who don't seem to be able to turn that pancake, so to speak. And so the thing that I'm trying to encourage people to learn to do is to start turning the pancake. Because the information, again, I want to point out that all of the observations that I made about Vshojo that turned out to be correct, all of them were based off of observable evidence that everyone had access to. The whole point of my content is that every single conclusion that I draw about a company or a PR strategy or whatever is based off of what's right in front of us. The information is there. It's just a matter of how you process it. And that's the thing that I'm trying to get more people to do. It's a long and arduous task, but I don't think it's impossible. Because while not everyone will be capable of learning to do that, some will, and that's all that really matters. One last thing for the 5. Best Chinese folktale is the man in the green hat. I'm going to need to search up what that one is, because it's not really matching up with anything off the top of my head. What is the Tomahawk, you're noticing too many patterns. There are also those who refuse to turn the pancake, even when they know it's necessary or best to do so. Yeah, and there's nothing you can do for those people, which is why they're not my target audience, so to speak. Those are people who I don't really need to worry about either, because the difference between what we observe and what they think is usually about 6 to 12 months and a dozen talents that got burned. Folktales need to send a message for listeners to learn. Yeah. The only other issue is people's interests. One can only spread themselves out so much. Yeah, exactly. However, again, the reasoning behind why I pay attention to these things that keep happening in the industry is because if it is stigmatized in the industry, then it becomes more difficult for everyone in the industry to use. And that's the point. I am not someone who is willing to simply wait until a problem affects my Oshi, my favorite content creators, before I start talking about it. And there are a lot of people who share that motivation. There are a lot of people who are willing to talk about things that are happening in this space, who are willing to point out the obvious, make taboo observations, simply because they would rather address a problem than wait for it to blow up in a way that affects the thing that they like. It is all a matter of prevention. Like I said, when it comes to actually being able to affect things, public opinion, public behavior, it is better to be proactive than reactive. Because when you're doing things reactively, you are always going to be on the back foot. You are always going to be at a disadvantage. And frankly speaking, you're not going to have a great chance at getting what you want. So, Papal Monarchist Enjoyer, thank you for the 2. Wait, Chairman is Chinese? Yeah. I've shared this lore, this little bit of lore about myself many times, but yes, I am Chinese. I am Chinese. Funny story, actually. Actually, for those who don't know, Varpro, Variance Project, recently had their debuts. And the first talent to have their debut was Fangzi Fido. Very... If you like very cute very cute VTubers, I mean cute like in a this is going to sound grim, but cute in like a pet way, then I very much recommend checking out Fido's content. But I was watching her debut with somebody else who was also tuning in at the same time, and as I was talking to them, I sent them a screenshot of Fido going, "Oh, this design is adorable," and they responded by saying, "Back off! I saw her first," right? Like as a joke. And then I also responded in kind by saying, "Never trust a Chinese man not to steal your dog." And their initial response was confusion. And only afterwards did I realize that with this person specifically, I had never shared the fact that I was Chinese before making that joke. That was a little bit of a potential oopsie, a potential yab there that was nipped in the bud, thankfully. But yeah, no. I need to remember more often to actually make sure that people know that I'm Chinese before I make a joke like that. Charlie, thank you for the 2. Cute like a pet. Okay, Omni man. Look. I'm sure you'll understand. I'm sure you'll understand. Funnelist, thank you for the 5. Best fed is Crony. She wouldn't like you saying that. Also, are we starting soon? Yeah, good point. Yeah, we'll get started on the actual slides. We will come back to the Vshojo topic in a stream that is dedicated to it. But based off of how much new information comes out, well, I could very easily see it being at least another week before we end up having that stream, to be honest. Alright, let me switch scenes. There we go, alright. So this is probably going to be a little bit more brief, because a lot of it is going to be rehashing things that we already knew about Twitch, but simply reframing them in a new way, so as to open up a new... a new approach towards trying to combat Twitch's moderation biases. Master, and thank you for the 2. 14-hour Twitch stream 2.0, let's go. Oh, I don't know about that one. There could very well be 14 hours worth of content, but I'm not really keen on doing that, since a lot of it is just reiterating and summarizing what the Vshojo talents have already come out and said. And there have been other people like Rima who've been doing a good job of basically doing that day by day as well. I don't think Rima has slept in the past 48 to 72 hours. But yeah. It's been a non-stop. It's the ride doesn't end, and it's still going really, really fast. But in any case, alright, so, as per usual, when we start off with a stream of this nature, few disclaimers. First, do not attempt to harass and or contact any of the people or entities mentioned during the stream in any way, shape, or form. All text, videos, and images shown during this stream are included for the purposes of critique and or commentary and are thus protected under fair use. I might as well change that so that it's grammatically correct while I'm on this slide. I'll need to reduce the size of this actually. There we go. Better. All information slash material shown over the course of this stream was also published, posted, and or addressed by the subjects of this stream in a public space on a public platform, or it remains publicly available slash traceable, hence their inclusion here. Dates may be affected by time zones. They may be about 1 day off, give or take. Finally, I'll be narrating everything on screen, so don't worry if there's something that either my Fugi is covering or that's too small to read, or even if I end up glossing over it, I'll be uploading all of my slides onto my personal Patreon, link in description, where you can find the slides to this stream and all my previous streams as well by joining as a member. Completely free, don't even need to pay anything. Just join as a member and you'll have access to all of my slides. Zoofield, thank you for being a Footstool for 5 months. Brief, so one sort of session or two. Probably, I'm hoping just one sort of session, including all of the yapping that I did previously about, just then about the Vshojo situation. Mercurius, thank you for the 2. Performance review is triggering me. Alright, so, to remind people of the context behind this stream, it is basically a 6-month look back at a patch notes episode. Patch notes is basically the Twitch staff podcast hosted by Dan Clancy and Mary Kish, I believe, with basically where, you know, they get together, the staff get together, and they talk about various things that are going on with the platform from the perspective of an internal member of Twitch's staff. And essentially, on January 23rd, 6 months ago, just over 6 months ago now, Twitch hosted a special patch notes episode that was oriented around, or at least it was pitched around, VTubers. And for this episode, they brought on Giga to talk to Clancy and Mary. VTuber fans, this one's for you. Patch Notes is bringing on General Giga for a special episode filled with discussion, Q&A, and more. Eye emoji. And then Giga would quote tweet this as well, saying, talking to Twitch about Vtubing right now. This is a whole Patch Notes episode about VTubers and our community. We'll have a full Q&A at the end as well, where you can ask the hosts anything. And this was supposed to be a stream that is dedicated to asking and answering some questions that may relate to VTubers on Twitch, how they are treated, what their concerns are, what their wants are, etc., etc. They end up discussing some things like, for example, making the in-person activities, in-person events more accessible to VTubers, helping VTubers community build, establishing resources, points of connection to receive access to other members of other streamers for VTubers who might be newer onto the scene. However, close to the end, depressingly close to the end, if you watched the previous stream where I reviewed the actual interview, well, I shouldn't say interview, the episode itself. For about the last 20 minutes, they ended up talking about enforcement, moderation, some of the gripes that VTubers who stream on Twitch have leveled against the streaming company regarding how the moderation seems to be biased. And some of the general points that Twitch raised were a little interesting. Essentially, over the course of that 20 minutes, there were three main things that Clancy and Mary ended up saying about how Twitch moderates its platform and how they would respond to allegations leveled by VTubers that the moderation was somehow biased and unfair, and it disproportionately penalized VTubers. And broadly speaking, their talking points could be boiled down to three main things. First, and this was said by Clancy himself at 1 hour, 8 minutes, 14 seconds, starting from that point. First, that Twitch's general policy is to enforce its attire guidelines, and by implication, this is probably how the other guidelines as well work as well, on VTubers in the exact same way that they would enforce said guidelines on flesh streamers, i.e., if they are enforcing things against VTubers, chances are if a real life streamer, or at least this was the posited theory, if it was a real life streamer, the exact same penalty would have been applied for doing the exact same thing. The second thing that Clancy raised at 1 hour, 11 minutes, 28 seconds was the idea that any difference in how VTubers specifically receive enforcement is due to the degree of control that VTubers have over their on-screen avatar. If there are any disparities, it must be because the VTuber themselves have more control over what they are doing and how they look, specifically because this was in the context of talking about the attire guidelines and how those were enforced. How VTubers look is more within their control than it is for an IRL streamer. That was their argument. And finally, this was made by both Dan and Mary, that Twitch believed that the best way for them to respond to rules lawyers, people who deliberately tried to push the boundaries of the community guidelines, was to avoid giving specifics in their rules and enforcement. Specifics in their rules, not in their enforcement, that can be exploited. Right? If you keep the guidelines vague, then people are going to have to piece together exactly what you don't want based off of enforcement, and then they will therefore learn what to avoid in their own behavior. That was Twitch's working thesis. However, in addition to that, there are two specific bits of this stream that I want to review. First, where Clancy is trying to characterize the way that enforcement actually works on Twitch, and this goes from between 1 hour, 16 minutes, 40 seconds to about 1 hour, 18 minutes, 40 seconds. So that 2-minute segment between those two timestamps. So let me switch over back to the React screen. All right, there we go. So there we go. All right, everything's working. 1:16:40. Let me just go over to that timestamp. Okay, there we go. All right.
I had
Is the audio working? Can you guys hear the video as I play it? Let's try to figure out the actual rules and guidelines as we go, like a Kafka novel. Yeah, I mean that does seem to be the approach they've opted to go with. Yes. We hear? Okay, excellent.
A black piece of paper and a white piece of paper, and I asked 100 people, "Is it black or white?" Okay, everyone will give me the same answers, right? Now, suppose I had chartreuse versus pick another color that is very close to chartreuse that many people may not really fully have a model of. Violet versus purple, right? Which are two different colors. To be honest, I can't tell you the difference between violet versus purple. And if I asked a bunch of people, is it violet or purple? That in fact, you'd have a lot of people that get it wrong. And that's because the difference between violet and purple is very small.
So the intended meaning of this analogy, the intended message behind this analogy, is the idea that it can be very difficult to inform the general Twitch creator community of the rationale behind enforcement decisions, because more often than not, instead of being a straightforward case of black and white where everyone can unanimously come to the same conclusions as to the difference between the two, it is more a case of shades of gray, where there is going to be subjectivity, there is going to be difficulty in trying to get everyone on the same page regarding how enforcement decisions are made, and especially regarding specific enforcement decisions.
Okay. And especially as
on the surface, that argument does kind of make sense, right? Because there are going to be certain instances where trying to enforce a rule requires a degree of subjective interpretation on the part of the person doing the moderating, on the part of the moderator, and those subjective perspectives may be more difficult to get across to other people. However, in the context of a discussion as to moderation bias, the reason why this doesn't quite work as a counter-argument is because it basically just boils down to, well, we can't fix it because of subjectivity, Lamau. Charlie Spur, you can turn on the screen. That's awesome. I can't turn on the screen, but yes, I agree. It is awesome. This was made for me by Random Phase Fan, by the way. Just another quick shout out for cooking as hard as he did to make this background for the React screen specifically.
As you start talking about these things in terms of attire, sexual content, that sort of thing, it can be very subjective. And so, in fact, as people try to move up to the boundary to get something as purple as possible, but still be violet, okay, let's assume for a second purple's not allowed, but violet is. But they want to be as close to purple without being it. You're going to have a lot of people that are going to call it purple, and then you're going to have some purple stuff that the rater's going to call violet, because it is not clear. And so what then ends up happening is you can find examples. Look, here's this violet thing, and they said it was purple, but this person was purple, and they said it was violet. Oh my gosh. Okay, and the answer is, that is the nature of this problem when you have highly subjective things, whereas in other areas it's not highly.
So again, he's pointed out that one of the ways in which people observe and try to discern the logic or consistency between different individual enforcement decisions is through the use of comparative case studies. They grab an instance where one moderation decision has been made, they grab another instance of a similar moderation decision being made, or not being made, as will be the case later on in the stream, and then they try to compare the two and see what the overarching logic seems to be, if there is any sort of internal logic. And what Clancy is basically saying is that it's impossible to convince everyone that your logic is consistent because of the inherent subjectivity of making those decisions. Oh, Alan, hope you have an easy time at work, I would assume.
Highly subjective, frequently in terms of...
He doesn't give a counterexample. Exactly.
Hate speech. It's pretty clear this person said this horrendous thing.
I want you to remember that specific example that Clancy just gave. Hate speech. Hateful conduct. It's going to become very relevant later on in this stream.
Okay.
Right.
And so I encourage people, if you're trying to get as close to the line without going over the line, and then sometimes you get caught for going over the line when technically you can say, but I wasn't over the line, and this person, I'm like, stop trying to live so close to the line. Okay. Now, you did highlight a problem that Vtubing has that does not.
So, with that, in the context of this being a conversation about what do you do about rules lawyers, that approach makes a lot of sense, right? Just basically enforce in a manner that conveys what you do or don't allow. The problem is that if we're to then get at the main heart of the issue, which people have been complaining about, which is the lack of consistency in the moderation, that doesn't work as a counter-argument at all. And so, then we get to the next moment from this video. 1 hour, 19 minutes, 57 seconds. Let me fast forward a little bit. All right. This was around, a few months before the Asmund... it's hard to remember now because so much has happened over the past week. But I think it was around that time, yes.
Oh, yeah.
So we actually do that in our ambassador group, and we have VTubers that represent the ambassador selection. There's going to be more about this soon, but we really
So their main suggestion for how, so notice how initially, so the thing that we learned in the previous segment was basically that the way that Twitch looks at this and the way that they expect other people to look at this is by comparing various case studies of Twitch enforcement. But now they've moved on to the topic of how do you make VTubers feel heard? How do you give VTubers a feeling that, you know, they have a way of communicating with Twitch, they have a way of getting in with, you know, Twitch executives, the upper management at Twitch. They actually have someone they can talk to. And this is the solution that they are posing.
really want to utilize our ambassadors as a way to help us get perspective from various creators. And ambassadors are meant to get sources because nobody's a monolith. So our ambassadors absolutely should be going to the creator clubs, getting broad understandings of like what those intricacies are. And then
So this was around the same time that they pitched the idea of the VTuber Creator Club. Basically an ask for invite based group where if you were a VTuber who streamed on Twitch, you could ask to join, apply to join, and they pretty much let in anybody. And then you would be part of this big conglomerate of people who would have the chance. You know, they made a Discord for all of you guys, and then you could get in there, talk to other people who are VTubers on Twitch, etc., etc. And so what Mary is basically saying is that two of the main things that they're hoping to leverage into making the VTuber community on Twitch feel more heard and seen and represented was a combination between ambassadors and the VTuber Creator Club. We'll see just how useful the Creator Club was in a bit, but
and bringing that to us so that we can make better decisions for trust and safety. So we are absolutely doing that. I'm sorry. I wish I could like unveil this right now, but I can't. We're going to talk about it probably. And like, I think in our open letter, we'll be talking about some of this stuff.
So it was basically a gigantic look. We can't say anything now, but trust us. It'll make it better. Spoiler alert, it's been 6 months and the Creator Club hasn't really done anything of note except having their leader get banned with no appeal. But in any case, so, based off of these two little tidbits of information, we're starting to get a picture of how Twitch's main way of justifying its moderation decisions basically boils down to it is subjective and we promise it is based off of a consistent enforcement and that we would apply the same rules in the same way to your peers, right? To your flesh streaming peers. And if you want to feel heard, we're working on that. Just go to your ambassadors, go to your creator club, and we will be sure to, accept any feedback. Well, not any, but accept feedback. You have an in, was the implication. Charlie, thank you for the 5. If this is a consular ship, where is the ambassador? That's a good question. Missing in action, presumably. And so, in general, if your main concern is, moderation on this platform isn't really consistent, saying, sorry, it's just subjective, it's not a really helpful bit of information. And funnily enough, the most... just as a bit of to give you an idea of how tokenistic the Creator Club was, just over a month after this interview went live, on February 27th, the founder of the VTuber Creator Club on Twitch got banned off of Twitch for no reason. And what's more, when she tried to appeal the decision, there was nobody around who was willing to actually talk to her. She couldn't get into contact with a human being just to appeal. Quote, not the response I wanted. Half my appeal asked for a human response for clarification because I still don't know what I did. And to top it all off, last night my chat was complaining about ads for erectile dysfunction and improving bedroom performance. I love streaming here, but even if I did something wrong, I wish I knew what it was so I could never do it again. I would also like to clarify on why advertisers are allowed to push ads like this on any category, while streamers tend to be held to stricter standards. Part of my job as founder is to facilitate better relations between streamers and Twitch. I don't think sharing this information is outside that scope, as it should include constructive criticism. I love the purple site and will do what I can. And basically, surprise, surprise, she was suspended for sexual content, as is the case for many other VTubers. And then the reply, she would go on to say, it's just frustrating because because if I talked at length about male performance on a non-mature stream, I would be suspended. But for ads, it's okay. One more clarification. This is the appeal for my original suspension, not a new one. This means it will not be removed from my record. Not sure what ads were on my debut. I only know of the ads from yesterday, and I am pointing out the issue in double standards. So, I think it's safe to say that as far as the suggested solutions go, there was not a lot of very useful information that was presented in the actual patch notes episode itself. In fact, from that entire exchange between Giga, Clancy, and Kish, you could probably, I would make the argument that there was only there were only two very useful bits of information. And neither of them came from the actual patch notes episode. No, they actually came from Giga herself, ironically enough, in one of the streams that she did in the aftermath of the patch notes episode. Specifically, in this stream that she did on January 29th, starting from around 15 minutes 54 seconds, where she states, quote, I think the more we sit there and we complain and say Twitch hates VTubers and they, they do this, they do that, it's disproportionate towards them, etc. It's unfair. Oh, sorry. They do this, they do that. It's disproportionate towards them, etc. It's unfair. I think that takes the spotlight off of the real discussion, and I think what it does is it actually slows progress towards fixing this issue. Personally, I think people try to keep focusing on VTubers, and then staff are like focused on saying, hey, it's actually not, it's not. And then we're wasting our time instead of going, what about the generalized problem of moderation not being the same across everybody? Now, at the time, I did also criticize this as a retort, specifically as a retort to people complaining about Twitch's moderation being unfair, especially in the context of people criticizing her for not bringing up the idea or not hammering home the idea that the way that VTubers have received enforcement have been unfair. Because saying, no, it's not a VTuber specific problem, it's a Twitch-wide problem, doesn't actually make it any better, because if it's that difficult to get Twitch to even say something and acknowledge that VTubers are being penalized unfairly, imagine how much more difficult it would be to get Twitch to admit that they punish everyone unfairly. It doesn't exactly seem like a very realistic alternative. However, there is one thing in this statement that is useful, and that is pointing out that if you try to focus on painting VTubers as a disproportionately unfairly enforced against population among Twitch streamers, then that gives them a convenient straw man in order to avoid the conversation of just unfair moderation and double standards in their moderation, regardless of which demographic of creators said enforcement is being used against. And so, by extracting that little bit of information from what Giga said, that very valid argument that she's making in this quote, now we have a possible countermeasure. Instead of just restricting ourselves to looking at the moderation inconsistencies that have been made against VTubers, instead of just looking at the individual moderation decisions that Twitch has been making directed at VTubers, looking at the internal inconsistencies on a case-by-case basis, we need to expand outwards. In other words, we need to start accepting and internalizing more data, it would be useful to take in case studies of enforcement decisions that have been made outside of just VTubers. Because something I have noticed is that among the VTuber watchers in general, let alone on Twitch, VTubing tends to be quite insular, in the sense that both fans and creators tend to be, for the most part, don't tend to interact a lot with non-VTuber aspects of the platforms that they use. And so, for the purposes of this stream, that's what I've decided to do. To start looking outside of just enforcement decisions against VTubers and start looking for other case studies of similar scenarios, especially among IRL streamers, where a similar thing has occurred, but the moderation decision just hasn't really been there. The second thing that Giga said that was actually quite useful was at 32 minutes 22 seconds, where she states, quote, I could foresee a scenario where they're kind of, their staff who do those kinds of things, who worry about moderation, are more concerned with the overall state of the platform kind of thing, and they can't put enough time into the individual problems like that. And by that, she's referring to ban reviews. Now, the reason why this is important is because this is, if you are being charitable, which Giga was being, I would make the argument excessively so towards Twitch specifically. If you are being charitable to Twitch, the best reason they have for enforcing the moderation decisions the way that they do and not changing course across all of these years has been because they are more concerned with the overall state of the platform. And the reason why this is useful is because if you want to make a counter argument, if you actually want to prove that this is a bogus counter argument by Twitch, you'd have to look at the overall state of the platform. Because if the overall state of the platform is still deteriorating in spite of what they're doing for moderation, then you can't really make the argument that the way that they do moderation is warranted because of their dedication to the overall state of the platform. In other words, in order to disable their ability to deflect from accusations of unfair moderation, you have to first nullify their ability to point and go, oh, but we're just doing this because we're strapped for resources since we care so much about the overall state of Twitch. So at the end of both of these quotes, when you really process them, there are two ways in which VTubers trying to make their case to Twitter and to Twitch, primarily to Twitter because that seems to be the most useful avenue for recourse, that they are being treated unfairly. There are two things that VTubers in general who stream on Twitch can do in order to pivot their strategies, their messaging strategies, to make it more effective. One, trying to argue that moderation is disproportionately harsh towards just VTubers gives Twitch a straw man to distract from the issue of inconsistent moderation platform-wide. And second, the most charitable assumption possible regarding the state of Twitch moderation is a lack of resources to distribute between reviewing bans and looking after the vague and nebulous idea of the overall state of the platform. Papal Monarchist enjoy. Thank you for the 5. If flush tubers are the criteria, I'm looking forward to Chairman talking about Hassan. See, that's the thing. I wanted to make the stream a bit more interesting, and I didn't want the whole stream to just turn into a Hassan stream, because if I wanted to harp on examples of Twitch being inconsistent with moderation, and I just talked about Hassan, I could do an entire stream, but that would be cheating. So instead, what I decided to do was look at 3 of the most infamous, most subjective, and most commonly, I suppose, applied penalties, ban reasons, enforcement decisions, enforcement justifications, I should say, that have been leveled across VTubers over the time that we've been looking at this issue. Youth risky, which is Twitch's nebulous term for protecting children, sexual content, and hateful conduct. And so, I chose to take each of these individual enforcement decisions, their own avenues for enforcement, and look at for each of these. I picked out one case study of a VTuber receiving an enforcement decision based off of each of these rationales respectively, and then looking for a similar case study among instances outside of the VTubing space where creators have done similar things, or in some cases worse things, without any sort of moderation decision by Twitch. Because what you will rapidly learn to recognize is we may not be able to prove disproportionate unfair enforcement, but we can do a pretty solid job of proving very clearly that there is a double standard between VTubers and non-VTubers. So, to start off with, Youth Risky, our favorite. On October 10th, last year, 2024, Chromu, VTuber named Chromu, basically small pink thing on Twitch, announced on Twitter that she had been banned on her birthday due to, quote-unquote, youth risky. Quote, well, I got banned on my birthday for, quote-unquote, youth risky. Smiling emoji. At Twitch support. I wasn't breaking any TOS, and my streams were labeled as 18+. I make plenty of jokes, but I never act like a child, or make jokes about that. And my model is a freaky, chibi creature. Please fix this. And then on her alt account, I just got banned on my birthday. That's what's up. And then Lena would reply to this going, what happened? And then she would elaborate Chroma would then elaborate by saying, 7-day suspension for quote-unquote youth risky. Even though there was nothing sexual. I am an adult and I was using my pink funny chibi model zoomed up close on its face. For context, Chromu has two models. Her 3D model, well actually two models that I'm aware of. Her 3D model and her default model. Neither of these are designed to be inherently sexual. And so, this is arguably, apparently, what got Chromu a 7-day ban, because this was considered a threat to the youth. However, there have been other cases where similar behavior, there has been a youth that has been put at risk due to something, a youth even being put in a sexual situation, while Twitch has, funnily enough, done nothing. And let me introduce you in that vein to a streamer by the name of Rakai, or 2x Rakai, a 16-year-old IRL streamer who usually does streams that are basically like vlogging content. And again, very pertinent bit of information. He is 16 years old. Now, admittedly, that is 3 years above the minimum age you need to be in order to make a Twitch account. However, he is still very much a minor. On March 1st, 2025, Rakai was doing a stream where he was staying over at the house of another creator by the name of Tylil, or The Tylil Show. And he was basically left alone in this guy's house, and while the creator, Tylil himself, was out, Rakai decided to host an impromptu party without asking for Tylil's permission, without informing him that this was going on. So he started this, he initiated this party, invited 20 random women over to the house, and they started partying up a storm while Rakai was streaming the entire thing. And at a certain point during this stream, they start dancing. And while they're all in a circle, dancing with one another, one of the women starts twerking, and the other women in the circle start getting Rakai to press his groin against her buttocks as she continues to twerk. Now, this moment was clipped by Yeet, now a pretty prominent Twitter drama account, Twitch-based drama account, who documented this, and then with the caption, 16-year-old streamer Rakai gets twerked on by a grown-ass woman live on Twitch. No action taken yet by Twitch. And you know, the funny thing is, this moment from this stream was then converted into videos for both Rakai, which he posted on his channel, and Tylil, which he also posted on his channel. However, in Tylil's version of the edited down video of this stream, that moment where Rakai gets twerked on by this grown woman is cut out of the video. But in Rakai's edited video of this stream, the moment is shown in full at 3 minutes 24 seconds. So both of these Twitch creators got content out of this stream. And this was a stream that broadcasted an actual child being twerked on, essentially grinding his groin against a twerking woman. And yet, in spite of this real life, mind you, this real life depiction of these things that were actually happening, this year, neither of the two received any sort of enforcement decision by Twitch regarding what transpired during the stream. Despite the fact that, although Tylil may not have been involved in the making of the stream, he did end up making content out of the stream. And Twitch has explicitly stated in their guidelines that they will go based off of a creator's behavior and conduct off platform to inform their enforcement decisions. And as you can see, around the same time this was going on, so March 1st, Rakai had just been, Rakai had only received a ban 1 month previously, and he received no ban in the aftermath of this particular stream. And so, when you're talking about youth risky, if you want to establish that Twitch very much has a bias against VTubers, against 2D content, then I recommend going forward bringing up this specific example, where when it comes to youth risky, Twitch was willing to hand out a 7-day ban to Chromu for doing nothing more than just exist as a chibi, versus an actual instance of a real-life child being twerked on live on camera where they did jack shit. However, that's youth risky out of the way. Let's get to the meat and potatoes, the most common Twitch enforcement decision that gets talked about. Sexual content. Right. And as an example that we can draw on from earlier this year, actually, 5 days after the Patch Notes episode went live, on January 28th, Saraway was banned off of Twitch. Now, initially, people didn't know what could be the possible reason behind this ban, and as per usual, you had a whole bunch of VTubers coming into the replies of this streamer ban's tweet saying, for example, Numi with "Free my girl," Lucy Pyre, "5th ban, let her go, hasn't she suffered enough?" crying emoji, Tara Khan, Porky, I don't know how to say that, Smugalana, "Let her out, man. The ban reason is so dumb, man." Evie with "Rip." Camila with "Let her out this instant." And Giri with "Cease W." Now, again, initially, people had no idea what this ban was about. They were speculating as to what it was that could have gotten her banned. And then some of her fans started combing through her previous VODs. And one fan in particular found a specific moment out of her stream which might have been the reason behind this particular ban. User Big Geordie UK posted in a reply to that tweet, "Probably for this Lamau," and it contained a clip of Saraway's previous stream while she was playing Bloodborne with a 3D model equipped, and a specific portion of the stream where she does this. Hold on, let me play it for you guys. Okay, hold on, let me just check the audio. How is the audio for you guys?
Snapped. Yeah.
Is the audio working for you guys? Is that a good level for you? Of course, base Saraway. I'm going to assume that means the audio is fine.
Shot King, let's go!
All right. And that was it. A 15-second, well, 16-second clip of Saraway using her 3D model to pantomime thrusting into the backside of a video game character. The, I believe the woman who is giving birth to the amygdalas, or the blue Smurfs in Bloodborne. But in any case, this was what she had apparently received a 7-day ban for. And again, don't make no mistake, this was a full week-long ban. If you actually go back to streaming bans, it has a record that it did indeed last for a whole 7 days. 7 days for using your 3D model to pantomime thrusting into a video game character's backside. Now, to be fair, according to the logic, this is quite consistent with the logic of what Clancy said during the patch notes episode. The reason why VTubers are penalized is because they have a high degree of control, or a relatively high degree of control, over how they appear on screen. And this was very much something that Saraway took advantage of her 3D model for. This was something she could only do as a bit because of the fact that she was a VTuber, and because of the fact that she, in terms of the graphics, it could be a pretty convincing pantomime of, the thrusting. However, the standard was set. If you are going to thrust into the backside of somebody on stream, even if that somebody is a video game character, you would get banned for sexual content. In a vacuum, that makes sense. If Twitch wants to discourage people from doing overly sexual bits, then it makes sense to penalize something like this accordingly. Which brings me to 3 months later, on April 27th, same year, when Kai Cenat would be hosting a stream, bringing over a bunch of guests as he usually does, and during a specific segment of the stream, we would start to see two of them, a blue-haired woman and a man, engage in a kind of dance, shall we say. I will keep this muted out of deference for everyone's ears, because there's a lot of shouting and yelling that goes on, but I'll let it play. Yeah. Well, to be fair, this time at least, yes, everyone involved is an adult. It's a low bar, but I'm glad that Twitch managed to clear it anyways. However, if you are going to tell me that thrusting into a video game character, or pantomiming thrusting into a video game character while you are donning a 3D model yourself, while this shit is being shown on Twitch, right? It's pretty obvious what's going on here. I don't think I can make it any clearer what is happening here. Let me remind you, in this video, both characters are fully clothed, just the same as this. If they were going to ban Saraway for sexual content, it must have been the action. But here, we see the action. It is the exact same, and this time, it's not even a video game character. No, both parties involved are real people being shown on screen. And yet, when you go and check Kaisenat's ban record, surprise, surprise, there is no record of him being penalized for this. In fact, April 27th is 2 days after he emerged out of a previous ban for something else. So, when you look at something like this, it is kind of difficult to look at them making a decision. Oh shit, hi Sawa, welcome to the stream. Welcome in. I hope you I hope you're enjoying the case study that we're bringing up against Twitch's moderation so far. But yeah, if you want to make a case that this is a valid reason for them to hand a 7-day suspension to Saraway, and then they go and look at this, and they don't see fit to give it even a 1-day suspension, yeah, no shit, Sherlock, people are going to say, quite rightly so, that there is a bias against VTubers, or that there is a bias in general. So again, if you are a VTuber, and you are getting banned, again, because you did something innocent, or because you didn't do something, I should say, right? If you want to point to an example of inconsistency, I highly recommend highlighting the disparity between this ban delivered to Saraway and this lack thereof delivered to Kaisenat, all within the span of just 3 months. Lol, hey. Yeah, really enjoying that Twitch culture. Yeah, I know, right? Truly enriching. So, that's 2 out of 3 done. Within the span of like half an hour. Again, when I said that this was going to be brief, I meant it, because there isn't really a lot to say. Most of the work that I put into the stream was dedicated into finding examples that were as close as possible, so that you needed to expend as little effort as possible actually pointing out the contradiction and inconsistency. But then we move along to something that may be a little more black and white, a little less subjective. The example that Clancy himself brought up during that patch notes episode. Hateful conduct, hate speech, saying things that would drive and promote hate towards specific protected groups of people. And the example that I've chosen to go with comes from April 19th, Matoi Mia, where she would be banned after, funnily enough, saying on stream that she advocates for the death penalty for zoophiles and pedophiles. In the aftermath of her ban, she would take to Twitter and say, quote, "Twitch banned me because I advocated for the death penalty for zoophiles and pedophiles. Interesting. Let's see if I can get this sorted out. Salute emoji." And apparently, she didn't manage to get this sorted out. In fact, they actually doubled down by banning her alt on top of banning her main account. And so, in protest to this, 4 days later, she would then make up a follow-up tweet, after also having made the transition to now beginning to stream on YouTube, which she still does to this day. Quote, "Twitch suspended me, banned my alt, and denied my ban appeal. Then tried to say it was all a big mistake 4 days later, because I advocated for the death penalty for pedophiles and zoophiles. So, Twitch, mind telling me how these people were quote-unquote protected as per your guidelines?" Because this was right after a stream that she did on YouTube where people in her audience pointed out that Twitch's ban reason made no sense, since in order for someone to be suspended on the basis on the basis of hateful conduct, they would have to have said something hateful, something like, they should be given the death penalty, directed at a protected group. To quote Twitch's own community guidelines, quote, Twitch aims to be a place where everyone can come together in shared community experiences. This vision is threatened when people experience harmful rhetoric and abuse on Twitch. Twitch does not permit behavior that is motivated by hatred, prejudice, or intolerance, including behavior that promotes or encourages discrimination, denigration, harassment, or violence based on the following protected characteristics: race, ethnicity, color, caste, national origin, immigration status, religion, sex, gender identity, sexual orientation, disability, serious medical condition, and veteran status. We also provide certain protections for age, which are expressly noted in the examples. We define protected groups as a subset of the population with a shared protected characteristic. Every Twitch user falls into multiple of these protected groups. Twitch affords each user globally equal protections under this policy. For example, regardless of your intent, you may not, content warning, promote, glorify, threaten, or advocate violence, physical harm, or death against individuals or groups on the basis of a protected characteristic, including age. Incite or promote violence against a protected group, e.g. kill all protected group, promote or express a desire for a protected group to be infected and or die from a serious disease, tell a user to kill themselves, used in combination with a hateful slur, etc., etc., etc. And so, Mia, her audience, and everyone in general was kind of left scratching their heads. How on earth do pedophiles and zoophiles fall under the category of a protected group? Unless Twitch is, for some reason, trying to make the argument that they were protected on the basis of their sexuality, somehow making both of these things out to be sexual orientations and then penalizing Mia accordingly. However, again, the main crux of the issue was, in fact, that they were penalizing Mia for advocating for the death penalty regarding a group of people. A group of people that I think you and I could both quite reasonably say do not deserve to be classed as a protected group of people, and according to Twitch's own guidelines, would not make sense to class as a protected group of people unless you were to make the stretch that they were somehow supposed to be a sexual orientation. I don't think we want to go there, but that is a possibility. However, in general, the situation was as the following. Mia had been handed a ban because she had advocated for the death penalty regarding a specific group of people that didn't technically class as a protected group under Twitch's own guidelines. Remember these three facts, because they will be very important in a moment. Now, in a reply to this tweet, Mia herself would then say, "My Twitch is unbanned and all is safe. I just think there is a huge moderation problem on that Twitch refuses to address. Make it make sense. Anyways, I'm on YouTube now." However, throughout this time, she was still, I believe, streaming on YouTube in protest because her alt had not also been unbanned. Fast forward about 10 days, and Twitch reaffirmed the decision to keep her alt banned, even though they acknowledged and reversed the decision to ban her main account, acknowledging by proxy that the initial ban decision, the initial enforcement decision, was actually a mistake. And so on May 2nd, Mia would again take to Twitter to say, quote, "Hey, at Twitch support, real lame of you to ban my alt and deny the appeal, despite the account having been completely inactive for nearly a week before the ban, and admitting that the original ban on my main account was made in error. What gives? On my birthday, I'm on YouTube today. And then she would include 2 screenshots of the 2 notices that Twitch had handed out regarding her main and her alt respectively. Adam Millick, thank you for being a Footstool for 3 months. Hate acts done at Twitch parties are okay, apparently. Yeah, if you do it at a Twitch party, it's fine. But if you do it on stream, oh, no, we can't have that. Funless, thank you for the 5. Hassan being an ass with the mentality of a child, and Dan being into him. She was speaking against him personally. True. So, if you read through the original, ban reversal announcement, this is how it goes. Hi, Mia. I love how they didn't even bother to remove the square brackets from the appeal outcome notice. Quote, we recently reviewed your case and found an error in the enforcement issued against your account. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. We have reinstated your account and removed the enforcement from your record. We may have previously received a response to the appeal you submitted regarding this enforcement. You can now disregard that prior message. Please note that our appeals portal may still show that your appeal was unsuccessful, but please rest assured that this has been corrected and your account fully restored. Thank you for being a valued member of the Twitch community. Sincerely, Twitch. This was 10 days before she tried to lodge an appeal for her alt account being unbanned as well. And as many people know, the reason why it is, generally speaking, a good idea to make sure that all of your accounts are unbanned is Twitch has a tendency to ban accounts that are related to if you have one account banned, Twitch tends to have a habit of banning all accounts attached to that as well, regardless of their activity. This is something that at times seems to be an automated process, and as a result, if you have multiple Twitch accounts, having one account that is banned for any reason is at all points a possible liability. Same thing kind of happens with YouTube as well, where the moment that they end up removing and or striking one channel, all of the other channels become at risk as well, because once one channel gets removed off of YouTube, the platform then automatically scours itself for other accounts that are tied to the same person, same email address, etc., before removing them as well, in order to get around the problem of ban evasion. So, reading through this notice of rejecting Mia's appeal to unban her alt account, it reads, quote, hello, Miyagaku. Your account was recently suspended for account suspension evasion. A member of our team has reviewed your appeal, and after taking a look into the details of your case, we have determined that your account will remain suspended due to your violation of our community guidelines. Note, attempting to evade restrictions placed on your account may result in additional penalties, up to and including indefinite suspension. Make sure to stay informed by familiarizing yourself with our terms of service and community guidelines. If you reside in the European Union, please refer to our Digital Services Act help page for additional information. Sincerely, Twitch. Not related with Vtubing, but I remember they banned the streamer just because his channel name was Piece of Sheet. Yeah, sometimes they can get real anal about that kind of stuff. However, here, there were 2 things that were abundantly wrong about their decision to ban Mia's alt and also keep it banned even after her appeal. First, she never strained with it, so the argument of ban evasion, or the idea that it was banned in response to possible ban evasion, seems like an automated response that they send preemptively when they're looking to make sure that ban evasion doesn't happen rather than as a response to it happening. Second, it makes no sense for them to reject this particular appeal if they've acknowledged that the original thing that got her banned on both accounts was invalid and thus reversed. However, apparently, this wasn't something that they were capable of doing, or this was simply an automated response that they sent out to Mia. given the fact that Clancy has claimed on multiple occasions that there is no such thing as automated responses to appeals, this seems to be a little bit of a suspicious outcome, shall we say. Now, thankfully, only only a few days later she would end up being unbanned, but in the meantime she would continue to stream exclusively on YouTube in protest, saying we can have my birthday party here instead the next day, having her birthday stream occur the very next day. Now, some of you have been paying attention to the case studies, the various case studies that we've looked at in terms of VTuber enforcement via Twitch over the last year or so, may have picked up on a little bit of a suspicious pattern of coincidences. We now are, in this particular instance, 3 for 3 in cases where VTubers have either been banned or have had their appeals rejected with no reason, either the day before or exactly on their birthday celebrations. We have Mia in May, Chromu in October, and Shondo, if I remember correctly, around mid last year. And when you have that many instances of the same thing happening again and again, granted they are spread out quite wide, and granted they are probably not the only cases of this happening, it does serve to raise a little bit of an eyebrow. Why does this keep happening? Why does this happen so often? And why around their birthdays? A little bit of a recurring trend there. Could be purely coincidence, but again, something that gets the mind jogging. Now, thankfully, only a mere 20 days later, Twitch would finally make the decision to reinstate Mia's alt account, thus leaving her with no banned accounts and thus no liabilities. Mia would take to Twitter to announce this change, stating, quote, "Today, I finally got totally unbanned on Twitch. Angel emoji. Both of my accounts are back, so Twitch streams are back on the menu, boys. Buckle up for tonight." And starting from this moment onward, she made a return to streaming on Twitch. Now, again, I want to tie this all back to the initial reason why she got banned. The 3 aspects of the situation that determined and characterized why the situation seemed so weird to everyone looking in from the outside. First, she was apparently banned for hate speech, advocating for the death penalty towards a specific group of people, a specific subset of the population. Second, this population didn't seem to fit within what was stated on Twitch's guidelines. And third, she received a ban that lasted 4 days before it was overturned due to her appeal. There is an argument to be made that it may have lasted longer than that, possibly a week. However, we'll cap it at 4 days. A 4-day suspension for advocating for the death penalty towards a specific group of people who are guilty of a heinous crime. Because remember, it's not just any subset of the population. It's not just any minority of the population. It's not a specific individual either. She was advocating for the death penalty for zoophiles and pedophiles. Specific criminal subset. Exactly, reindeer. Now, around the same time, or about a month before this happened, there was in fact another instance of a streamer, quote-unquote, advocating for death towards not a specific subset of the population, but a specific individual. And that streamer that I'm referring to, as many of you will have probably guessed, is no other than Hassan Piker. On March 1st, 2025, Piker went live and, as he is wont to do, started reacting to a whole bunch of politics and news stories, and etc, etc. Excuse me. Sorry, give me a second. Hassan Piker, he's coming to kill you. Yeah. Well, apparently, according to his rhetoric, he might have been. Because while he was reacting to this, he started reacting to a specific news segment about Republicans in America passing a spending bill with potential for Medicaid cuts. And while he was reacting to this specific segment, this is what he ended up saying. Let me mute the music for a second.
There's about $50 billion estimated that are lost every year in Medicaid, just in fraud alone. No.
That fraud is not coming from individuals, it's coming from providers. They're not tackling providers. They're not actually going after like false billing. They are trying to cut recipients, okay? It is not happening at the point of recipients. If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott, okay? You wouldn't make Rick Scott, former governor of Florida, Rick Scott, you wouldn't make him the current, what is his current office? What is he? He's the Richard Lynn Scott is an American attorney, businessman, politician, Navy veteran, serving as the senior United States Senator from Florida, a seat he has held since 2019.
By the way, as Hassan just conveniently outlined, yes, he did just say, if you want to fix Medicaid, you should kill a sitting U.S. senator.
And also, I believe this past election cycle, he was literally the fucking...
Oh shit, I accidentally, I hit my mouse wheel, sorry. Give me a
head
second.
of the, what was it, like the Senate committee or something? Like the Republican fundraising initiatives.
Hassan's chair versus armchair when? Oh, I think I'd get along with his chair, to be honest. It's most of the personality behind his streams.
The reason why I'm saying if you cared about Medicare or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott is because, and not make him a prominent part of the Republican Party, is because he, to this day, is still also known as committing the largest Medicare fraud in U.S. history.
So, there is quite a little bit to unpack there. Now, if he were to say, be making the argument that people who commit fraud, people who defraud public funds and public welfare programs deserve the death penalty, then you can make an argument that it is probably quite similar to what Mia said. The morality on that is quite interesting, depending on how Twitch chooses to enforce this. Spoiler alert, they didn't. So, but on the whole, you could maybe make the argument that equates the two if that was what he said. But that was not what he said. Instead, he specifically, word for word, said, if you care about insert social issue here, you should kill insert specific person there. And that, I think, is rather different. Much, much worse, especially on a social platform, to say, much more severe, a call to action, much more easily interpreted as a call to action than simply saying, I believe pedophiles and zoophiles deserve the death penalty. And yet, in spite of that, funnily enough, you will be glad to know that Hassan did end up receiving a ban from Twitch. Only problem, the ban was 24 hours long. Just a single day. And what's more, hold on, let me just whip out my calendar and flip back to March just to check a little something, a little suspicion that I have. Turns out he was only banned for one day close to the end of the week as well. So they basically gave him like a long weekend, pretty much. So, yeah. This was a token action, if anything. And yet, again, what he said was much, much worse. And Trigger Point would also take to Twitter to point out the inconsistency between these two occasions, when Mia would receive her ban 1 month later in April, stating, quote, "Weird how Hassan can call for the death of a sitting senator and only receive a 24-hour ban, but Mia says pedophiles should face capital punishment and gets banned for 30 days." Apparently that's how long the ban was. I might have missed that. So how long the ban was originally supposed to be for before she appealed it and got cut short to only 4 days. So, on one hand, it does appear that Twitch has some sort of moral framework behind its enforcement decisions. I just find it interesting that they seem to share the IRS's sense of morality. Imagine handing out 30-day bans for advocating for capital punishment for pedophiles and zoophiles, but only a slap on the wrist when you call for the death of a specific person who you allege committed fraud. That is very much one of the moderation decisions of all time. However, with all of this in tow, we now have yet another example, very blatant example, of Twitch exhibiting an egregious double standard in how it handles its moderation, in terms of how it chooses to penalize and how it chooses to identify hateful conduct. Well, now we have yet another example that VTubers and anyone who's watched this stream can now cite if they want to make the case publicly to Twitter, to Twitch, wherever you'd like, that there is very much a bias at play here. However, 3 is a nice round number, and 3 is a number that I enjoyed, restricting myself to in order to find these examples, in order to condense them to the most concise, packageable, easily repeated format possible. But, as a treat, I decided to include a bonus example for a completely different reason outside of these big 3. But I chose to include it purely because of how funny it was in hindsight, because of when it happened. Because on the very same day that the Patch Notes episode about VTubers went live, the very same day that Dan Clancy said to Giga and everyone watching that no, Twitch doesn't do double standards, that VTubers are enforced against in the exact same way as literally everyone else, that there is no double standard, that they receive the same treatment. On the very same day, January 23rd, a VTuber by the name of Eros Valentine would be banned indefinitely. The reason? She handled an unloaded gun on stream. Quote, "Indefinite ban for unloaded gun on stream. Crying smiley face. At Twitch, it's my first ban or even warning. An indefinite is insane. But regardless, I'm still very sorry and just want to play my silly horror games for my ghoulburs." Now, she also clarified later on that she had never pointed the gun at the camera, at herself, or anyone else over the course of the stream. This was just having an unloaded gun on stream, and Twitch had just banned her for it. Now again, if you want to make the argument that the message they are trying to send is the idea that guns in general are unsafe and shouldn't be shown on stream, yes, that's a little inconsistent because other people have done that before, but on its own and in a vacuum, yes, maybe that ban decision would make sense if that was indeed the idea that they were going for, the message that they were trying to send. Small problem, though. That wouldn't turn out to be the message that they were trying to send, because only 2 days before this, before Eros Valentine was banned indefinitely for the crime of showing an unloaded gun on stream, Ms. Kiff and Extra Emily, 2 Twitch streamers from Austin, would end up going live, and during this stream, Ms. Kiff would end up presenting Emily with an unloaded pistol, and she would remove this pistol from the this little case that he gave it to her in, check that it was unloaded before doing something very silly with the gun. Let me play the clip.
There it is.
Oh yeah, the gun had OTK branding as well, I forgot to mention. That's why it was shown during the stream.
Wow!
Holy God, Jesus Christ. Okay.
I've used
Okay.
guns before.
At this point, very safe, right? Not really, well, kind of pointing at herself, which is a little, I'm going to be honest, a little retarded. But at least she's not holding the trigger down. She has her finger off the trigger. She's holding it only by the stock.
Holy God, Jesus Christ. Okay.
I've used
Okay.
guns before. Here's the magazine.
Yep, not checking the chamber. Classic.
Here's another. You have 2 magazines.
They're clips.
Sorry, clips. What's this? A magazine?
No, they're all clips.
Oh, what's a magazine then?
It's different.
Oh, okay, I don't know what I'm talking about. And then you go bloop, and you go.
Holy shit, Emily fucking
There's nothing in here. Nice.
Then she would end up pointing it at Miskiff and at the camera. Yeah, I know several people who've done gun content on Twitch, including Sheena, Leaflet, Gotcha Guns, and Sleepy. Exactly. So it's very obvious that the gun content itself is not the problem, which is what makes it all the more perplexing that they chose to nuke Eros Valentine.
I've got a lot of gun tooting streams.
Do you really trust me to make sure that the gun is properly put away?
Huh?
There could be like just an extra bullet in there. And you're going
I'm not putting my hand on the trigger. I'm not that stupid. I think. Okay.
Chad, would she get a 7-day ban if she killed me?
Is that it? Not even 2 weeks?
And there it is. So, in this one clip, she removes a gun out of its case, doesn't check to see if it's empty, proceeds to point it at the cameraman, at herself as well, and jerks it around as a pantomime of shooting it. Granted, she didn't have her finger on the trigger, but neither did Eros Valentine, and yet Valentine received an indefinite ban, and yet for this, Extra Emily didn't receive a ban at all. In fact, over the course of her entire career, I checked, she's only received 2 bans. Funnily enough, both of them appear to have been for driving while being on stream, because she made the mistake of looking at her phone without stopping the car. But that aside, and the abundant amounts of retardation in that, she doesn't seem to have suffered any form of repercussion for what was shown in this clip of that particular Miskiff stream. And Miskiff didn't receive a ban for this either, which again brings us back to how perfect an example this is of Twitch's enforcement double standards. Made all the more rich by the fact that this happened the very same day that the Patch Notes episode went live. And so at the end of this, we have Twitch with a very silly medal pinned to its chest. It is, by all accounts and from all angles, very abundantly obvious that Twitch does not enforce its rules fairly. And if we want to, as Giga suggested, point out those inconsistencies, hopefully now, people who've watched this stream are equipped with a bunch of very concise case studies where the example is so blatant that the attempt at arguing subjectivity is no longer really possible. Because that was exactly what I was trying to eliminate in picking these case studies to begin with. And so, however, we have the data, right? That was half the battle. Getting data. Moving outside of the VTuber sphere to start looking at more examples of other streamer behavior so we can start doing a bit of a compare and contrast to really stress test that claim by Clancy that VTubers aren't subjected to some sort of more harsh penalty compared to IRL streamers. I think it's pretty obvious how bullshit that is at this point. Even if you can quibble as to why the unfair treatment exists, whether it's because of those specific IRL streamers being big names on Twitch or favorites of the platform, or whether it's because they're simply just IRL streamers and that is the one and only reason behind the inconsistencies. Right? Feel free to argue about that. But I don't think anyone can argue with the assertion now that Twitch enforces its rules unfairly. The past 6 months has shown that assertion by Clancy to be a complete and bold-faced lie. However, now that we have the data, there comes the question of what do we do with it? And here's where the second thing that we can draw from Giga's response to the patch notes episode comes into play. Because remember that she said that the most charitable assumption that we can make about Twitch, their reason for this inconsistency, is that they can't afford, the poor little streaming platform can't afford enough moderators to review their ban decisions, their enforcement decisions, and ensure consistency that way. Because too many of their resources are tied up taking care of the overall state of Twitch as a platform. See, if you want to make the argument that this is not just present, but inexcusable, you are going to have to nullify that defense. Like a spider moving in on a struggling insect. You need to make sure that all avenues of escape are firmly cut off. That the target in question is completely paralyzed before you attempt to go for a kill shot. And, well, in order to paralyze that particular excuse, that deflection, that attempt at justification, let's take a look at the overall state of Twitch as a platform. The problem is the moderators. See, that's what all of us were saying. That's why all of us were looking at what Twitch was trying to say to Giga and what Giga was trying to say in defense of Twitch and unilaterally going, yeah, that argument doesn't make a lot of sense now, does it? And so, if you look at the overall state of Twitch as it exists, it hasn't been doing too hot over the past few months. In a tweet that was released by ZanVT, Gil Thunder, relatively recently actually, he outlines how if you go to stream charts and actually compare and contrast the relative statistics, do a little bit of number monkeying and compare the relative statistics in terms of usage rates between this year and last year among the major streaming platforms, Twitch has taken a massive hit in its relevance, or at least in its rate of, its rate of growth, or I should say contraction. According to Zan, in the span of 2 years, Twitch has lost 600 million hours watched, YouTube has gained 4 billion, and Kick has gained 700 million. In other words, Kick gained more watch time than Twitch lost. In case you didn't know what that means that Twitch is actively contracting while Kick is actively growing. And that is a very scary thing to acknowledge in a competitor to your streaming service. Kick also used to be worth 0.5%. Now it's now almost 4% of, general watch time. Twitch used to be worth between 20 to 25%. Now it's barely 16%. Twitch is losing more and more every day. In 2023, during October 7th, Twitch region locked Israel, not Gaza, Ukraine, or Russia. The lock was a full year. Lawsuits were being filed. Oh yeah, no, I talked about that the last time I had a stream on Twitch as well. Yeah. And so if you just look at these charts, you can see very obviously that, yeah, Twitch is starting to contract, even while its second biggest competitor, or third biggest competitor going off of the charts, if we count TikTok, seems to be growing. So immediately, numbers-wise, it's not looking too hot. But that still leaves the question, why is Twitch contracting? What about the overall state of the platform has made its users start to become more frosty towards the platform? And to that, we're going to need a whole number of new case studies, a whole new set of examples to tie consumer sentiment to. Kazoo, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Welcome to the 10 new Footstools. Congratulations to all of you on getting sniped, and I hope all of you enjoy being able to use those emotes. Starting with, it's funny because there's been almost at least one controversy that shows why consumer sentiment towards Twitch is rapidly deteriorating, at least one every single month since the start of this year. And we will start with March 7th, when on a podcast ran by Dexerto co-founder Mike Kent called Unfiltered, Amaranth would make an appearance, and she would talk about what it was like to stream on Kick and stream on Twitch. And in the opening sections of this podcast, this little interview between the two, one of the talking points that Amaranth would discuss with Mr. Kent was the idea of comparing and contrasting how the enforcement was handled between Kick and Twitch. And during the section where they were talking about how Twitch enforces its guidelines, Amaranth would end up dropping a little bit of an interesting tidbit of information regarding how Twitch has quote-unquote mellowed out over the years since Dan became CEO. And this runs from between 1 minute 35 seconds to 2 minutes 15 seconds in the original video on YouTube. But I will play the clip over here. Hold on, let me just mute the music for a second.
I believe there's a headline that was Amaranth slams Twitch staff over ban policy. They don't even communicate.
So essentially how this podcast format works is this Dexerto guy brings up various Dexerto headlines, pitches that, reminds them, poses them to their interviewee, and gets their thoughts about it. Basically asks them to react to the articles that were written about them and the subjects, the topics that those articles were framed around. In this particular case, he brings up an article titled Amaranth slams Twitch staff over ban policy, quote, they don't even communicate. And this is what he's now asking for her thoughts on, that particular issue about Twitch enforcing bans without communicating with the banned streamers.
So, and that was back in 2022. So do you think since then that there's actually a lot more communication
Oh yeah,
with
definitely
the likes of
now.
Dan coming in?
Yeah, for sure. Like I've gotten my account like unshadowbanned just by talking to him, and he was like, "Oh yeah, it's the algorithm doing that. Like there's like a feature that locks your account under, I guess it was like mature content. And it was like locked for a year." And I was telling him like, "Hey, like I don't just do streams that are like showing a butt cam or anything like a lot of other girls were doing. Like I'm actually doing like IRL stuff. I stream with animals." And he's like, "Oh, you're right. I'm going to take that off your account."
Oh, that's pretty good of him.
Yeah.
So, two very interesting bits of information. One, that their automated system for forcibly applying content guidelines does not just slap labels onto people's streams, but it actually has the ability to shadow ban accounts. We knew this, but it's nice to have this being confirmed out loud. I'm not like other girls, I have animals. Yeah, it is funny how she kind of throws that in there as a kind of, this play acting and being perfectly innocent. Not like she pioneered at least 5 different porn metas, but whatever. If Twitch was run by anyone who thought with their brains instead of with their dicks, I guarantee that Amaranth would have been permabanned off the platform a long time ago. But in any case, so that was the first little tidbit of information that just, confirmed to us. The second thing, which is more interesting, is how that feature was immediately disabled upon Amaranth merely reaching out to Clancy and requesting it personally. And with no question, no protest. He basically just nodded along and went, yes, I agree. What an injustice. I will fix this immediately. Forgive the Twitch system. It's just our bot acting up. So it's just that easy, guys. If you want to get an appeal through, just talk to the guy. Just tell Clan Dancy, personally, and he'll make good your concerns. Ugh. Hold on, let me get to this. Funless, thank you for the super. Mike Kent sounds like Aussie Mr. Hunt. Not quite, no. Kent is more how I would expect Kent. That's more in line with a Kiwi accent or a New Zealand accent than it would be with an Aussie accent. Because we would actually just say, I can't say it because YouTube is racist against Australians, but yeah. That we would usually just say the word exactly as it sounds. But the thing is with Kiwis, they have a speech impediment where their vowels become lazier because their tongue won't move off of the bottom of their mouth. And so their U's tend to become E's, and their E's tend to become U's. It's why when they say deck, instead of saying deck, they tend to say dick, and stuff like that. So, yeah. Mike Kent sounds a lot closer to the way that a New Zealander would say it than an Australian. New Zealand decad went around my school for a while? Yeah. Same here. I think it is a rite of initiation for high school cohorts worldwide. I wouldn't give it up for the world, Aquaric. I wouldn't give it up for the world. But in any case, no, seriously. Try listening to any Kiwi speak, like someone, especially someone who comes from areas like Auckland, for example. And once you start hearing it, you can't unhear it. If you ever want to try and mimic the way that Kiwis speak, by the way, it is part of it, a large part of it, is just not moving your tongue, basically. And just once you do that, just let it relax on the bottom of your mouth, let it chill. And then you're about a fifth of the way there already. But in any case, so already not a great look for the trustworthiness of the Twitch moderation if the best form of appeal is to just be friends with Dan Clancy, Lamau. Skill issue if you can't do that. But then we move on to March 20th, the end of the month, only barely 2 weeks afterwards, when an account by the name of Kahi Kuzu would end up making a post on Twitter stating, an unlikely event has occurred, or in the unlikely category, and I would assume that translates in French to unlikely turn of events. The Japanese fighting game player, Daigo the Beast, who to my knowledge is a professional fighting game player, never received his Twitch trophy for 5 million hours of viewership. That's because the trophy was sent to French streamer Poncefleur instead. So, to give you the rundown, this guy had just reached the milestone of having 5 million hours of watch time. And instead of sending him his trophy, somehow they managed to send it to a completely different person in fucking France. I'll just play the clip. Hold on, let me mute the music again.
C'est aussi lourd du coup.
Attends, mais bro, je viens de capter un truc, c'est la première fois que je le regarde vraiment.
Ouais.
Il y a écrit quoi, toi, dessus?
Ouais, il y a écrit Wingo, 5 millions, hours watch, Twitch.
J'ai un truc à vous dire, c'est exceptionnel. J'avais pas. C'est la première fois que je le regarde, c'est pas le mien. C'est pas le.
Imagine, instead of a fighting game player, someone who grinded for hours to hone his skills, beating fools on the battlefield, in the arena. You get fucking French instead.
Le mien?
Non.
Je vous jure que c'est vrai, c'est Daigo the.
Celui de Rive.
Non, c'est Daigo the Beast TV. Je vous jure que c'est vrai, c'est pas le. Je vous promets. Attendez. C'est un banger. C'est qui ce man? Daigo the Beast TV.
Mais quoi?
Je te.
Oh, non,
ah, mais c'est vraiment un streamer!
This is so French, I love it.
Mais c'est c'est pas le mien, je n'ai pas le mien!
He even laughs in a French accent. But in any case, so, in terms of, yeah, that level of incompetence is quite something to wrap your head around. Because how the fuck do you make that mistake? Their names are nothing alike. They live in different countries. Their nationalities are basically polar opposites in terms of worldwide context and possibly genetic sequencing. So, how the fuck did you manage to pull this off? But what's more, this sent a very clear message that even among the streamers that hit massive milestones, whose achievements on paper at least, Twitch would be very much incentivized to celebrate, were not really people that Twitch gave a fuck about. And to be honest, it's not really a new trend either. A lot of people will remember back when Kaisenat became the most subbed Twitch streamer on the platform, Twitch sent him a gift, but it wasn't some sort of custom trophy or anything like that. Not something that he could hang up or keep on his mantelpiece as a signifier of his achievement. No, some people may remember, Twitch sent him fucking purple sneakers. Yeah. Send the African American streamer a pair of sneakers to celebrate his success. I'm sure there's nothing wrong with that in terms of optics. But in any case, that was what Twitch ended up doing. And you can, if you go back and actually watch clips of Kai unboxing that gift from Twitch, you could see in his face the light die in his eyes as he opened the box and instead of a trophy, just saw the ugliest sneakers you could imagine. Just sitting in there encased in a bunch of, paper stuffing, just waiting to be taken out. So, yeah, it's not old news, but it is certainly something that we can put to rest as, well, a fact at this point, that Twitch doesn't really give a shit about even its top performing streamers. In terms of which streamers get shown favor, it seems to be completely arbitrary. And arbitrary according to whom? Well, to the staff, of course. And that ties in quite neatly to the next part of the problem. The fact that no one in their right mind trusts Twitch staff. Because the next month, in April, we would get yet another fresh controversy in the form of the ghost of old malpractice come again to haunt the reputation of the platform. When on April 20th, on the Sweet and Sour podcast, co-hosted between Lily and Pokimane, Pokimane would end up sharing a story, a horror story, about a member of Twitch's trust and safety team masquerading around as her romantic partner in order to presumably get into the pants of female members of her community. The segment in particular starts at 33 minutes 23 seconds in the original podcast episode titled Trauma Dumping, Trigger Warning, Pokémon's Twitch Incident, and Lily's Relationship Trauma, episode 32 of Sweet and Sour, where Pokimane goes on to describe how, around 2019, give or take 1 year, a member of Twitch's trust and safety team attempted to ingratiate himself with female members of her community by pretending to be in a relationship with her. He would claim to have been in a romantic, asexual, and, most importantly, an abusive relationship with her. And essentially what he would do is he would LARP as her boyfriend and say that she had been cruel, that she had been abusive with him, that they had had several falling outs and making ups as a way of soliciting sympathy from said female members of her community. This was in spite of the fact that this individual and Pokimane herself had never met face to face and had only, primarily interacted with one another via her own stuff. So he never really even had any sort of direct dealings with Pokimane. It was just this thing that he pulled out of his ass through the power of sheer schizo and creep factor. Now, as you can probably imagine, the fact that this was a member of Trust and Safety doing this is not a great revelation. But what made this even worse was because this particular member of Trust and Safety, according to Pokimane, was given the specific responsibility of combating female-aimed harassment on Twitch as a platform. That's just a completely separate layer of irony on top, one that completely nullifies and is absolute poison to the whole Twitch branding of, oh, we want to be inclusive and we care so much about our community, especially our streamer community. Because if creatures such as this, allegedly human members of staff such as this are the people behind the screen making moderation decisions, it is no wonder, and stories like this are part and parcel, both consequence and exacerbating factor behind why nobody in their right minds believes anything that Twitch does or says. However, that is not all. Because you may ask, in light of this environment of favoritism, in light of this environment of perplexing moderation decisions and thoroughly unqualified and unvetted moderators, how then do the actual moderation decision, the times where it's not as easy as just asking people not to moderate against you, etc., etc. In the cases where a streamer has to receive an enforcement decision, in situations where it is not possible for the mod team to exercise their ingrained personal prejudices and abstain from enforcing a penalty altogether, in situations where Twitch has their hand forced, how does that work? And to answer that question, we would go to May, 26th of May, 1 month later, where XQC would go live and divulge, yet again, another very interesting tidbit of information, where he would leak that Twitch will sometimes contact their biggest streamers for the express purpose of working out a ban around their schedule. Now, I don't know about you, but if you have the privilege of being consulted on the most convenient time for you to receive a ban, that's not a ban, my guy. That's basically a holiday. Quote, when you're about to get banned, they send you a DM. And this was in reference to Hassan's handling of the Israeli embassy shooting in the same month, specifically in his decision to read aloud the manifesto of the shooter live on stream. Now, I'll play this clip from XQC. It may be a little hard to make out what he's saying because it's the juicer, but for the most part, I think it is mostly understandable.
Take off.
Okay, chat, guys. I will leak, guys. I will leak a secret. I'm gonna leak a secret. Ready, chat? Guys, I don't know if it still works like that. Back in the days, it worked like that. Okay, when you're about to get banned, they send you a DM. Your partner manager will send you a DM and will contact you. Okay, and if it's like, oh, dude, can we hold off until this day, or whatever? Sometimes they'll listen. Okay, it wouldn't surprise me if they timed the ban so where like it would be as half day off or day off or whatever. It is what it is. That's just kind of how it goes. That's like, it's like a known thing. When I had my like week ban for like a cheating or whatever, they're like, yeah, they're gonna get banned from this day. I just took it how it is, but I think there's like a conversation or whatever on yo, there's a week ban now, whatever. Or last time it was, oh, when you're gonna end your stream, you're probably gonna get banned. That's what
I like how XQC's pace of speaking starts and stops like a like a car with a bad engine. But in case you couldn't make out what he's saying there, he's basically clarifying that, yeah, he has had instances in the past. He knows that this is a fairly common practice where when Twitch decides that they want you to be banned for certain streamers, they will have their partner managers reach out to them and then ask, have their partner managers reach out to them and be receptive to the idea of scheduling bans around their personal, whatever they have going on. If you are a streamer of a certain standing and or size, you can simply reach out to your partner manager and request to have a ban take place on a certain day/days.
Was the one before that ban. It was
okay, but on times 0.25 speed. I wonder if there is a way. Oh, there is. Okay. Hold on. Let me slow it down to like 0.75 and see if that's more natural.
Take off.
Okay, chat, guys. I will leak, guys. I will leak a secret. I'm gonna leak a secret. Ready, chat? From this. Okay, it wouldn't surprise me if they timed the ban so where like it would be as half day off or day off or whatever. It is what it is. That's just kind of how it goes. That's like, it's like a known thing.
It really does work surprisingly well.
When I had my like week ban for like a cheating or whatever, they're like, yeah, they're getting banned from this day. I just took it how it is, but I think there was like a conversation or whatever on yo, there's a week ban.
Coherent XQC doesn't exist. He can't hurt you.
Now whatever. Or last time it was, oh, when you're gonna end your stream, you're probably gonna get banned. That's what it was. The one before that ban. It was, and I was like, okay, well then I'll stay live until fucking like 3 AM or some shit like that. Because I mean, and that's what I did. What?
Hateful Monicus, thank you for the 2. How is he so much more intelligible? It's crazy, right? I figured that was obvious when Amaranth publicly said she had to call Twitch to ban herself years back. Oh yeah, no, this was already obvious. But again, I'm simply hammering home why over this year in particular, we've been given a fresh set of essentially case studies, examples, and data in order to really affirm that the overall state of Twitch, no better, actively getting worse.
Yeah, they probably asked them to. There's probably a chance that they've contacted him yet, and so they organize his ban properly. But it's not too crazy because he did the action like a day before. Also, I think manifestos are cringe as fuck. The fact that Hassan had his Chinese emote in mode, yo, if I was reading this shit and I was emote and the chat was saying hearts and sages, bro, I would delete my account, Loki. I'm not kidding, bro. I would be so disappointed. I would actually just delete my fucking Twitch account and I would just find find something else to do. That's just fucking bullshit.
And so you start to realize why, optically speaking, being light-handed with Hassan about his handling of the manifesto was probably not a great idea. Because if you are reading aloud a manifesto that someone wrote justifying their decision to kill people because of their identity, and the entire chat was filled with hearts, there maybe you're not doing a good enough job of being critical of the manifesto. Just a possibility there. Now, thankfully, again, Hassan did end up getting banned for this. However, as is the usual case, he was only banned for about a day. Quote, and he would also take to Twitter to complain about even that. Quote, I covered the motives of the Israeli embassy staff shooter. Twitch TOS dictates a suspension for even critical examination of the manifesto. I believe this is a bad policy for news and press freedom. Would you look at that? You have a problem with the way the rules are written. What a shame that it came from this. I believe this is a bad policy for news and press freedom. I'll take the suspension, but hope Twitch changes the policy in the future. And the reason given was improper handling of terrorist propaganda. Can't imagine why he didn't get banned for the Houthi pirate interview, the infamous Luffy glazing. But, well, I suppose late and few is better than never. However, like I said, a lot of people took this to be... Again, a lot of people took this to be a purely symbolic punishment when people realized that he had only been banned for 1 day, 6 minutes, and 20 seconds. Generally speaking, if a platform deems you liable for, glazing a terrorist, generally you would expect them to be banned for a little bit more than just 24 hours. And to be fair, this was a little bit more than 24 hours. It's just that little was far more literal than anyone would have thought. Any rational person, any rational PR person, optics person, marketing person, moderation person would have thought. But it is what it is. And again, this just really hammered home the idea that Twitch has specific golden children. People that they insist on, if not completely giving free reign over the platform, at least only giving slaps on the wrist to. But it gets worse. Because when it comes to things that they actually will enforce, right, things that they actually will insist on penalizing, those are where the priorities become a little bit more funny. Because it's one thing to penalize someone for reading aloud a terrorist manifesto on stream while their audience ends up spamming hearts in the chat. But it's another thing, well, I suppose it's another thing for Twitch when it comes to the topic of simulcasting or multi-streaming. On June 16th, so again, next month, a streamer by the name of Nutty, someone who was responsible for creating a mod that allowed people to merge their Twitch and YouTube chats together on the screen, would end up receiving a 1-day ban. And he would take to Twitter to talk about it, saying, quote, The reason I was suspended was a simulcasting violation. I presume this was for showing multi-chat on stream. Not sure what I will do about my multi-chat widget, so in the meantime I would recommend only using it for Twitch, or at the very least turn off platform icons. And he would show the ban notification on his he would include a screenshot of it in his tweet, saying simulcasting guidelines violation. Date received, June 17th. 1 day suspension. Oh, sorry, I should adjust the date so that it says 17 instead of 16. And then they would outline the various different reasons as to why the simulcasting guidelines, what the simulcasting guidelines are, and give him some ideas to why his ban had been handed out to him. And the on the same day, oh sorry, hold on, give me a second. 1 day, oh sorry. On the same day, this should read 17. I think this is wonky as well. On the same day, he would also make a follow-up post saying, I'll take the suspension, but these guidelines are unbelievably stupid and need to be rewritten. Spoiler alert, he was complaining because they were vague. The exact reason why Giga praised them, funnily enough. By this wording, you technically can't show stream elements / Streamlabs donations on the stream. How the fuck does acknowledging other platforms on stream, quote, exclude or limit the Twitch community? Now, there is a problem with vague guidelines that needs to be acknowledged even as you try to advocate for their usefulness in combating rules lawyers. Because while it is very true that vague guidelines make it more difficult for people to simply try and push the boundaries of what the existing rules are, it also results in there being more subjectivity and therefore opening up more avenues for subjective enforcement and exploitation by moderators, because they have more leeway to simply interpret what is written in the guidelines according to how they see fit. And you can very much see how this might be the case when you read through the simulcasting guidelines. Quote, we believe in giving you the freedom to simultaneously stream to other services, but we also want to ensure that the Twitch user experience is not compromised. To that end, the following guidelines have been established. First, you ensure that the quality of Twitch users' experience of your simulcast is, at a minimum, no less than the experience of other platforms or services. Now, when you read this, at first glance, you might think that this makes a lot of sense, right? Because you might interpret quality to mean graphics quality. Obviously, Twitch wouldn't want you streaming on Twitch in 480p if you're streaming on YouTube at the same time at 4K. But here's where things get a little weird, because then the sentence goes on to say, including your engagement with the Twitch community. For example, chat. And their inclusion of engagement under the umbrella of quality then makes it seem like quality, when they use that word in that sentence, doesn't just refer to literal screen quality, but just the general quality, enjoyability, the enjoyment of the stream. And that is a hell of a lot more subjective than just saying you need to make sure that both platforms are being streamed at the same graphics quality. Now there is a degree of interpretation, subjective interpretation, in whether the moderator, Sumanai, quite literally, whether the moderator feels that the vibes are good, that you're investing enough in making the experience enjoyable for both audiences, despite, being on Twitch or on YouTube. However, that's not where it ends, because the second dot point that they have there is that you should not provide links or otherwise direct your community to leave Twitch for your simulcast on other services, because we value our community on Twitch and the integral role community engagement plays for all Twitch users. Don't include links, you say? Don't put them in your Twitch bios, you say. You'll enforce them with people putting kick in their bios, you say. Where was this energy when people were putting fucking OnlyFans links in their bios? Sure, it was on a link tree, but it wasn't that far removed from their Twitch profiles now, were they? And yet, when the issue is kick, all of a sudden their link trees become a liability. Funny how that works. But you do not use third-party services that combine activity from other platforms or services on your Twitch stream during your simulcast, such as merging chat or other features, to ensure the Twitch community is included in the entirety of the experience of your live stream. Basically, don't merge chat. We want you to treat Twitch chat as something special. And again, what does that mean? Well, that's a little subjective. Skill issue, I suppose. If you fail to adhere to the simulcast guidelines, Twitch will send you a warning prior to take any enforcement action. And again, as a result of the vagueness of these guidelines, it was very much left to interpretation as to what exactly Nutty had been banned because of. However, in lieu of this, in lieu of an actual explanation by Twitch, Nutty would later on discover a more perhaps reasonable, or perhaps more logical justification behind his ban, when a user who was in his chat at the time would end up pointing out, quote, "My guess is that it would probably be the TikTok thing as opposed to multi-chat. It seems absurd to me though. They embrace multi-streaming, even play up the whole creators' ability to go to different platforms only to tell them they shouldn't have multi-chat." This basically references an occasion where during the stream that Nutty got banned for, he ended up having a segment where he asked people to send him Twitch donations so that he could see how the alerts were working on TikTok, which he was streaming on at the same time. And then Nutty would end up quote tweeting this saying, quote, "I actually think this is the real reason I got banned. I was asking my chat to send me TikTok gifts in the middle of my stream to test an alert, which is technically not allowed. If someone gives us a $1,000 dono on YouTube, are we just supposed to pretend it didn't happen?" And then 2 days later, he would then make a follow-up post going more in depth as to his particular gripes with these particular guidelines. Quote, "I am calling for Twitch to amend their guidelines for multi-streaming. It is hostile towards streamers that actually want to be on your platform and be a part of the community. The phrasing is far too vague and leaves the door open for streamers to be suspended simply for engaging with external platforms more than Twitch. More specifically, the third guideline, which prohibits displaying any activity from third-party platforms, needs to be removed. The way it is written technically makes it permissible to suspend anyone even if they are just using tipping platforms like StreamElements/Streamlabs. That's insane. Again, being vague means that you open up a lot of attack surfaces for people who want to enforce the rules against you maliciously. It is ridiculous to say you allow multi-streaming, but then ask your creators to pretend like none of the other platforms exist. We should be allowed to combine charts on screen and acknowledge our viewers that support us even if they come from other platforms. I get that Twitch doesn't want viewers leaving for other platforms, but rules like this show that you don't even have confidence in your own platform anymore. Finally, if you say you're going to issue people a warning beforehand, actually do that. I shouldn't have to wake up to find my account suspended out of nowhere. And if you actually manage to stomach this cringe wall of text, please share it around. I wanted to make a difference in this space. And so, again, quite importantly, what this little saga ended up doing was it conveyed something that Twitch can ill afford to convey at this time where their rivals seem to be growing exponentially faster than themselves. Insecurity in their own product. And what's more, what this signals to their creators, to their streamers, is that if Twitch has a problem with dwindling user bases due to deteriorating quality of experience, the way that they go about fixing it is not going to be fixing the actual issues. It's going to be forcing people to live with them, either by ignoring the communities from other platforms or by basically refusing to engage with other platforms at all, even if they will, superficially say that they endorse doing so. However, at the end of the day, all of these problems share a common thread. And it is a common thread that is very conveniently and almost perfectly summarized and symbolized by the most recent public gaffe that Twitch has committed. More specifically, Dan Clancy has committed. Because it stems as recently as the beginning of this month. Now, this month has been a real shit show, so I don't blame you guys if you've forgotten about this. But, just as a reminder, on July 4th, 2025, sorry, give me a second. Dan Clancy himself, there we go, got the wrong one. July 21st, so only a few days ago, Dan Clancy himself would go live in order to go live for a charity stream dedicated to St. Jude's Foundation. Now, look, this charity stream's admirable endeavors, very understandable if you want to do them, very understandable if it's something that you want to dedicate your time towards. There's nothing wrong with that. It is an admirable and applaudable endeavor. However, the problem is the way that Dan Clancy went about trying to garner attention towards this fundraiser. Because as CEO of Twitch, he has a lot of options. He could have asked other streamers to collab with him, especially bigger streamers. He could have had himself put on the front page of Twitch. Now, granted, it is a little out of touch if he ends up leveraging the privileges afforded to him as the CEO of Twitch in order to garner reach. Because, well, I mean, that would mean that you aren't really willing to go through the experience that every one of your streamers had to go through in order to build up a following and get eyes on their content. But it could be forgiven if it was done for charity. However, instead of using all of these possible, methods of garnering more attention by leveraging the features and functions he has access to as CEO of the platform, instead he chose to do something else. He chose to break Twitch TOS. Because instead of putting himself on the front page or asking for streamers to collab with him beforehand and having that all arranged, he would show up in the chats of other streamers who were live at the time and ask them to raid into his charity stream. For example, this screenshot that was posted by Zach Bussy, with the caption, "It's 2025 and Twitch partners are still self-promoting in people's chats," and showing this chat log by DJ Clancy saying, "I am shamelessly going into chats of streamers I know to ask for raids when they are done. I am doing my first charity stream for St. Jude's as part of the GCX Marathon. Not listening since I am streaming. I am going till 1 a.m. The not listening since I am streaming is the real cherry on top. Because he doesn't want to interrupt his streaming performance in order to do this. No, but he's perfectly fine interrupting somebody else's streaming experience in order to do this. And then just the perfect end to this little chat log. DJ Clancy has been timed out for 600 seconds. And this wasn't the only one, because it turns out he would be going on a chatting spree, as outlined by Yeet, titled in this tweet that had the caption, "Dan Clancy was apparently in multiple streamers' chats today, spamming the same message about raiding his charity stream. For example, in Scene, I am shamelessly going into the chat of streamers I know. Fan, I am shamelessly going into the chat of streamers I know. Gassy Mexican, excellent choice of username. I am shamelessly going to the chat of streamers I know. And finally, Carolyn Kwan, I am shamelessly going into the chat of streamers I know." No idea how many of these streamers immediately timed him out after this, but I'd guess more than just a few. However, as funny as it is to just point and laugh at Clancy doing something this bold and this shameless. This was beyond being a TOS violation, something that had far worse implications for the platform as a whole. Because, and this is something that would end up being picked up later on, this was a sign that the CEO of Twitch, the person in charge of the platform, seems completely and utterly out of touch with the culture of the platform, to the point where he might know what it is, but he is perfectly willing to completely dismiss it for the sake of personal gain. And this was pointed out, as much was pointed out, by Kiba on Twitter as well. Quote, when the CEO doesn't know the culture and etiquette of his own platform, we should probably be concerned. 105,000 likes, 5.7 million views. A lot of people agree with that sentiment, and a lot of people are pissed at Clancy. For some reason or other, some for this, some not. But when this many people, consumers, creators, viewers, and streamers have the same beef with the head of a streaming platform, that streaming platform's, the overall state of the platform doesn't seem to be doing so hot. And then Kiba would go on to clarify to some people who were working hard to take her out of context, saying, quote, wow, Kiba, I can't believe you hate kids with cancer, end quote. Let's make this clear. The issue isn't charity. It's the CEO of the platform disregarding basic streamer etiquette and self-promoting in others' chats, instead of choosing to use the tools he has at his disposal. Front page feature, a promotional banner, Twitch notifications, Twitch emails, social media promotions, etc. It shows a lack of awareness and makes you question how in touch he is with the community. While charity is amazing and should be celebrated, that shouldn't be a dismissal for the importance of respecting boundaries and culture of the platform everyone else is expected to respect. And here is the thing, the underlying problem that infests all of Twitch's decision making. Twitch does not operate off of principles. Twitch operates off of exceptions, preferences, and favorites. That is why it is both unsurprising and deeply troubling that Dan Clancy, the CEO of Twitch, has such a disregard of all of the rules that other people, normal users of the platform, are expected to abide by. And then finally finishing off this tweet by saying, I think the cherry on top is, quote, not listening since I am streaming, Lama Foul. And all of this is pretty bad, right? All of this shows in various different ways that Twitch doesn't seem to care about the platform. That the platform is deteriorating because the people running it don't seem to care. But all of this could still be argued against if Twitch was still doing concrete things to preserve the basic integrity of the platform. Not how good you feel about using it, but just its ability to function as a platform. So long as they were undergoing basic, making sure to maintain basic upkeep on the features and functions of the platform, maybe you can still make the argument that they still care about its overall state. Except at the beginning of July, on July 4th, a streamer would come out by the name of Carnage with complaints about Dan Clancy's inaction over viewbots. This was a concern that had apparently been raised to his attention 2 years ago, and in all that time, the streamer had received no further follow-up, despite the fact that it was a primary concern of both him and others like him. The streamer in question, a creator by the name of Carnage, with over 1.7 million followers on Twitch. So this was a big player. This was no nobody. And yet, this existential threat to Twitch's ability to continue operating, raised by a content creator that was this large in size, had been shrugged off, apparently, by Dan himself, as shown in this clip, taken from Co-Carnage's stream.
Me and Dan Clancy.
Yeah, okay.
And we talked about this issue at length, and that was 2 years ago, and shortly before the F Extra Life stuff happened. So that was when that big push happened initially.
Yeah.
That kind of like started the whole thing, and then unfortunately after that it completely died. It was like that initiative disappeared. There was supposed to be a whole bunch of follow-up stuff to that just never happened, and now here we are. The biggest thing that I'm most concerned about is it's like this could have severe and significant ramifications to the entire platform. Like I am pretty frustrated with Dan. Like on a I am using your platform as a contractor level.
Yeah.
You are not being more responsible in making sure the people that give you money for advertisements know that those numbers are real numbers, that they're seeing.
Let me make this very clear. Twitch, like any other social platform, dies without advertising. And in between this, the whole refusing to tackle the viewbotting problem, alongside the whole covering for Hassan Piker problem, which has already gotten multiple advertisers to pull out of Twitch, they don't really have a lot of advertising left to spare. It makes complete sense that they would end up putting things like erectile dysfunction ads on streams that are marked as being safe for work, because frankly speaking, they don't have the luxury of being choosy with what they take on anymore. Or at least that's what it's beginning to look like. Oh, Master N, hope you have a nice rest, and hope you enjoy the rest of the VOD.
Pretty frustrated at him for not doing his job properly and making sure that that's public knowledge.
Sure.
And if he doesn't do this, every single streamer on this platform should be very frustrated with him in that position doing what he's doing. So like this is a big deal. Like if viewbotting gets allowed on this platform, like every current metric, like River, all the big data stuff, it all goes off public information. All of that becomes garbage if it's just flooded with fake numbers all the time. So it becomes impossible to track, like for anything. Everything loses value when you can't, there's no, yeah, it's gonna be ridiculous if that actually does not, if nothing gets done about it.
Yeah.
You could kill the platform for advertising. You could kill the platform completely if advertisers pull out. I'm gonna bring up something here though, because I was just saying there, I was like, I'm frustrated Dan isn't saying anything. I'm mad at him for not addressing it. But then that led me to think, what if he can't say anything about it? Because what if Twitch can't do anything about it? What if Twitch doesn't have effective tools for identifying and stopping viewbots?
And on that note, that's a pretty grim prospect. Perhaps the reason why Twitch refuses to change is not even because they're too lazy to, but because they simply can't. And what Co-Carnage is doing here with this clip is essentially signaling to other creators that negotiation is impossible, that reasoning does not work, that Twitch doesn't actually care. He says so in the clip. His intention is to make it so that other creators know to get angry, to start saying shit, doing shit, bringing it to more people's attention that Twitch is providing an inadequate service. And that is the whole point behind this review. 6 months ago, Twitch effectively baited a talent from one of the most well-liked companies operating in the Vtubing space on the platform. And they baited her on there in order to use her as a PR prop, to placate the masses, tell everyone everything's okay, everything's under control, it's all in your head, you're not actually being discriminated against. 6 months later, a lot has changed. That company has now changed. The talents are no longer a shield for that company, and in turn, that company can no longer act as a shield for Twitch. And now that it's no longer being passed through a filter of a personality that people are inclined to like, or get along with. Now, hopefully, the message can get through a little bit easier. Twitch is enforcing its moderation unfairly. To every Twitch VTuber who may come across this VOD who might be watching right now, know this. This has always been the case, but it's been harder to get across in the past because Twitch has had more tools at its disposal to essentially gaslight you via positive PR. Twitch doesn't give a shit about you, any of you. They are discriminating against you. It is very abundantly obvious at this point that there are double standards in how they enforce. It frankly does not matter whether it's a site-wide problem or a VTuber-specific problem, because at the end of the day, it is still a problem that affects VTubers on Twitch. And so, the first step in actually fixing a problem is finally being able to acknowledge that, yeah, it's there. It's very much there. It is very obvious. Hopefully, the case studies I've shown you, by giving you a side-by-side comparison between VTubers being penalized for doing something and other streamers doing literally the exact same thing, if not worse, in real life, on camera, being, going completely unpunished. Hopefully now it's more abundantly obvious and harder to argue against, harder to mask that, yeah, they are discriminating against you guys. It doesn't matter why. It doesn't matter if they're doing it simply because you're smaller, or because you're 2D, or because of some other half-assed arbitrary justification. They are doing it. Get mad. And the reason why I say get mad is because up until now, there has been this illusion that Twitch has constantly been trying to push in the hopes that it would help them string the streamers that use their platform along for longer. This idea, the illusion that there is still a discussion to be had. That at the end of the day, Twitch is still run by reasonable people. It is a reasonable platform. And that by having open and honest dialogue with them, by establishing these dialogues, by having these conversations, these friendly, amicable, civil conversations with representatives from their company, like Dan Clancy, like Mary Kish, like whatever other face of the company they decide to push forward for a week or so. That doing that is productive in any way, shape, or form. Wake up, guys. It hasn't worked because they don't give a shit. They don't care. No one's listening. No one's there. Any attempt at establishing a civil dialogue is going to be wasted on them because they are not approaching you guys in good faith. It was abundantly obvious in the interview, despite Giga and her sycophants trying to say otherwise. It was very, very obvious that Dan Clancy walked into that interview with an agenda to fulfill, which was to signal to all VTubers and all VTuber fans watching that they should calm down and it's all in their heads. It wasn't. Spoiler alert, 6 months later, we can finally have more evidence to prove what a bit of a recurring theme this week, to be honest. Finally prove objectively the thing that was in front of everyone's eyes the entire time. No, it wasn't all in your head. They are actually doing this. They are not worth negotiating with. You can't establish a dialogue with people who won't listen. And Twitch is, at this point, indisputably run by people who won't listen. And now that we can finally move away from wasting our time trying to win over the people running this platform who don't seem to give a shit, assuming they don't actively despise the VTubers who use their platform, now we can move on to doing stuff that actually does work. Because the reason why I've been so anal about driving home the point that you shouldn't try to bother attempting to establish a dialogue with Twitch, that you shouldn't bother trying to communicate with Twitch, is because, historically speaking, that has never worked. The ambassadors are mascots. The Creator Club had their founder banned without appeal. Couldn't even get to talk to a person. Purely symbolic. Purely tokenistic. They don't do shit. They can't do shit at this point. So, what actually works? Throughout the entirety of the past year or so, when we've looked at controversy after controversy, ban appeal after ban appeal that has been denied after one after another, what is the only thing that has actually worked in terms of reversing a wrongful enforcement action? The answer is Twitter. Twitch seems to unironically care more about Twitter than they do about their own fucking platform. They don't have an appeals process. Not really. Going to Twitter and getting a shit ton of likes has proven itself to be the far more effective appeal tactic than anything that you can do through their platform's official portal. And so, what I want to encourage among Twitch streamers who might come across this stream or who are watching this stream is, going forward, if you ever have any sort of problem with Twitch, the way that you need to think about it is not interacting with Twitch itself, not interacting with their representatives. They are not the other party in the act of communication. They should not be your audience because they will not listen. Instead, reframe the way that you approach interacting with Twitch to using them as a prop instead. Your real audience is on Twitter, the people who might be sympathetic to your situation. Take the facts of your matter, present them in a way that gives context to what surrounded the enforcement action, and using that, present your case using Twitch to the public. Don't bother presenting your case to Twitch. That's not going to fucking work. Use Twitch to make your case to the public. And if the public decides that you are making a good case, if they swarm your social media, boost your numbers, add engagement to your tweet, Twitch will be forced to listen anyways. Historically, that's the only thing that has worked. Going forward, bear that in mind as well. If we ever, I honestly have doubts about this because I'm a pessimist, but if we ever get another VTuber Twitch CEO interview, I hope that everyone who watched the last one and who has been keeping up with the state of the platform and its slow decline over the past few months will go into it understanding that you are not communicating with an ally. You are not communicating with somebody who cares about your well-being, or cares about your content niche, or cares about your peers. Because that has proven itself to be a very clear, very egregious lie. Instead, go in and actually represent the concerns that other VTubers who stream on Twitch have been ranting and raving about for years. Don't mince your words. By all means, be civil, but be firm. Be clear. Don't pussyfoot around things. Don't try to play nice. It's not going to work. It's wasted time and effort. And some may still be hung up on how is that constructive. Simple. Twitch is no longer your target audience. The person you're speaking to is nothing more than a prop. A prop to help you communicate with the real audience, other Twitch VTubers. The sooner and the more Twitch VTubers wake up to the fact that the platform genuinely, really doesn't give a shit about them, the better. Because if you live your life on that platform as a creator, if you put all your eggs in that basket, expecting that when things get tough, someone's going to come and care about you, spoiler alert, no one is. Because the platform doesn't give a shit, and it's not run by people who give a shit. I'm looping about this, but that's because for so long, it's been so tough to get that through people's heads, and it's become especially tough after the last patch notes episode. Because both Dan and Giga were effective tools in trying to get people to believe the illusion that Twitch somehow cares, somehow has some sort of consistent policy, or the well-being of the platform and its streamers in mind, when none of that is the case. And it has borne out to be quite clearly, well, it is borne out to be quite clearly not the case over the past few months. Very difficult to argue otherwise when the evidence is right in front of you. And so the next time, if a Vtuber is able to get up close and personal, ask some questions. Don't hold back. Ask the tough ones. Because at that point, you're not trying to salvage your relationship with Dan Clancy or Twitch. There is no salvaging that. The only thing that you can get out of it is waking people the fuck up. Showing them how little they actually care by making them answer the questions that everyone's been asking. And, well, if you can't do that, then you don't really serve as much of a voice for VTubers anyways. But in any case, that is about all I had for this particular stream. I just wanted to use it to sort of reverse all of the psyoping that the first patch notes episode did, now that we have more time and more data. It has been exasperating to see how quickly some VTubers, some pretty big VTubers honestly, were willing to 180 on their stance regarding Twitch, despite the fact that nothing in their policies have changed, nothing in their behavior has changed, and all of their previous baggage is still there. And purely because it was Giga talking to Dan Clancy, they were willing to turn their opinion on the platform around, even if only for a short while. And seeing that was extraordinarily exasperating. This whole using people as flesh puppets for messages thing is, well, I mean, Vtubing is not unique in terms of how effective it is in this industry. It's going to be effective in any entertainment industry. But especially in Vtubing, I feel it is exasperatingly effective on most people, even people who I think should know better, because they are content creators themselves. But yeah, change is scary, I know, but this is what I'm saying, right? The thing is, I don't want people to think that there is some sort of weird binary between, you know, having to believe that everything is alright at Twitch and you can still cope but by believing that someone in their upper management cares, versus, okay, it's fucked, just, everything's on fire, leave everything behind, just go somewhere else. It doesn't have to be either of those two things. But the push to drive people to start spreading out across different platforms has to come from somewhere. And for a lot of creators, the thing that is the obstacle in the way of them being able to finally make that jump psychologically is that degree of cope. Maybe they'll make an exception for me. Maybe I'll be able to get in with someone who is high up in Twitch. Maybe I'll be able to make a few friends who do have contacts inside of Twitch. That doesn't fucking work. Especially not for smaller creators who don't have access to that resource. Or that privilege. As cringe as it is to use that term in that manner. Being able to speak to Dan Clancy directly is not a solution. It is a privilege afforded only as a benefit when you are part of a specific clique. That's it. If you really want change, they're going to need to be policy-based. They're going to need to be enforcement-based. They're going to need to replace their moderators with actual professionals or hire more. Thing is, none of those seem to be realistic. And so, you have to go from trying to seek a solution from Twitch to trying to use Twitch as a solution to the problem in general being people coping about the state of the platform. The first step in being able to properly negotiate with a hostile party is recognizing the fact that they are hostile to begin with. It sounds obvious, but you'd be surprised at how many people seem bent on missing that integral first step. Why don't you be the first big streamer to leave Twitch? I've only ever existed on Twitch as a viewer. I have no interest in streaming on that platform. Mostly because, well, I don't like using Twitch as a viewer, and so I feel like I can't cater well to other people who do like using Twitch as a viewer. The whole culture around how people use Twitch as viewers doesn't really gel with me, to be completely honest either. I prefer if I look at my chat and I see people typing words, not just spamming emotes. If Giga was going to put her foot down and really play hardball, they probably wouldn't have chosen her. Oh yeah, I know. But again, that was them. Okay, so when, I said this before, right? But when Twitch picked Giga, that was them making a decision based off of an assessment of her. Now, if she had played hardball, she would have proven that they had underestimated her. But as it turns out, their assessment seems to have been perfectly accurate to the purpose that they had in mind. You like having conversations instead of brands? Yeah. Okay, of course now you... Of course you guys just start spamming emotes immediately after I say that. Look, I don't get Twitch culture, not really. I much prefer just like watching the VTuber, you know? But like, I don't get Twitch culture, but I'm not going to say that it's, you know, bad. Yeah, I do think that it kind of discourages critical thinking, but I'm not going to pretend that just because you look at things on YouTube, you're suddenly mysteriously more intelligent, right? That's not how it works. But it just, Twitch culture just seems so... I'm probably not going to be able to come up with a way of describing it that I'm content with off the top of my head at this very moment. But it feels so... It can feel very hugboxy and sycophantic. Although maybe that's because... not even that. It's like a mix between sycophantic and dopamine starved, I suppose. Brain dead? Kind of. Jen Wiggles, how did Giga let herself? I said before in the previous stream, I assume she went in there with the intention of having a good faith conversation, expecting that Clancy would do the same. He didn't. He wasn't planning on doing that. It's very obvious from the get-go. And it's become increasingly obvious given how the platform has gone and how nothing has changed. Things have actively gotten worse over the months since. Like at that point, I will say, to be generous, to be charitable, in January where I did the React... Sorry, did I do it in January or February? I think in February when I did the React stream and I criticized, you know... I criticized the interview for being an exercise in futility because, you know, because I said, according to me, Dan Clancy had no intention of actually engaging in that conversation in good faith. He didn't mean anything he was saying, right? At that point, if I got pushback from people saying, oh, you don't know that, oh, you know, why do you believe that, etc., even if, you know, if we ignore all of the prior data that we have about how Twitch does things, right? I could forgive those people for saying that at that point in time, because again, the patch notes episode had just happened. We didn't know how things were going to pan out, etc., etc., etc. So disagreeing with me on that basis, perfectly fine, understandable. I still think it's kind of dumb, but I can forgive it. But at this point in time, if you're still insisting on that, you need to be studied if you still believe it now, after everything that has happened over the past 6 months alone. I like Giga. If I'm being completely honest, Giga seems to have a tendency to always want to project that she has the upper hand in terms of experience and or knowledge that can at times make her very difficult to sympathize with. It is, funnily enough, and I've seen this comparison pop up more than once, it is quite similar to pirate software, where if you view them as a figure of authority, then they are very likable. But if you view them as a figure with dubious authority, then it becomes incredibly difficult to sympathize with them. They become very unrelatable very quickly if you notice anything that leads you to question their authority. That's actually, funny that you bring that up, because there's something else that I wanted to... There's so many aspects about the Vshojo situation that are such a fucking mess. Okay, hold on. Let me briefly switch over the headhot screen while I retrieve a tweet. I had this bookmarked. Let me... Just give me a second to grab it. Okay. Where is this? Okay, there we go. Found it. Alright, so there are two tweets that I wanted to grab. And these are two tweets that, again, I just don't understand, if I'm being completely honest. Well, I do understand. I just don't understand why posting them seemed like a good idea. Let me just grab the second one real quick. Yeah, the need to portray themselves as the smartest person in the room. It's grating. It's grating. And the moment they end up saying or doing something stupid, it falls apart completely. Okay, there we go. Right. So, there are two specific tweets. I'm going to use this as an exercise in basically explaining, again, this is a topic that I've done to death, but it's evergreen because of the way that Vtubing is as an industry and the way that VTubers tend to be as people. Never vague post if you can avoid it. It is never a good idea. It is possibly the easiest way that you can invite other people to come in, misinterpret what you're saying, and then end up with an entire mess on your hands, right? Because the worst thing about vague posting is people don't even have to be malicious in order to make things spiral out of your control and your hands. Because sometimes your fans may be, they might get a little too excited. They might start reading into your tweets much more than you meant for them to. And then if they start talking en masse, then you have a problem. So there are two specific tweets by Giga that I want to just briefly look at, right? First is this. And the second is this. We'll get to this in a second, but let's break this one down. So this was a reply that she posted in response to the official Vshojo statement where Gunrun admitted to embezzlement, right? Oh shit, Oko, welcome to the stream. Welcome, Oko Raiders. We are going through we're going through some of the tweets that Giga's been making about the Vshojo situation of the past day or so. Yeah, the Kendrick reaction tweet was dumb. Amen. Amen. Okay, so starting off with, so this was Giga's reply to Vshojo, the Vshojo statement, right? And the Vshojo statement, it started off quite notably with with Gunrun saying Vshojo failed, and that was a degree of deflection that Giga starts off her reply by calling out, right? Vshojo didn't just fail; many staff and leadership failed Vshojo. So again, very well warranted, very understandable call out there. Instead of using talent money on operating costs, the company should have shut down or at least informed us. But you used us as cash cows to keep things afloat while keeping us in the dark. You chose to keep the expensive sinking ship going and felt that it was fine to keep paying out to staff you were friends with instead of putting talent first. You've made it abundantly clear that you are okay with not prioritizing the debts owed to the talent who made the company what it is. While saying you will take full responsibility is the correct thing to do, I also think there are many others in the company without the same positive intent as conveyed in this message. In every leadership or staff call I had, you sat back and didn't say much, while you had other staff members that were clearly the ones doing the actual work be the ones to speak. We know which leadership worked on our contracts. We know which leadership constantly sat in VC playing games with staff instead of working on time-sensitive tasks for our events and debuts. By the way, this explains why Matara's art contest was such a ill-advised endeavor, right? Why she had no people to warn her, hey, maybe don't phrase the message in this way on Twitter. Maybe ignore those Twitter freaks. Maybe don't incentivize cynical participation using prize money, etc., etc. This absolutely explains why that event turned out the way that it did. If all of the staff weren't actually giving her feedback, but just busy playing League or some shit. And then finally, we know which staff consistently leaked information about talent. As the CEO, you are the final check, yes, but this means that all checks before you failed too. Can anyone spot the single worst sentence in this entire reply? Because it starts off very strong, and then towards the end it kind of fizzles into something that has uncomfortable implications. If only Giga was hating as hard as Kendrick. I think Giga realized she just didn't see how far the rot went. Well, I mean, cope does things to your ability to perceive, so... Oh, shit. Wait, sorry, my bad. I forgot to switch back. Okay, there we go. We can't see it, Baka. I've been called Baka by Sawa. My life is complete. Alright, yeah, there we go, here. Can anyone spot the one sentence? One sentence that, based on how the next bits of information, based on the information that is about to come over the next few days or weeks, this one sentence can age like warm milk, potentially. No, it's not good intentions. It's not sitting around while your staff worked. Everyone already knows that, and no one blames the talents for that. No one can blame the talents for that if they're being reasonable. It's towards the end. I would say we know which leadership constantly sat in VC playing games. Okay, we're getting closer. Warmer. Yeah. We know which stuff. Exactly, Sumo Knight. But it's that one specific sentence. We know which stuff consistently leaked information about talent. Is anyone going to, name the stuff? Maybe? Possibly? Because I guarantee that the information will be dispersed, right? I guarantee that no one who left Vshojo is going to shut up completely about who these staff who were leaking talent information were, right? They're just going to talk about it behind closed doors. It's going to be this thing that you share in hushed tones with other talents that you're friends with, which is fine, right? It's better than not talking about it at all. But it's things like this that allow the same people, the same creeps, the same bad actors to just simply go into hiding and then come back later. How do I say this? One of the most effective, most convincing, and personally, in my opinion, hardest to dispel arguments against the idea that Vtubing is a community is the complete and utter lack of any sort of coherent moral framework, moral or ethical framework shared among individual creators, communities in this space. Let's take, for example, not even all VTubers or all VTubing. Let's be hyper specific. Let's take specifically Twitch VTubers. No, not even Twitch VTubers. English speaking Twitch VTubers, right? In the past 6 months, we have nuked a woman's career because she tried to push for exclusivity contracts to the detriment of her friends while slandering them behind the scenes. Her punishment was to be excommunicado, persona non grata, almost completely erased from public memory and acknowledgement. Right? And I won't lie, slandering your friends behind their backs, pretty scummy move. Exclusivity contracts, bit more cutthroat than most people are wont to acknowledge in this industry, so I can understand why that would be heavily stigmatized. But I want you to take those things and compare it against someone who leaked the information, personal information, of talents under their care. Which between those two seems like a worse violation of trust? Which between the two seems like it could cause more potential real-world harm? Which between the two is more egregious in terms of the violation that has been committed in terms of that relationship of trust? People cheered on the unpersoning of Cinder, right? And again, I have my reservations about that, but I can understand how that happened. Everyone got excited. We finally had a big bad. But then you will have some Vshojo talents, specifically Giga in this case, vague post about, someone who could genuinely be an actual danger to talents, right? And you have people uncritically simply just clapping along. Like, does no one seem to understand that if this person isn't named, the only thing stopping them from being able to creep their way into other organizations or into the pockets of other people is just your ability to spread gossip about them behind the scenes? Like, I'm sure in certain circles that's very effective, right? But that's the problem. In certain circles. Like, what is... there is no sort of... It doesn't form any sort of coherent moral framework at all. Why do we deem the... Why do we have more respect for the identity of a member of staff who was employed to work for VTubers, who then went on to leak information about the talents under their care? Why do we have more respect for maintaining their identity? Why are more people alright with that than the whole Cinder thing? I will never understand. And not even on top of that, the other thing that makes this extra weird to me is when you look at... Yesterday, Giga thought it was a good idea to just tweet, "Hey guys," along with this screenshot of Kendrick Lamar performing Not Like Us at the Super Bowl. Now, for those who don't understand the context behind this particular image, Not Like Us is a diss track aimed at Drake. A diss track that became famous because of the fact that Kendrick said fuck all to, you know, he said fuck it to the threat of defamation, and he just outright calls Drake a pedophile in it. Just outright accuses him of being a pedophile in the song. And thing is, it became so famous as a song that people started using that specific bar, that specific lyric in the in the diss track, you know, "Not like us," you know, "I heard you like 'em young," "certified lover," "certified pedophile," as slang shorthands for calling someone a child diddler, or at least implying that someone was guilty of some sort of sexual misconduct in some form or fashion. And the thing is, right, people started using this specific frame from his recorded Super Bowl performance as a shorthand for that, as a meme signifying that. Because this is, in terms of the actual video, the exact moment where he says the bar, you know, "I heard you like 'em young," you know, "certified lover," "certified pedophile," whatever, right? This is where he actually says the thing. This is what the frame signifies. Now, I also want you to understand that yesterday was the same day that Vibe made her post alleging that one of the co-founders of Vshojo, Mountain Dew, was a creep behind the scenes. Something that was corroborated by the family of, family's probably not the right word. Something that was confirmed by Aethelstan, who is dating Nyanners, right? Now, I want you to put these two bits of information together in your head, side by side. Imagine that a bunch of ex-Vshojo employees come out and say that the co-founder was a creep behind the scenes. On the same day, Giga posts a screenshot of Kendrick Lamar going, "I heard you like 'em young," with the caption just being, "Hey guys." What do you think people are going to assume based off of those two bits of information being in proximity of one another? People looked at this, and more than just a few of them leapt to the conclusion that, oh shit, Giga's going to drop the dirt on somebody. And that's not it, though, because if it was just that, okay, fine. I can maybe forgive them getting hyped up for their favorite content creator being about to dunk on the evil company, right? But no. Some of the people who were seal clapping at her vague posting about this also went, oh shit, Giga's about to drop she's about to drop a nuke, that there was a sex offender at Vshojo, or that there was a pedophile, or that there was sexual misconduct behind the scenes. Never did it seem to register to those people as they seal clapped to Giga doing such a magnificent power move on Twitter. Never did it register to those people that the implication that Giga knew about sexual misconduct, and instead of either disclosing it or waiting for someone else to speak up who could, instead of just choosing to vague post about it, also implies that she knew about it and did nothing. If that is your interpretation of what this image means, why the fuck would you be applauding this post? It's not stunning and brave if that is actually what it's trying to signify. Because if this does signify sexual misconduct, if this is intended to imply that what was going on behind the scenes of Vshojo was far worse than just embezzlement and unpaid talents, then I'm sorry, but this isn't a good look for Giga or even any of the other talents. Now, I get why she would want to post something like this, right? Oh, I'm about to end their career. It's a hype moment, right? It's aura farming, for want of a better way of putting it. But it is an immensely silly thing to post, given the surrounding context especially. And by the way, this is why you never, ever allow your talents to handle your company's PR. Because individually, right, I understand if on a personal level, Giga would want to post this because it feels empowering, right? It feels good to know that you have information in your hand that you can use to end somebody's career, right? Makes you feel powerful. I get that. The problem is, how does you expressing that interact with the surrounding context? And that's the bit that companies are supposed to do for individual talents. They're supposed to point out the surrounding context. They're supposed to create rules that are based around the surrounding context, based on protecting you from the surrounding context. And sometimes when an individual person wants to go out and, flex themselves a little bit, they create a liability for themselves in that same action. The problem with this image, if you read it as an implication of sexual misconduct that has yet to come to light, going on behind the scenes of Vshojo, what this means, there are two layers to this. The first layer is that so far, everyone who has come out of Vshojo has had the same response. We didn't know about it, right? So then the question becomes, how far back would any possible hypothetical misconduct have gone? How reasonable is it to assume that everyone knows nothing? Especially since people feel comfortable vague posting about it, for fuck's sake. But not even that, right? An argument that I've seen a lot of people use for why the talents have kept silent about certain things, withheld details like, for example, the identity of the staff who were, leaking information about talents, engaging in unethical behavior behind the scenes, is because of NDAs, right? Everyone's, all of the most ardent defenders of Vshojo, the company, while it was still a thing, have now started to try and justify the frequency of vague posting and absence of information by saying, oh, they're still under NDA. Here's the problem, though. If you really are referring to sexual misconduct, NDAs don't cover crimes. I'm sure you guys can put that together, right, in your head as to what that may then imply, right? Because if NDAs can't cover crimes, and you're alluding that you have knowledge of the crime, and you didn't say anything until now, then it's not the NDA that kept you silent now, is it? And that's the implication that the imbeciles seal clapping at this while also interpreting this as an implication of sexual misconduct. That's the thing that I don't think they've cottoned on to yet. Again, I do want to clarify, if you just want to clap this as a power move or whatever, you're entitled to do that. That's perfectly fine. If you're also interpreting this as an implication of sexual misconduct, I can only assume that you now are reconsidering exactly what Giga meant by this. But if you both interpreted this as an implication of sexual misconduct and you're applauding it, I'm sorry. It's terminal. So sad, all the excuses make me think no one will learn anything from this Vshojo situation. At least the IDF charity fund is doing extremely well. Yeah. Welcome to my world, Salwa. Welcome to my world. One of the worst parts of doing this content niche is when you archive enough examples of VTuber companies collapsing, you start to notice patterns. And once you start to notice patterns, you start to realize just how little the industry as a whole seems to learn from the mistakes of people besides themselves. Everyone needs to learn things face first and firsthand. It's impossible for people to look at a collapse and, well, actually, I shouldn't say it's impossible, but it can seem and feel impossible for people to look at a collapse that is happening to somebody else and actually learn from that how to avoid the same thing happening to them. Because the thing is, right? This whole circumstance, everything that happened with okay, how do I say this? Vshojo, the only thing that makes the Vshojo debacle special is who it is happening to. That's it. The talents, specifically Iron Mouse, Giga, Zentrea, Haruka, Kason, Henya, etc., etc., etc. You know, Vibe, Silverville, Yanos. Those are the only things that make what this is, this entire mess, those are the only things making this mess special in any way. In reality, if you've been keeping track of the Vtubing industry, the various corporations that have risen, fallen, even in the past year alone, every single thing that is now coming out about how Vshojo operated has happened in a different, smaller company before. Nobody cried for them. Well, besides their fans and the talents, very much the talents. Besides the fans and talents of those agencies specifically, nobody else gave a shit. Why would they? They were small companies. Their talents had small followings. Nobody would know. And the thing is, there's no... Having a quota for how many people cry over your company's collapse does nothing to actually stop what happened to your company from happening to somebody else, or happening again, or happening to another company. But what does potentially stop the same things from happening is essentially disinfecting the surrounding area with sunlight. If there are bad actors that did things like, for example, leaking confidential information about talents that they were entrusted with, name them. Make it more difficult for them to operate in this space, because this is an entertainment industry. Bad PR is a curse. It is poison. And that's not even... That's not even considering, right? That there might be either sex offenders, or a sex offender, I should say, or someone guilty of sexual misconduct that we haven't seen or heard about yet, right? Because if that is the case, then I can see absolutely no defense for the kind of, oh, we didn't know. Like, what? The thing is as well, this is what made me... This is... Seeing Giga post this... there's no way she didn't know, right? There's no way she doesn't know that this frame is synonymous with calling someone a pedophile, right? Or at least implying that someone is secretly a pedophile. There's no way, right? And the funniest thing is, when I pointed out how ill-advised this vague tweet was, you had you had people coming into the replies going, "Oh, but maybe she didn't know, or maybe she's under NDA, guys. She can only vague post." No, NDAs don't cover crimes. And also, if this is an over-exaggeration of the actual thing that happened behind the scenes, good luck trying to make the argument that this is like, how does a okay? This is the thing, right? The reason why I am especially critical of this is two reasons, right? Usually when a talent puts their foot in their mouth, social media-wise, I can be kind of sympathetic. Because at the end of the day, they're just a talent, right? They don't know any better. Usually in VTubing, more often than not, they are probably at least to some degree poorly socialized and or under a great deal of emotional stress, right? That's understandable. Right? Everyone can say something stupid on Twitter once. But with Giga, two things. One, big part of her brand is the fact that she has a corporate background, right? No one has any idea what that corporate background is, but apparently it's there. Second, she has stated publicly that she was helping Vshojo with their PR behind the scenes. And if this is like what? None of this gels with either of those two assumptions. Because, like, is it normal corporate practice to vague post about possible misconduct? Is it very wise PR to vague post about possible crimes? Like, none of this makes sense from with either of those assumptions. Like, forget don't trust your talents with PR. Like, what was going on here? If this was the degree of capability that Giga was wielding while being in charge, left de facto in charge of Vshojo PR, because apparently their PR team just didn't exist or were busy playing League or snorting coke or something, it's no wonder that every single time something happened, Vshojo just didn't have a coherent response as a company. And it was just individual talents saying whatever it is they want, hoping that it would work. Yeah, it's legit normal to joke about this, just not in open as much or on the nose. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So the problem with this vague post specifically is how it implies knowledge and what it implies knowledge of. And a competent PR person should be able to see that. Like, what the fuck else do you think people were going to assume when you just say, "Hey guys," and you post a picture of Kendrick Lamar just before he raps, "I heard you like him young" during the Super Bowl? Like, what? Also, that's ignoring, right? That's ignoring the opinion I personally hold that using social media to shitpost about possible misconduct, probably not the best medium to do so, right? If you're going to hint at a problem that is that severe, either shut the fuck up, or when you do divulge information, do it in the form of a killing blow. If you don't take their kneecaps, they're going to take someone's scalp. So make sure that you're going for those kneecaps. Don't miss. The problem is when you vague post, your aim is shit. Vague posting, as a general rule, is an imprecise, very inherently imprecise medium for communication. And if what you're dealing with is above a certain degree of seriousness, why the fuck would you vague post about it? So again, here's the conundrum, right? And here's why this vague post is such, in my opinion, one of the stupidest things that I have seen come out of the situation. This is, in my opinion, just below Gunrun outright coming out and saying that he committed embezzlement. If what is being alluded to is not sexual misconduct, right? It's not as severe as sexual misconduct, then this tweet looks like hyperbolic drama baiting in hindsight. Because if you're trying to say that people aren't going to look at this and assume that the implication is sexual misconduct, you are coping out of your mind. Second thing, if it is sexual misconduct, then this tweet is incriminating in hindsight. Because you knew about what was going on, and instead of, actually saying shit, you vague posted about it and risked giving the perpetrators more time to either hide or do worse. There's just no scenario in which this tweet is a good idea, unless you're looking at it through the lens of a sycophant going, oh yay, Giga's about to end someone's career. And by the way, people who do that are unironically the reason why Vshojo was able to get away with using its talents as, PR puppets for so long. Because people just uncritically ate up everything the talents did and said, without bothering to think, okay, what are the implications of this? Why am I being told this by this specific person? Who else might have the responsibility for communicating this to me? Recently, SA statute of limitations has been removed in the US where Vshojo is based, so can't be a reason or excuse not to report. Yeah, exactly, right? So again, none of this makes sense. And Giga specifically, I don't know if it would be a good idea for her to do stuff like this, because again, she has a corporate background, apparently, and she was doing PR for Vshojo, apparently. That's not the same as just being an average talent. You have less excuse to do stuff like this. Like, look, if it was, I don't know, like... Honestly, there is no other talent who just left Vshojo who would look better posting this. I'll be completely honest. This tweet on its own is just awful. This is just... In 10 billion years, never, even if you had, like, in 10 billion years, even if you gave all, 5,000 generations worth of, PR consultants and lawyers all of the things that they could ever dream of and ask for, you would never be able to buy off their ability to tell you not to do something like this, right? Literally, no, not even the JP girls, right? The only, well, actually, maybe the JP girls, but only because people might look at that and go, oh, maybe they don't know this Western meme, right? That's the, I think that is the only case in which posting a tweet like this does not have the potential to age horribly. Because best case scenario, this tweet doesn't age very well if you actually think about it. Worst case scenario, this tweet ages horribly and so does the person posting it. And again, it makes no sense in my head. Because I'm trying to reconcile this with the information we've been told, which is Giga's very corporate-minded. Giga has a corporate background. Giga was hired by Vshojo because they couldn't afford her corporate rates. They hired her as a talent because they wanted to use her services. Giga was helping out Vshojo with PR. Like, none of that computes with this, and specifically the last paragraph of this. we knew which staff consistently leaked information about talent is going to look really, really impotent at best. If nothing comes out of the legal action that Iron Mouse is currently in the middle of with Vshojo. If people don't get names as to who this staff member was, because Shibuya Kaho also came out on Twitter and basically lore dropped that there was a member of Vshojo staff running around leaking information about the talents, right? So there is at least one member of staff who did that, right? People know that they exist, but if they don't get named eventually, this is going to age like fucking milk. Especially if that same person finds their way into some other corporation in this industry and turns a bunch of other talents into victims. Nothing will come out probably. See, the thing is, Iron Mouse has more money than Vshojo does at this point. So, and she did say she was in the middle of legal proceedings. So I am willing to hold out and believe that maybe at some point something else comes out in the future. But I mean, Vshojo seems to prey on people's willingness to wait. That's a recurring theme that has cropped up over and over again over the past few days. Oh, also, another thing. Just to reiterate, yet another reason why vague posting like this is really, really bad in this specific instance, this specific situation. One of the only consistent things about the past 72 hours has been the fact that every time new information comes out about Vshojo, it somehow gets worse. Now imagine you are Giga. I don't know how much she's talking to the other talents behind the scenes. I have no idea if she's even talking to the talents that left before she joined. But from the looks of it, if anything really bad is going to come out, it's going to be coming from the talents who left earlier. And here's the thing. You make a vague post. It's on the internet. You allude to something. Nobody knows what that something is just yet. Then, the next day, somebody drops an accusation against Vshojo that completely shifts the context of your vague post. Congratulations, you played yourself. Because you just made something whose context and meaning you have no ability to predict, let alone control. Because when you combine the fact that the only recurring feature in the information to come out about Vshojo is that it always gets worse with each new lore drop, with the fact that for somehow each individual talent seems to have no idea what was going on in the company and no idea what was going on with their peers. If you are a talent in that company with no idea what's going on, why the fuck would you vague post? If you are well aware of how little you know about how much your peers have gone through under the same company, why would you risk it by posting something like this? It makes no sense. Oh shit, we reached sauna time. Leaking info in connection with Nux Taku's drama, fighting, doxing, and being attacked by Vshojo looks really bad. Yeah. They never want to say names, so they get to hide and get hired at some other point. Yeah, I mean, I can understand why staff would want them not to say names. I can understand why the perpetrators wouldn't want them to name names. What I don't understand is, well, actually, what I do understand, but I resent, is the fact that the people who were, you know, who either witnessed it happen or were victims themselves just don't want to name names either. The problem with social media is that it always reduces things to a victim-perpetrator binary. There's no room for nuance between those two things. You're either one or you're the other. It's either a sin and a taboo to blame you for anything because you're a victim, or you're guilty of all of the evils and everything somehow your fault if you're the perpetrator. Right? That's how social media essentially mediates conflicts. And the problem that I'm coming to here is that I don't know if people are ready to accept the fact that not everyone in Vshojo is a victim. It's become very clear that something's not adding up about not everyone who says, I didn't know what was going on, is telling the truth. That much is obvious. And especially in a situation like that, right? And I want to make it clear, it's not just me saying that. This is observable reality. The thing about that, when you're faced with an information that is when you're faced with a situation that is as informationally volatile as that, vague posting is about the last thing that you would want to do if you know what you are doing. And it's from this that I've come to the conclusion that I don't believe that Giga knows what she's doing in terms of like PR and stuff like that. It comes across to me about as authentic, to use a bit of a unoriginal and tired comparison, it comes across to me about as authentic as pirate software talking about coding. I'm sure some talents got paid. Haven't heard any outrage on Twitter from them. See, that's the thing. It's hard to tell, right? But to be frank, I think the payment thing is, that was bad 2 days ago. Now the stakes are higher because more information has come out. And there are hints of other, of more, more stuff that will come out. Now, some of the hints look like this, which, let's be honest, not great. For either those dropping the hints or those that they are hinting about. But, in other words, I don't really care if more people come out saying that, I wasn't paid. I don't care who was or wasn't paid at this point, because at this point it's just, we know, we get it, right? Vshojo wasn't paying people. That's like the least bad thing. I'm rapidly beginning to believe that that's the least bad thing that the company has done. If there was sexual misconduct, I don't know if Vshojo drones are ready for that conversation. And I don't think a lot of people who were part of the fan base of Vshojo are ready for the implications of what that would mean if it were to come out that there was some sort of sexual misconduct behind the scenes. Get paid? Yeah. I want to make it very clear, I don't believe that any of the talents thus far, well, I don't believe that Giga specifically is implicated in anything going on behind the scenes. But what I am saying is that this, at this point, there's nothing left to say, right? Like, this is, yeah. Oh. Remember that one TwitchCon party where everyone was getting spiked? I wonder if it was the... See, that's the thing, right? There have been people coming out and alleging that there was an executive at Vshojo who would run around spiking drinks at parties. And I mean, how long did everyone know about this? And I'm asking this not because I want to crucify whoever knew and didn't speak, but because this is a pattern of events that happens very, very often. Seems to happen very, very often in this industry. And I am curious as to what could be changed in order to shape, well, I suppose, disincentivize and or reshape that behavior. Evo, I want... Now, the compilation would have to be her saying, I worked as part of... from my corporate background or something along those lines. No one speaks. No one wants to speak out, man. They are scared to. Yeah. But again, the thing that constantly irritates me about any entertainment industry, to be honest, but especially Vtubing, because this is the one that I actually have the most experience being involved in, is the whole thing that I was ranting about earlier on in the stream, where stigma is a tool for those who know how to use it, and stigma is a prison for those who don't. And the overwhelming majority of people in this industry do not even recognize that stigma is a tool. They just treat it as a set of unwritten rules that have to govern their behavior. And that's it. We're never going to break out of that. Stigma is always going to be something that only a handful of people in any group or any space or any industry know how to use or even know how to recognize. And that's the thing that, you know, gets me. The thing that frustrates me. Because these attitudes of you can't talk about this, right? You know, if someone leaks your information and they were a member of your previous staff and you have other people around you who can corroborate all of that, you still can't talk about it in public. Like, you know, stuff like, for example, if it is the case that an executive was guilty of sexual misconduct, stuff like saying, oh, yeah, one of our executives should probably be put on a list. The thing is, right, how do I say this? I'll go with an example that I've referenced many times on stream before, in terms as an illustration of how stigma is a tool, but most people don't know how to use it because they don't know they don't even recognize it as a tool. They automatically stop themselves from being able to use it. At the close to the beginning of this year, right? Some of you may remember the Pixelink dissolution. Where the company announced that it had run out of money, was declaring bankruptcy, was shutting down, and as a final attempt at recouping funds, just got home back to watch What Are We Yapping About Now? I'm venting my frustration at how stigma seems to own, how the majority of people in this industry bend to stigma without knowing how to use it. Avenge 900, thank you for being a Footstool for 5 months. Vshojo exploding was not what I expected this year. I mean, I didn't expect it to explode. I didn't expect it to explode like this and, well, now. I think a lot of people could see that Vshojo was going to explode eventually. But, yeah, no, so at the beginning of the year when Pixelink was shutting down, as a final effort to recoup funds, they decided to auction off their talents' IPs. They decided to ask their talents to crowdfund their IPs. So they essentially authorized their talents to go onto Twitter and actually make individual announcements saying to their fans, look, I won't be able to get my IP unless I can buy it, but I can't buy it. I don't have the funds. Please help me. I'm doing a donathon. And everybody hated that. Managers, talents from big corpos, talents from small corpos, talents from failed corpos, indies who'd never been part of a corpo. Everyone hated that, right? It was universally looked upon as a disgusting exploitative move. Because emotionally, it sucks to hold that threat of a talent not being able to hang on to the IP that they poured so much, time, effort into, right? But also on top of that, it was very unfair because for a lot of these talents, they only found out that they could buy it. They had the option of buying their IP, a few weeks before the company announced that it was going to dissolve. And if you're going to expect VTubers to have a large amount of money saved in the bank, yeah, you'd have a better chance of going out and coming face to face with a Triceratops, right? That's not going to happen. I think it should be more encouraged and more socially normalized for talents to begin saving, over time, regardless of how small they are able, how small an amount they're able to save every time. But the reality is that for the overwhelming majority of VTubers, that is not an option. So again, that was kind of scummy, right? And also on top of that, you had the element of how it seemed like the company stress testing the generosity of their fan base. Because the talents were coming out and outright saying to their fan base, look, if you give me the money, I will finally be able to buy this IP that I put all my time and effort into. I didn't know that I had the option to buy it, so this is a last resort. Please help me, right? They didn't literally say, please help me, but they might as well have, based off of the effect that was going to have on their audience, right? And again, people hated that because they saw it as being exploitative. They saw it as being, just extreme. They saw it just being an expression of greed and nothing else, right? And at the back of everyone's minds, a lot of people's minds, I suspect, who were protesting that particular action, I think that there was a subconscious realization that if Pixelink was rewarded for doing this, it would become a precedent for other companies to look at what they did and then resolve that they could potentially do the same. And I don't just mean get their talents to buy their IPs. That's been around since forever. I mean getting the talents to crowdfund their IPs. To essentially pass the buck onto their audiences and essentially use their talents as a form of, I don't want to describe it this way because that makes it sound more conscious and emotive than it might have been intended to act as. But the functional outcome of it was essentially the talents became emotional blackmail for their audiences to cough up money, right? And again, I don't like that description. I'm not very satisfied with that description because of how emotive it is. But functionally, that's kind of what happened. And at the time, I was among the people who were very much, I don't want this to catch on in the industry. I don't think this practice should be rewarded. I don't think crowdfunding IPs at the last minute when a company's about to collapse should be normalized. And at that moment, we had the chance to establish a stigma. Half of the work was already done in terms of how strongly negative and universal the reaction against that move was, right? Every VTuber, their dog, their mother, and their biggest whale was probably coming out to say, look, this is scummy, this is bad, why the fuck would you do this? And then we got to the actual hard bit of establishing a stigma. Following through. Because it's one thing to say things, it's one thing to protest, it's another to actually deny the behavior, the practice that you are protesting, the ability to reward itself and continue existing. Because one of the things that I noticed was, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how vehemently someone came out and spoke against the practice. At the end of the day, they didn't have the stomach to hold back and refuse to support the talents who were going to lose their IPs if they didn't get funding. And that's the problem. Because stigma requires you to be able to identify the practice it is you are trying to stigmatize, identify its rewards, its incentives, right? Its reward structures, its incentives, and then deny it all of them, essentially. Whether it be through, monetary denial, whether it be through making sure that, because again, if this practice would have failed, it would have been stigmatized not just to, the people, right? Not just to the everyday VTubers, VTuber fans who are part of this space, but also to this company and every single other company that would have been keeping track of what was going on, right? It would have been a lesson. But the problem was no one had the heart to do that. And this is the bit that's difficult in that particular case, because even though I recognize that that was a missed opportunity to establish a stigma against a practice that I view as bad, I can't blame anyone for not having the heart to follow through on that. Because establishing that particular stigma in that particular situation, the way that that would have looked is a bunch of talents being sad because they can no longer afford to buy the IP, because people would have refused to crowdfund it out of principle. That was what that outcome would have looked like. And to be honest, I'm not even convinced that, I think if you're going to be really cold and calculating and a little cruel, long term, that would probably be better for the industry. But short term, that's going to cost a few talents' dreams. And I don't blame anyone for not thinking that that is a worthwhile trade-off. But the thing is, the thing that convinced me that people don't know how to use stigma, right? That this wasn't a conscious decision, just something that they just did, was some of the same people who had been the most vocal in saying, this is a horrible practice, don't do this, how could anyone do this, etc., etc., etc. Later on, they also ended up plugging the talents donathons, asking people to help them donate, outright stating, wouldn't it be funny if you guys helped XYZ talent buy her IP? And once you do that, you have essentially not just, assured all future actors that they are safe from actual monetary repercussions. You've undone the negative sentiment that you almost succeeded in establishing prior. Because if the same person that went, this is an evil practice, this shouldn't be rewarded, why does it exist? Then turns around and goes, oh, haha, wouldn't it be funny if you guys actually rewarded this practice by donating to this talent and their donathon? Well, all of a sudden, even the rhetoric ends up blowing out. And the thing is, it's not an if-or in terms of you either go whole hog and decrying the practice and also not supporting it at all, or you decry, or you have to wholeheartedly support it and not protest at all. Like that, it's not a binary between those two things. You can mix and match. But the thing is, if you want to establish a stigma, then even if you end up rewarding the practice, you can still do it covertly. You can still be quiet about it. But if you're going to do so publicly, then that is what convinced me at that moment that the people who were crying out against Pixelink were doing so because it made them feel bad, not because they knew what they were doing. And doing things because they make you feel a certain way, doing things because you feel a certain way, can get you really far as a content creator, right? As a content creator, if you are essentially turning yourself into content, which includes your feelings, your perspective, your thoughts, your stories, etc., etc. And it makes perfect sense for content creators to be guided by the principle, for a lot of content creators to be guided by the principle of, I'll do what I feel like when I feel like it. That makes sense. But the problem is that doesn't allow you to actually do things like recognize stigma, acknowledge stigma, use stigma as a tool to shape behavior and practices. It's also the same reason why, again, to loop on the same point, talents don't work as PR reps, because talents will do what they feel like, unless you tell them to shut up. And if a talent is speaking, they will more often than not end up saying what they feel. And while what they feel might not be wrong, it can be a liability. And you can't afford those in the middle of a crisis when you're trying to control public perception of yourself. Especially if that is what you rely on to make money, as is the case in any entertainment industry. So, yeah, the lack of, I suppose, how do I phrase this? The ability to recognize and identify and use the concepts that I gained from my time at uni is not something that makes my life any better. It is, in actuality, something that only can make people's lives better or worse when those same concepts, practices, etc. are implemented en masse. I'm just one person. Like, I have my channel, I have you guys. I hope that I'm able to give you guys information that you can actually see how to use on your own. But we are a drop in the bucket compared to the Vtubing industry as a whole. And if people are going to gain a better grip on how this industry evolves, the various practices, what is viable business practice, what isn't viable business practice in this industry, it's going to be rather grim, I'll be honest. Universities mainly teach you how to be pretentious. Oh no, I 100% agree. You know, it's funny, right? You go and you do a media degree, you learn what is essentially the ingredients of mass manipulation, right? The same tools that every news outlet, every newspaper, every influencer, every president, every public figure ever has done or been used for in order to shape how people think, feel, perceive things. And the overwhelming majority of media graduates graduate with nothing more than a desire to go work at mommy or daddy's fucking news outlet. It's fucking tragic. Oh, Nanilo, welcome to the stream. Yeah, it has been quite a crazy week. But yeah, no, I cannot count on my fingers the number of people I met over the course of doing my degree who just wanted to become a journalist or wanted to become a social media influencer or were waiting to get some sort of like some sort of cushy presenter job because their parents worked at a national news outlet. And I mean, like, yeah, that's fine, but the overwhelming majority of them were like, how do I say this? It's genuinely disturbing how many people come out of a media degree while going, while still thinking, unironically, that our news outlets have any value whatsoever. Like, not you know, like our government-funded news outlet, like our national news outlet, all of the other news outlet, etc., etc., etc. You'd think that learning all of these ingredients of, you know, how to make propaganda, how to build a brand, how to, you know, frame or distort an image without, you know, the image of an, how you present a situation without outright lying about it, right? You'd think that learning all of these individual things would make you more distrustful, but apparently not. It's... Ugh. Checks out to me too, explains a lot of current journalism. Yeah, Because a lot of current journalism is just this endless cycle of people sucking each other off. No one who is an executive at a news outlet knows what the fuck they're doing. They're just there because they're paid to be there. Every single news outlet is bought out. Every single news outlet is unprofitable. The only reason they exist is to, well, essentially to be someone else's rhetorical puppet. It's so... It is demoralizing. It is depressing. Chair is either a prophet or cursed. Makes Brave stream. Idol dies days after. Look, I've said it before, right? I don't do prophecy, I do prejudice. But sometimes it's difficult to tell the difference between the two. Prejudice is just prophecy, but contagious, to be honest. Sometimes. The benefit and an advantage that I do think people in my content niche have, but if you do, actually, how do I say this? If you're able to do, drama content, right? And you make an effort to remember the things that you talk about, you can very quickly develop the necessary pattern recognition to identify the early signs of collapse in a company. In any case, you should be able to identify what practices work and what practices don't. One of the things that has really annoyed me about the post-Vshojo collapse discourse, for want of a better way of putting it, on Twitter, is how many people don't realize that they bought into Vshojo's lies about how a company should work, and they are still evaluating the industry and other players in the industry according to those same lies. It's like trying to cure someone of mercury poisoning. People assume that once you stop feeling like you are outright dying, then that must mean that all of the toxins have been expelled, when in reality it might still be there. And with Vshojo, there are a lot of things about their initial sales pitch that people bought in wholeheartedly to. And yet, even now that it's shown itself to be a complete shambles and a lie, some of those assumptions still stick. Like, one of the easiest ones to identify, actually, is this idea that Vshojo tried to present itself as a big player in the industry. Even after all of this information has come out, and we know for certain, right, uncontrovertible, sorry, I had a stroke there. Indisputable truth that they were nothing more than a paper tiger, right? Just a pig that had lipstick smeared on its face. People still treat Vshojo and its collapse as if it's supposed to have some sort of, like, broader significance to the industry. They were just idle but bigger. That's it. And people look at Vshojo's collapse, people look at the stuff that's coming out about Vshojo, and they go, oh, this must be how every other corporation works too. All corporations must be evil. When the initial premise by which people started to judge that was Vshojo's initial sales pitch of corporations should be able to compete with being indie in terms of how much freedom and independence they give you. And I mean, it doesn't take a lot of careful examination to understand that that doesn't work as a premise. And yet, now that people are dogging on Vshojo, they still haven't understood that the premise that Vshojo pitched is just as poison as the rest of it. I do wonder how long it will take for people to realize that. If they will realize that. Because like I alluded to before, and again, I promise, as irritating as it might be right now, I promise that during the actual Vshojo stream, this will make more sense. But again, talent freedom as a nebulous marketing term, horseshit. Doesn't work. Completely useless concept that has no utility because it is too vague. Generally speaking, and again, I'll say this now, but then I'll reiterate it during the stream. You can break up talent freedom into four smaller components, right? Creative control, IP ownership, financial independence in terms of revenue splits and how much of your income gets taken from you, and finally, freedom of expression. Once you break, quote unquote, talent freedom, remember that is a term that was made up as a marketing term, right? It is this industry's version of misinformation, right? Or in the sense that it was basically a term that was created with the purpose of marketing behind it, right? Talent freedom as a concept is designed to be a nebulous term that stops you from realizing that there are four components to it and from being able to isolate those four components so that you can examine them individually. Because here's the thing. Other companies do have these components of talent freedom. And if Vshojo allowed its audience to realize that, they wouldn't be able to differentiate themselves as a brand. They had to make it look like they were selling something new so that they would have novelty. And the way to do that was by murkying all of those things up into this one nebulous blob. Sawa, was there any talent freedom at Vshojo? It was all fluff? There was. But not the right kinds. So the thing is, right? When you look at the different iterations of talent freedom, freedom of expression, financial freedom, IP ownership, and creative control, right? Various corporations, various different business models can allow you to mix and match between those four components. However, it is usually the case that specific combinations, and especially if you try to provide all four of them at once to your talents, then you don't have a viable business model. It's just not possible. Because if your talent has complete financial freedom, if they have complete IP ownership, if they have, complete freedom of expression, etc., 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 right? You don't have anything to offer them but the world. And if you offer them the world, you're also going to have to foot the bill for it. And there is no company in existence that can do that. There has to be some sort of incentive in order to keep them there. It is something that is taboo to talk about. It's something that a lot of people find uncomfortable. But that's mostly because people take the benefits of joining a corporation for granted most of the time. Because they've been too conditioned to think about things in terms of talent freedom or independence. Even before Vshojo came along, Vshojo just came along and gave words and a catchy slogan to a sentiment that was already very much a part of Western culture. Right? This idea of the importance of freedom and self-determination, right? Individuality and self-determination. And Vshojo came up with a slogan that would appeal to all of those things, and voila, now no one's thinking about talent freedom in terms of those four individual traits. They're just thinking about this nebulous concept of talent freedom in general. But to explain what I mean, with Vshojo, the specific kinds of talent freedom that they had made it very difficult for them to make their business model sustainable. Because they had access to financial freedom, right? Yes, they were stealing money from their talents, but none of their talents were really any worse off, to the point where multiple months went by and some of them didn't really notice. that they were being stiffed. So in that regard, right, yes, you could probably make the argument that they possessed financial freedom. They also possessed IP ownership. That was the whole point behind how they sold themselves. And they also possessed the freedom of expression, right? Not enough freedom of expression perhaps to actually say anything useful, but certainly enough to make clowns out of themselves for the benefit of the company. And they had creative control. In other words, you could maybe make the argument that they didn't really have freedom of expression, right? Because they still had to sign NDAs and stuff. But you still have to sign them in order for them to take effect. Prior to that point, not really. So you have an organization that has all of these different things, all of these different facets of talent freedom, right? The problem is, what incentives now exist for them to stay at a company? None. And so, Vshojo has to keep buying reasons for the talents to stay, especially the bigger talents, right? Vshojo has to keep doing things to keep its talents convinced that they are actually contributing something to them. Because as we have now seen, the talents could all leave, and so long as their managers leave with them, they don't lose anything, really. They're still free to collab with one another. They're still free to do whatever they want. They're still free to say whatever they want, barring NDAs that they chose to sign. And that's, like, nothing's changed, really. And so, functionally speaking, yeah, you could make the argument that Vshojo tried to give them those modes of freedom, right? Now, whether they were tricked into giving up specific modes later on, once, after a certain period after they joined, that's different. Because when you have freedom, you also have freedom to be, you also have freedom to fuck yourself up, right? That's the trap that most people don't seem to talk about. If you give someone absolute freedom, that doesn't magically make them an omnipotent and omniscient person. They are just as stupid as literally any other human being. Regardless of if said other human being is less free or not. Being more free doesn't mean that you're smarter. It just means that you are given more rope to hang yourself with, if that is your choice. And that is something that Vshojo certainly does seem to have exploited in its talents. Giving them plenty of rope, and then allowing them to tie the noose so that the executive's hands remain mostly clean. At least until Iron Mouse got sick of doing that and then blew everything up. Funnier still is that Gunrun went on Rolling Stone and did a puff piece. Yeah! He said that they love their competition. And it turns out he and others in the C-suite have been not only participating in, but paying people to shit-talk other companies and other companies' talents on fucking 4chan. Like, what? Again, this is not... People, it never ceases to amaze me that people will read information like that, process information like that, and not make the connection that, oh, maybe taking Vshojo's claps as a sign of how other companies are isn't the most intelligent set of conclusions to draw. Just maybe. It's very irritating when I see people doing that. With every new bit of information that comes out about how Vshojo was actually, it is the incarnation of evil that people wish Niji was. They did everything that you could possibly do. All that's left is for them to tick off the box of sexual misconduct, and then they have the complete list of all the shitty things a company can do. Never forget, by the way, that at least Niji Sanji's sex pests were talents, not fucking C-suite. Holy shit. I wouldn't have ever expected Vshojo to have their own 10-cent army. Oh. Like, genuinely, how? Vshojo's entire existence, in retrospect, was a cancer on this industry. And you know the funniest thing? Some people, they'll claim to be ex-Vshojo fans, but they won't change. They'll never change. Some people will hear me say that, right? And they will take that as an attack on the talents. The funniest thing about Vshojo, once I started seeing it, was their diehard fans were just as incapable of separating criticism of the company from criticism of the talent as the fans of all of the other companies that they like to claim superiority over. Parrot will never leave the mines. Very Filipino too. We had a past president that actively used troll farms on Facebook. I've not seen any Vshojo fans lately. They're busy camouflaging. Because there's the typical Vshojo fan. To the typical Vshojo fan, there is no sin worse than being seen to support a quote-unquote bad company, TM. Shit hit the fan after you made a video. Why did you do it, Chairman? It is normal for people to be extremely protective of what they like to rational degrees. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. The only reason why I took a special notice of what happened with Vshojo fans was because of how popular the talking point was among them of Vshojo's not like the other companies, and we're above the tribalism that other companies are guilty of, right? Other fan bases are guilty of. We support the talents, not the company. And the irony of that is that, well, I mean, we saw with Zen's tweet about the Vshojo's quote-unquote PR strategy, was the entire point of the company was to make it impossible to separate the talents from themselves, and their failings from their talents. It's a family? Yeah, kind of. I'm surprised there were actual fans of the company given how little cohesion there was between the talents. Yeah, but it's for that exact reason that Vshojo was really good at attracting, essentially, Vtubing tourists. It was like a natural fit, because they just had this nebulous thing that would feel good to support. They didn't have, like, a specific talent, right, that they supported. They didn't have, like, I know this is going to sound elitist to some degree, to some people, but at this point I've become convinced that that's not a bad thing. They didn't have, like, a specific attachment to specific talents. They just had this nebulous thing, like this nebulous talent freedom company that was better to support than all of the others in the industry. And that's what they latched onto. I'm a fan of all the talents at once. I'm sure you are, buddy. I'm sure you are. Vshojo is the only good corporate because talent freedom. You know, some people would unironically take you up on that argument, but unironically, right? Like, Vshojo is the only good corporate because it's dead, you know? Gunrun is an angel sent from heaven to give us the best thing since sliced bread, talent freedom. Yeah, something I would like to see going forward, though, is I'm personally pushing for the stigmatization of talent freedom, that term. Because I would much prefer if people went back to using more specific language like creative control, freedom of expression, financial independence, IP ownership. Because that is a lot more precise, a lot more actionable, a lot more useful and a lot harder to hoodwink people with than just the nebulous talent freedom, which sounds generically good but doesn't mean anything. I've heard people make that exact argument, as have I, Murray, as have I. IP ownership, let's go. See, the thing is, companies being able to be that specific is only a detriment for companies that were looking to pull the wool over their talents' eyes anyways. Because a company that is honest with its talents, that is actually transparent with its talents, will be able to be upfront about financial independence in terms of what their revenue split is, IP ownership in terms of who owns their shit, creative control in terms of what you are or aren't allowed to do, and freedom of expression in terms of what you are or aren't allowed to say. If you outline all of these things anyways, then the loss of talent freedom isn't a detriment to you. It's business as usual. It's only the people who have been propping up their corporate image by using those generic, nebulous, feel-good slogans that are going to lose a stepping stone. That's why I think the term should be stigmatized. That's why I'm pushing for it myself. And part of why I've been pushing for it for a while. You know, I saw earlier how it's like, wait, hold on. Was it... Who was it who said that? Let me check. I've seen... I saw earlier on someone, I forget who it was, someone in the chat said, you know, I see on Twitter very often people respond to what you say with, oh, you have an agenda, etc., etc. And I'm like, and you think, and you think your favorite company doesn't? Hello? You think your favorite talents don't? Brother, everyone has one. Just identify what it is, and then judge whether you want to fall in line with it accordingly. It's that simple, right? It's having an agenda is not in and of itself an evil thing. Again, agendas are like stigma, prejudice, and exclusion. They're all just tools. They can't be inherently evil. It just depends on how you use them. But yeah. It's... how do I say this? A lot of people want to push for things to become popular, but they don't want to admit to why they want those things to be popular, right? For example, people pushing for talent freedom can do so for a variety of reasons. Talents may push for it because they want to be able to make what they want. They're worried that, you know, giving other people control over them is going to stop them from being able to do that. Corporations want talent freedom because they want an excuse for their own inability to provide anything. And, well, when you look at fans, they want talent freedom, usually because, well, how much they want talent freedom usually depends on which between those two parties holds more control over the way that they see things. Everyone has a reason for their particular position. Even my position that I don't like talent freedom as a term, I want to stigmatize it, I want it to become irradiated in this industry as a marketing gimmick. My reasons for it are that every time it's been used, it has either been financially unsustainable for the same reason that communism doesn't work, in that for it to work, you would need to ignore human nature. And the second thing is that it is far too convenient an excuse for a company to do nothing. Aside from just watering down the meanings of the components that it is comprised of anyways. Scarling, thank you for the gift of membership. Oh, nice job on sniping nice job on sniping Umbra. But now I don't have high hopes that the EN side of the industry is going to cotton on to the idea that talent freedom as a term is in and of itself a psyop. But who knows? One thing is, I will say, there is probably an easier way to do what I'm doing, where we do the same thing that happened to Cinder, but with Vshojo instead, where we keep ramping up how evil and bad and how despicable it was, which isn't going to be very hard, mind you, because of based on all the information that's come up, that is coming out and has still yet to come out, I believe. We keep wrapping it up into this being this root of all evil, this Voldemort in the industry, and by proxy end up guilt by associationing everything that was once attached to it. That would pretty effectively corral all of the sheep into hating talent freedom as a marketing gimmick. But the problem is that that would require also catching a few of the talents in the crossfire, and that might not be a price worth paying. I think the Ian side is going to keep looking for morally superior alternatives. Some of them are. Yeah, some of them are. It's unfortunate, but yeah. Heard from a VTuber say corporos are in it for the money. It's all about the money. Exactly. Yeah, like, duh, lol. That's what they use to stay afloat. It will never cease to amaze me how many people in this space unironically think that corporations should just be charities. Like, hello? Are you quite all right? And like, what is the charity supposed to be catering to? What makes you a group that deserves a charity, huh? Having daddy issues? The fuck? It's yeah. Some people don't seem to understand the difference between companies and non-profits. Yeah. A lot of people want non-profits in the space. A lot of people want non-profits, a lot of people want charities. Most people just want charities, if I'm being completely blunt. But yeah, no. Again, this is why I went on that entire spiel in the the pre-show yapping section, where I said, when people like Kason and Zentrea come out and they outright say, yeah, I was silly for believing Vshojo when they said, we are going to do this because we care about you. I don't think people should be pushing back against that. I think, on the contrary, that it is good and healthy for them to do that, and for people to give them the space to admit that. Because yeah, if a company approaches you and says, we want you to sign on with us because we care about your well-being, heart emoji, like, yeah, you're being taken in. And if you believe that, then yes, that is silly. Yes, statistically, you will get screwed over. And it is a good thing for that to be stigmatized. Both so companies stop using that as a crutch, a substitute for an actual business strategy, and also so that people become more wary of the companies that still insist on doing that regardless. It sucks that it happened. I hope you learned. I hope you learned and know how to get it in written contract form. Yeah, I guarantee every single Vshojo talent will never again sign a contract off of just trust me, bro. Every single one of them, for the rest of their lives, will now regard all contracts as if they are an open bear trap. And to be honest, that's probably a good thing. What Shy Lily said about it was incredible, with them saying, let's leave it at 5%, we'll change it. Yeah. I don't know what they were thinking, trying to pull a fast one over a German regarding a contract. It takes a special kind of stupid to think that you're going to be able to pull that one off. There's one thing that Germans know, it's rules. It sucks that trust is going to be even harder to build, but it's essential. Yeah, that's the thing, right? You don't lose gullibility without getting thrown around a little bit. And it necessitates growing a few calluses before you learn to stop doing certain things. Except when the rule is to not invade Poland. We don't talk about that one. We don't talk about that one. Some of them were former Niji Black Company to Black Company. Honestly, I'd say Black Company to Blacker Company after everything we've learned about how Vshojo operates behind the scenes. The thing is, right? How do I say? I think that in a lot of ways, Vshojo has become again, I've said this before to you guys, I think. But the longer that Vshojo existed for, the more perfect it became of a case study in why traditional corpos have the structures and practices that they do, right? And even insofar as the talents go, hopefully Vshojo, what happened with Vshojo, well actually, I won't say hopefully because that's a bit of a naive hope, but if you really think about it, right, from the perspective of a talent, Vshojo managed to prove every single aspect, every single practice of more traditional corpos they tried to malign and paint as a bad thing existed not just for the company's sake, but also for the talent's sake. Those who watch my Bond live stream will remember this, but the first generation of Bond Live EN debuted with, I believe, 5 members, right? 4 of them being relatively fresh conscripts, who were only enlisted in the early months of, I believe, 2022. Now, Bond Live was an incredible shithole of a company. Management would come in, they would ask the talents to make their own assets, you know, labor unpaid, etc., etc. They would make one talent make assets for the other talents as well. They'd ask the they'd try to turn the talents against one another by spreading rumors about, the talents in between, individual members. And overall, they were just absolute bitches to the talents. However, and remember, these are talents that didn't really have too many other places to go. In terms of, they went from being indie to being part of Bond Live, and the only place they could have gone after Bond Live, at least in the immediate aftermath, right? They weren't going to be poached by another company immediately after. The only place that they would go is back to being indie, right? And they were small creators, very small. No, they can't, in terms of audience size, nowhere near, even conceivably same realm as Iron Mouse, right? And yet, after they debuted as a gen, right, it took this entire generation of talents, small as they were, in as horrid of a situation as they were in, less than 12 months to piece together what was going on and walk out of that company. Now consider how bad things were in Vshojo, as we are learning now. How long did it take for people to start walking out? And even then, it wasn't a group walkout until Iron Mouse dropped the nuke. It was a slow trickle of people who were leaving for isolated reasons, and they believed in isolation as well. What made that possible? Really think about that. How were they able to pull it off when each individual talent was infinitely capable of being able to be just fine and dandy without the corporation on their side? These were talents that could leave at any point in their careers and they would be perfectly fine and would basically lose next to nothing. What allowed Vshojo to do this, to isolate the talents to such a degree that despite being a friend group brand-wise, none of them seemed to know that the others weren't getting paid? The way that they describe it, it sounds like they all found out almost by accident. What made this possible? Again, It's crazy to me how people aren't making the connection that, oh, wait, shit, if all of them debut as individuals, that carries across to how they interact and act as well. No? If you debut as a gen, you have a unit of people that, well, it is basically programmed into them to talk to and or lean on one another. Good luck trying to hide something from a whole group of people, a cohesive unit of people. You can easily do that with individuals. You can isolate each individual and try to stop them from, finding out certain things that are inconvenient for them to know. But a group? That's a little more difficult. Yeah, exactly. Nanny Love, exactly. Gens are designed to be small self-help groups, right? At least to some degree, gens should be self-sustaining. If you have cast directly, if you've given them enough room to build up rapport with one another. That is the whole point. They are supposed to be these little compartmentalized friend groups. Answers or excuse if you want for that range from NDAs to sponsorship contracts to even the rumors of getting doxxed. Yeah, that's fair enough. But again, another one, that doesn't explain why the towns didn't talk to one another, though. Because that's the bit that convinces me that, yeah, debuting them and keeping them isolated did end up working out in Vshojo's favor. And that is something that would have been harder to do if they had debuted as generations. Because imagine trying to hide the fact that you aren't paying one of the talents in a generation from the other members of that generation. It would be almost impossible. Especially not for fucking 9 months. Oh, Luby, hope you have a nice rest. Good night. It sounds like they all gave each other the cold shoulder, even past friends grew cold on each other. Yeah, see, that's... How do I say this? It's not that I don't believe that they aren't friends. It's that, ironically enough, because they don't have any requirement to do things together, I think it was just easier for them to drift apart, even if they were. People tend to downplay how strong bonds build over adversity, and during work can be camaraderie is a form of love. Yeah, exactly. But you can't have that if you're all about individuality, right? See, the problem with camaraderie is that it requires duty, responsibility to those outside of just yourself. And that doesn't gel well with talent freedom. Because what if I want to respond to that fuckwit on Twitter who keeps calling me an ass? What if I want to say, what if I want to tell everyone they're wrong, we don't nepo hire, right? I'll just say it if there's nothing stopping me. What if I want to support my coworker when, she posts a Google Doc about her abusive ex-husband and everyone's making fun of her? What if I want to clarify to my audience that I don't actually support cheating, etc., 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 and I only read the first 3 pages of the document? The problem is, yeah, you want it, but is that going to be good for the people around you? And generally, if you're acting as an individual, you don't need to think about that. It is, admittedly, a lot to think about. But you need to. If you're going to function as part of a cohesive unit, you need to think about that. That's why you have company rules, to save people the trouble of having to think about that, switch that on and off in the brain, and just become accustomed to behaving that way by default when you're operating under that company's rules. That's my issue too. But then someone said they were monitored and isolated from each other and would be pitted against each other. It's hard to tell just exactly... How do I say this? Part of the reason why I don't like the idea of looking at each individual talent as blameless victims is because that by necessity requires you to also absolve them of any and all agency, right? That's also why I'm on the fence about whether Vshojo did actually give its talents freedom, And how much of it was them, you know, being made to do something versus how much of it was them being tricked into doing something. Because I don't think those two are exactly the same. And I think the difference is enough so that it's not just purely semantic. Having freedom to make the wrong choices is still having freedom. And I suppose that's the thing that I'm still trying to... I haven't made up my mind about this, about Vshojo, because not all of the information about what went on behind the scenes has come out yet. But yeah, again, one of the things that is very taboo on the internet because of how social media forces conflicts into that victim-perpetrator binary is understanding the degree of agency that the victim held. Because if you try to talk about that, people just say that you're victim blaming. And I mean, like, I guess, literally speaking, if we're going to be purely technical, yes, I suppose I am. But you can't diagnose what you can do differently next time if you don't do that. And that's the issue. You can't have those conversations over social media. It doesn't work. I'm convinced that people literally lose the capability to do that when they're scrolling through their Twitter timeline. It's sad. It's sad. But yeah, I haven't made up my mind on how much Vshojo actually held true to its talent freedom promise, and how much of what happened can be sourced directly back to the talents themselves choosing to huff copium and or sign things they shouldn't have. And again, this isn't something that I will raise on Twitter because people are going to look at that and interpret it as me blaming the talents for what happened to them. That's not it at all. But when you are trying to understand how this came to be, if you do have an interest in preventing something similar from happening again, if you have an interest in making it more difficult for the same thing to happen again, and it's been a little bit of a blackpilling process for me to realize that most people in this industry probably aren't interested in either of those things. But if you are, it requires you to consider uncomfortable questions like, what could they have done differently? What did they choose? Where did they fuck up in terms of choosing the wrong options? Because, and this is why I don't understand Giga's claim that she was handling PR behind the scenes. If she was handling PR behind the scenes and she was friends with Zentrea, why not just tell her to shut up during the auditions thing? Because if Zentrea didn't say anything, then the company has no choice but to either continue to take the beating or get the fuck off their arses. Right? Like, what Zentrea did, effectively, by speaking up during the whole auditions drama, was turn something from being a Vshojo L to being a Zentrea L. And that was not worth it in any metric. It didn't even do a good job of deflecting and or responding to criticisms, because people just looked at that and then started making fun of what was being said. Like, what? There's no reality in which if you have a competent PR person on hand, they are going to go, yes, we should send the talent out there to talk to the angry mob on Twitter. That is a brilliant idea. It will be best for everyone involved. Like, fuck no. And yet it happened anyways. How did that happen? Could Zentrea have chosen to stay silent? The answer is yes, because they didn't have a clause in their contract, at least to our knowledge, that said that they had to say something in that kind of scenario. But they chose to. And that's the thing about talent freedom that I've constantly been trying to hammer home, even months before now, which is that talent, just because you don't have written rules doesn't mean that you are free from rules. You just end up making them up based off of vibes. And then everyone has to abide by them based on the vibes. And I don't know about you, but I'd rather not have my job be dictated by vibes. it's... I'm taking the wait and see approach. More things will come out and the vague posting will commence until more. True, true. Yeah, I'm waiting too. The vague posting is... Honestly, there are... How do I say? There are 3 talents that I would not take... That I would not overlook vague posting from, right? And those 3 talents are Mouse, Melody, and Giga. Mouse and Melody because they're founders, and Giga because she claimed to be, you know, helping out Vshojo with PR behind the scenes, as well as, you know, le corporate background, right? For all of the other talents, I understand if they vague post, because from everything I've seen, I don't think they have any sort of qualifications or experience that would suggest that they know not to do that. Aside from the very painful ones that they endured under the umbrella of Vshojo. But hey. Learning to avoid getting burned requires you to make the connection between the stove and your fingertips. Oh, I should say, sorry, the sensation in your fingertips. Irritating at best, active negative contribution at worst. Yeah. There is nothing to gain by if you are dealing with a situation that is as potentially serious as this, there is nothing to gain by acting like you knew what was going on the entire time. Because knowledge is power, power is responsibility, and on social media, responsibility means guilt. So it's a lot of mental gymnastics, but people do it instantly when they're on Twitter. Which is why, again, I would not recommend it to anybody. Any talent. Either say what you're gonna say, or shut the fuck up. You know, it's weird, but the longer I've been making content for, the longer I've, you know, been doing this for, the more I realize that sometimes the kindest thing that you can say to someone in this industry is shut the fuck up. Like, it's funny, but it's a slow and inexorable revelation that I've come to. Sometimes you gotta get burnt first, yeah, but some people keep getting burnt because they don't make the connection between what they're feeling and what they're touching. I have been in the corpo scene for 7 years. Holy shit. That's a long time. That's a very long time. Amazing, right? You think it's simple, but no? Yeah. Well, it's because you're dealing with content creators, right? Every single part of our job description reinforces to us that when we open our mouth, good things happen. Then we open our mouth and say something stupid and the opposite happens and we're unprepared. Zippy Zap, thank you for the 5. Do you believe we may actually get the full answer or sanitized version because it protects others from possible blowback? Black and white half-truth? I don't think we'll ever get a full answer as to what happened behind Vshojo. We've already gotten far more than I would have ever predicted before today. And if the truth is in fact worse, if there is in fact worse to come, it's hard, right? Because that depends. How many talents, how many ex-staff have an interest in not allowing it to be made public knowledge just how bad things were at Vshojo? And, well, we don't know the answer to that. I don't think we will ever know the answer to that. It will probably be discussed in back rooms, in mixers, in private, meetings where staff and or talents will gossip with one another. But I don't think we will ever know. Giga. See, that's the thing, right? What I'm trying to understand is what exactly Giga's PR role was, right? Because if she was the one, like, you know, saying, go get him, champ, then yeah, no. From what I've seen of Vshojo's PR strategy, the idea that a friend could have told them to say what they said and get out there and do what they did, those two concepts are incompatible in my mind. Whoever got them to do that was not a friend. Indeed. And the other thing that makes me doubt the idea that Giga was supposed to be PR as well was her contribution to the whole audition, you know, the whole audition drama was that massive self-own that I talked about the last 2 streams ago, where I talked about the audition controversy. Wait, hold on. Let me see if I can pull it up. Let me switch screens for a brief moment while I grab the slide in question. Like, this is like the thing that makes it difficult for me to accept the idea that Giga was, like, you know, contributing to PR is how much of her post while she was speaking as a Vshojo talent seemed like personal venting rather than, you know, something that you would say is a representative of a company. And I suppose that's a consequence of talent freedom, right? Where you blur the lines between the two on purpose. But hold on, let me see if I can find it. I need to. All right, there we go. I think I found it. Where was it? Where was it? There we go. Okay, found it. Yeah, this one. All right, let me switch scenes back. Slides. Yeah, this. This is the reason why I have a hard time believing that. This is why I have a hard time believing that she handled PR. Because this is what she said in response to people leveling nepotism allegations against Vshojo. She said, "Holy shit, it's almost like the VTuber that made it their life's purpose to find as many smaller VTubers as possible and support them ended up already being close to some of the people who joined their group later after that same support helped them find success." Reminder, the things that people were saying about Vshojo at this present point in time was that they only hire already established talents and that being friends with a Vshojo member is a prerequisite for entry. She basically just reaffirmed both of those in that tweet. Ended up already being close to some people who joined their group later. That does not conflict with the idea that you have to be friends with a Vshojo member as a prerequisite for entry. That actually affirms it. Also, after that same support helped them find success. Again, that reinforces the impression that Vshojo only hires already established talent. And granted, given the fact that we now know that is actually company policy, this tweet looks even more absurd in hindsight. But to Giga's credit, she might not have known. But she was also, helping with PR apparently. So again, hard. Inara, hello. Giga is that person that staff loved having on board, but she's also the worst person to have as an enemy. I don't know. I don't know about that one. I think that may be a more optimistic assessment, perhaps. I mean, I'm sure she is not great to have as an enemy, right? But, well, let's just say that depends on her seeing you as one first. And there are plenty of people who can harm you without being seen as an enemy, let's just say. I was scared that she's way too emotional for PR. I don't even know if, like, I mean, it's become taboo to say that, but at this point, like, what other explanation is there, right? Giga also lied about India lasting forever when she left. I don't remember her saying that. And that one for persuasion, check with 20 charisma. Thought you were gonna. Oh wait, yeah, this is your official account. I forgot that it's not just your VODs. Oh yeah, did you guys see that Harry's trying to get into the action by like joining the Vshojo discourse? It's so fucking funny. Oh, who invited my man Blood? Oh, also, the whole Mountain Dew thing is fucking hilarious. Imagine him like playing along in such a cartoonish manner, going like, "Man, gun run, that's so fucked up, man. I can't believe you've done this." And then after Gunrun shatters everyone's NDAs, he just gets dragged back into the melee. I hope someone does like that edit of Dr. Facilier from The Princess and the Frog getting dragged back into the underworld, except Dr. Facilier is Mountain Dew. Wait, who is it? Vibe is the princess, the frog, the princess like shattering the thing, and the thing in question, like the pendant, is like the Vshojo statement where Gunrun admits to embezzlement. I feel like that edit would go hard. Harry must be so disillusioned right now. He kept worrying about not making money, only to find out Vshojo wasn't making money either. I mean, that's one way to realize that you're not a complete failure, right? There are other failures with, well, not a lone failure, I suppose. Not a lone failure. At least Harry knew to shut down as soon as he realized we weren't making that much money. You're right, actually. Oh. Vshojo really is like the secret final boss of black companies. It's crazy. The only reason why I don't go harder into referring to them that way is because I want to focus on the practices that made them bad, rather than just turn them into Niji Sanji 2.0, where everyone just uses their name as a shorthand for actual thought. I wonder how much it would cost to buy Vshojo right now. Like, a fucking... I don't know, man. Maybe, like, give Gunrun a packet of cocaine and 3 hookers. I don't know. The company can't be worth very much right now. Watch someone buy them anyway, though. Like, the thing about Vshojo that convinces me that that makes me think that no one's going to buy them is the fact that an irradiated brand is worth infinitely less than a nothing brand. Like, at least with a nothing brand, you have a fresh slate. People might, people can imprint on you, can attribute new associations to your brand. If your brand is irradiated, good luck trying to replace it with something better. Like, the chances of you doing that are not great by default. Nexus' staff once said, at least nothing illegal happened. I heard that you guys had 1 or 2 interesting individuals joining the ranks of your talents. But at least they didn't join your C-suites. Oh, holy shit. Babe doesn't care. I'm still on the fence as to how realistic the Brave purchase rat is. Like, I don't doubt that they would have been eyeing up Vshojo. That seems like exactly something they would do. Because, let's be honest here, right? Brave and Vshojo are like the same thing, but just scaled up. Vshojo can only ever buy talents that were already successful without their involvement. Brave can only buy companies that were already successful without their involvement. I should say only succeed by buying companies. I have yet to see a single case where Brave has bought a company and then successfully, quote-unquote, saved it, rather than simply prolonging the slow decay. In before Vshojo gets bought by an AI company. That would be a funny... I think that being bought by Brave would be a more poetic end, but being bought by AI would be funny. To be fair, our interesting individuals aren't as interesting as the talents that get accepted by Niji. Ah, I see. I was going to say, from what I heard, I didn't think that you could get a worse vetting process than whatever the fuck Harry did for, like, your... whatever Harry did to, like, fill out the roster of, like, fucking 27 talents. And, like, well... His dream was 100, so I can only imagine that he had to lower the gates significantly. But with it is amazing to me how a company that seemed to have as many resources, at least early on as Vshojo, was ultimately incapable of even vetting its employees correctly. Seeing as how one staff member is allegedly running around, you know, doxing talents or some shit. After this, I 100% believe the Brave buyout rat. Harry was pressured by investors and Captain. That's all. The staff kept begging him to stop auditions. Yeah, no, I know. Meat for the meat grinder, am I right? You know, the funny thing is, that sort of last minute desperation, that hope that just bringing in more talents will somehow turn your company around, that's not even something that's unique to, like, to corporations that have business models like Nexus. Because that's exactly what Vshojo's did as well. Like, they had 2 gens in the works. An idle-based gen that was supposed to be assembled by Mint personally, and a Monster Girl gen with, like, Tori, Pia, and Berry. You don't go from solo debutantes to spamming 2 gens at once if you're not desperate. Like, you don't do a pivot like that quickly. I can only imagine that... Well, I mean, they didn't even have enough money to debut the new 2 gens. Like, what were they thinking? Like, what was the plan there? I'm just trying to think, like, was this all just some sort of fucking number monkeying operation? Where they just wanted to, I don't know, like fluff up their numbers in a last-ditch effort to get more investment by saying, oh, look, we have 2 gens on the way. We have all of these talents who applied through our auditions, and we're now picking these to create a new wave or whatever. Like, what was the plan? Like, that's the most rational thing that I can come up with off the top of my head. And it's just them being like, well, I mean, it's no secret at this point, but it's just like looking for cannon fodder. We should just try to hire Cinder and Gronk. I think the plan was the newer talents would have more profitable 50-50 contracts and increase income. Yeah, but you need to get them out of the basement first. Vshojo just kind of chained up all of the people that they ever auditioned and just left them there to rot. Credit where credit is due. All of the people who got, quote-unquote accepted in their first round of auditions, people like, Camila, Brie at Cookie Box, I think I remember seeing her post about it as well. All of them knew to turn around the pancake on their necks, right? They knew to eat from the other side, because if they just kept waiting, holy fuck, their career would have been tanked. And to a certain extent, I do wonder, right, if a company that seems to be, where the execs seem to be as petty and transparently malicious as Gunrun and Mountain Dew seem to be, right? I do wonder if part of the reason why they like to string indies, high potential indies along, was just so those indies weren't building themselves up as possible competition. I honestly wouldn't put it past them, based off of everything we've seen up until this point. It is fucking abysmal. Their only plan was desperate. There was no plan, only desperation and incompetence. Yeah. The thing about Vshojo is that they hired purely based off of symbolism and nothing else. Like, think about it. Think about all of their new conscripts after... you could actually track the identities that Vshojo had, you know, as they evolved, right? As the different suggestions came and they tried to go with something new in order to revitalize the brand as a whole. In the early stages, they built themselves up as a friend group. All of their new hires, as a result, reinforced that image symbolically. Haruka, Giga, they were friends with Zentrea. Henya, friends with Zentrea. Then they tried to, before that, they were, the Talent Freedom Company, when they hired Kason and Nazuna as a sort of middle finger to HoloLive. Again, two recruitments that were purely driven by symbolism. Vibe, they brought on as a sign that they were, hip with the indies, right? Hip with the indies, all of that stuff. So, again, purely symbolic hire, because they didn't seem to have any interest in actually following through on supporting her thereafter, or for too long thereafter. Then you get into the whole Niji retirement home arc, where they kept bringing on, Matara, Kuramichi. Again, not because they had the intention of properly supporting them, but just as a middle finger to Niji this time. And then finally, you have the new gens as this sort of symbolic attempt at disowning the previous image that they built themselves as being an exclusive friend group. Like, it was a mess. Silverveil said on stream that she was slandered by the Vshojo staff after she left. I wonder how many indies and corporates have their reputations ruined because of bitter staffers. Oh, a lot. And that's part of the reason why I resent vague posting as much as I do. That's why I have such strong words to say about it. Because vague posting does not fix the problem. It just feeds into it. It normalizes that kind of backroom bitchiness, that gossipy, that gossipy looseness of lips. That's just how it happens. When people have issues and they go about it by spreading rumors instead of having it out in the public eye, that's how things like this are allowed to fester. That's why I despise vague posting, why I condemn it so strongly. Funnest thing for the 5 would be Kino if Gunrun, like Mountain Dew, also had a solid shoe medallion. Maybe he does, and we've just never seen it. That would explain it. Hold on. What's this? Wait, before Lumi left, she sent me something. Apparently someone managed to get their hands on a Vshojo pitch deck. Hold on, let me take a look at this. I love how this started off being like a stream that was intended to like focus on Twitch, and it's just become like fucking 7 hours because I've been yapping about Vshojo as like a guerrilla Vshojo like ranting stream. Okay. Holy shit. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can show this to you guys. Alright, can you read that? Okay, it's a little cut off at the top, but I'll read out what's there. Wifey Uvdosh and I got access to recent Vshojo pitch deck, and some of the stuff is really interesting. TLDR describes Gunrun as the most well-connected Twitch staff. Even post-mortem, the CEO can't help but suck himself off. Lost 2.5 million in 2024. Even with aggressive growth, they'd still not turn a profit. This includes plans to license out IP. Holy shit. Yeah, see, it's things like this that make me think that maybe it is just the business model that's fundamentally fucked. On the bright side, all the talents were big enough that they never really needed to be in a corporate to begin with. Yeah, exactly. Use the fact that they raised over 1 million for charity to attract investment. Unable to confirm if this includes the 500k unpaid. Oh, that would be so... Ugh. 10 talent managers. Their salaries are included within COGS. Cost of goods sold. 20 to 30 employees. Do you need 20 to 30 employees for a talent roster that's like 11 people? 13 people? Or whatever Vshojo's is? That seems like a lot of employees, I'm not gonna lie. Claims IP licensing will bring in 2.1 million with nothing to back up the number. Initially contained IRL photos of Vshojo talent? This is what happens when you allow tourists to create a VTuber company, by the way. You know, VTuber. The medium that's designed to protect the identity of the, you know, the person piloting the model. What the fuck? No way. But the PR team, they work so hard. I laughed at this because apparently even the Nexus managers were more qualified to run Vshojo than Gunrun. He doesn't have a lot on his link. Yeah, no, he was basically a tech bro that got lucky with Twitch, and then after that, like he just let it go to his head, I guess. Well, let me take a look at this. Projections, 2024 forecast. Holy, expect to achieve 4.8 million in 2025 from sponsorship. It's a funny joke. New IP licensing could continue to contribute additional 2.3 million revenue, bringing a total of 2025 revenue to 7.1 million. 97% annual growth rate? That doesn't look right. That does not look right at all. Gross margin improvement is driven by higher take rates in updated talent contracts. Whoa, yeah, there we go. Then we have confirmation. The new talents were going to get less favorable contracts. Like, well, I mean, I know it's a no shit Sherlock moment for all of us because we knew that, you know, we knew that Vshojo's initial business proposal was pie in the sky, right? But yeah, it's the thing that makes this great all the more is that literally the only thing that it really was a VTuber Ponzi scheme, because the most valuable thing that Vshojo could have sold to newer talents is the ability to be associated with the older talents. The older talents were literally Vshojo's best and arguably, towards the end, only selling point. There was literally nothing else. The talents really did, like, they were the oil that was being used to grease all the gears. A lawyer would need to prove that talents are employees and not just independent contractors so they could get paid. Yeah, it's basically impossible at this point, I would assume. Talent manager costs in COG sales with talent growth, while corporate team comp remained fixed. Targeting 20% OPEX reduction through ongoing optimization, with IP licensing revenue included, on track to achieve profitability in Q4 2025. That's a funny joke. CEO of Vshojo, second employee at Twitch, 8 years, deep history as a creator, most well-connected Twitch staff recognized by fans and professionals over 15 years. Launch Project Melody on Twitch, largest English-speaking VTuber at the time. I managed her brand as she debuted. I guess this is his resume. Launch Vshojo. Established IRL streaming, created the IRL backpack, spawning Twitch's IRL streaming category that started the boom. I wonder if they include the backpacks as part of Vshojo's tech endeavors. Hold on, let's take a look at that. Eric Garvey, Alex, Justin Ignacio, funny how once you look at these pictures, pretty much everyone in this picture has left the company like before Iron Mouse declared total Vshojo death. Do you see the Hollow manager was a Vshojo manager? That manager was. I don't think that was proven. The Vshojo are reasons for the money, but are going to be the last ones to get paid. Yeah, that's what makes it so tragic, right? They were the only selling point, and they were the ones to get stiffed the first. Stiffed the most, I should say. X number in revenue just from game skins, Smite. Iron Mouse beats record for top subscribed. Yeah, again, that's not income that Vshojo gets to touch, I would assume. So, like, them including this is very much an underhanded attempt at overselling themselves. Iron Mouse wins content creator. Again, what the fuck does Vshojo have to do with this? I swear, if you ask half the people who know Iron Mouse from the Content Creator of the Year awards, at least 75% of them will not even know that she's part of a company. Like, achieve standing, we're #1 outside of Japan. That's a funny joke. Watching Vshojo fucking suck themselves off in hindsight is so funny. Thanks to our history and trust in the industry, along with a selection of very talented creators, we've solved the cold start problem. Yeah, solving the cold start problem is just convince a bunch of people whose success you didn't create to sign on with you in the hopes that you will somehow manage to give them the world. Like, that's the solution to the cold start problem. Becoming a major creative brand, we command the same level of brand recognition as Hololive and Niji. On Twitch, probably more. Everywhere else, debatable. Very debatable. Even while Vshojo was still a respected brand, the fact that they were mostly, almost, if I remember correctly, almost completely confined to Twitch automatically makes it so that I don't know. I think same level is in the West. I think that's a bit optimistic, but yeah, I think that's a bit optimistic. See, this kind of thing would look good to investors or tech bros who know nothing about VTubers. I don't know why gun runs struggle to get investors. Maybe... oh... who knows? Maybe they did know him as the guy who got stiffed out of Twitch equities. They didn't trust his business sense. I could see that being the case. Vshojo's talents have raised over 1 million in donations for various charity campaigns. Oh shit! Wait, yeah, this is the reason why they opened auditions but didn't take in any new talent from the auditions. It just makes their pitch deck look better. 10,000 plus applicants for Vshojo's EN auditions this year. This explains why they hosted auditions in 2023 and just accepted one person while telling the rest to fuck off. Because if this is what they were doing behind the scenes, this makes complete sense as to why they did it. Armies of Vshojo cosplayers showing up at every convention. I wonder if that'll still be the case going forward. It's so awful. Yeah, for sure. But Vshojo is essentially, like, again, it's in hindsight, it's very clear that they were a bastardization of VTuber corporations. Like, the very concept of VTuber corporations. They did add fluff to their resume. Yeah, but this fluff cost some people months of their life. Like, that's what makes this vile. Actually despicable number monkey behavior. Holy shit. Industry defining contracts. Tech supremacy. Why did they put a picture of BB No Money there? Hello? Industry defining contracts. We have the most desirable agency contracts. I mean, technically that's true. It's just that they don't follow through on their end of those contracts. Bilingual plus multicultural team. Japanese staff and English leadership who cover all time zones. Honestly, based off of what was revealed during Kaison's interview with the Vshojo Japan CEO, probably they should have had Japanese leadership, if I'm being honest. Seeing as they weren't actually, like, you know, struggling to... They didn't seem to be struggling as bad. Hi, Vshojo. Hi, Vshojo, sorry. Welcome to the club. Thank you for becoming a Footstool. We love tinkering in the lab to push telepresence. Holy buzzword. We have the industry's most advanced VTuber IRL setups, and we're always innovating. See, that's the thing, right? I really want to see if they mention what the fuck kind of tech they've been sinking money into, because that might help to answer the question of where the fuck did all the money go. Strong brand identity! Okay. Alright. I mean, technically, if you're counting the talent's individual brand identities as Vshojo's, then yeah, that's not technically wrong, but like... This is especially funny in light of the stream that I did talking about how they don't have a coherent advertising, they don't have a coherent branding language, right? High brand recognition and loyalty in the West. Brother, you tried, one of your talents tried to pull off a group art competition, and that did not go well in the West with an active fan base that engages across events, streaming platforms, and social media. This is a company that invested absolutely zero effort, zero time, and $0 in building up any sort of cohesive identity across all of its talents. Why do you think it was so difficult to get people, Vshojo fans, quote unquote, to draw art, to be willing to draw art of fucking, you know, talents in groups? Like, hello? Strong brand identity equals each talent has their own brand and we're piggybacking. Yeah, that's basically what this is, right? That's basically what this is. Check belt. Do you believe the JP CEO is as ignorant as he says? He seemed underqualified for the position. Honestly, that's a good question. Do I think that he didn't know what was going on? Oh, sorry. Am I willing to believe that he didn't know what was going on? Yes. Am I going to continue to act as if he should have and did? Also yes. Because at a certain point, I think the stigma that you could gain against corporate incompetence by treating him as if he absolutely did know everything that was going on is probably good for the industry and in the long run. I don't think he was CEO though. Yeah, I don't think he was proper CEO. I'm pretty sure he was, well, you know, I'm more than willing to believe that he was just a puppet. But yeah. IP and sponsorship growth. IP licensing and high value sponsorships offer strong growth. Ooh, do they? Yeah, okay. Especially as new partnerships with large brands take shape. I see. Sponsorships, current deals with G Fuel, healthy pipeline, merchandising. This is especially interesting to see them listing this out, because if whoever they were pitching this to did even a cursory examination of their Twitter, they wouldn't even need to scroll back that far in order to find out that even as recently as December... Oh wait, hold on, when was this pitched? Hold on, let me just check when this was supposed to be pitched again. Okay, never mind. At this point, I would assume that they still managed to keep the lid on the fact that they were having merch issues. But yeah, no, if they tried to sell this to somebody this year, yeah, no, that's not going to work. Even a cursory Twitter gander would show how they were having problems with that. IP licensing, untapped potential. Oh yeah, no, they were trying to make a video game in collaboration with some indie studio. Wait, I just had a realization. I need to go back and check what video game company they were partnered with in an attempt to make that video game. Because video games are pretty expensive, right, to make. And also, they called it a partnership at the time. But we know that in the industry, right, we know that, for example, Brave Group has, done quote-unquote partnerships with other companies before, where that has basically involved them giving the company funds to bail them out of their debts or whatever, cover their costs, so that later on they can acquire them or whatever. I do wonder if they sunk any money into projects like this. Because I know that it says IP licensing, which would imply that the game is paying Vshojo for the privilege of being able to use their talent's IPs, right? But if this is called Vshodown, and it is a game that is about Vshojo, it could be something. I could see it going either way. I need to go check, because I do remember seeing that they were partnered with a company that was trying to make a game when I was doing the research on who their investors were 2 Vshojo streams ago. I wonder if it's a cultural thing to act like everything was fine, because it's weird to say he had a 50% pay cut, not to pay Kason for 10 months, but say they're doing well financially. I think that was just him trying to save face, honestly. Which is, again, I think I'm willing to believe he's a useful idiot, but I don't think there's any utility in treating him as if he was a genuine idiot, even if that is what he was. Growth strategy. Aggressive global talent acquisition. Secured major VTubers. Oh, shit! Wait, they actually list poaching as one of their main ways of expanding the company. This is literally Brave. Like, this is literally Brave, but on an individual scale. I know that there may be a few, a few Twitter/Twitch people who don't know what the fuck a Brave group is, but the similarities in strategy between Vshojo and Brave Group are uncanny, honestly. See, the thing is, right? This is such an outwardly malicious approach towards doing business and growing in this industry. It is fucking I didn't know which one to go with between wild and disgusting. Scaling the roster, plan to expand from 12 to 30 to 40 talents. Attracting top creators. Our brand appeals to both industry veterans and rising stars. What they don't say is that the industry veterans are what they sell to the rising stars. Launch of the Nova generation in Japan. Expert leadership. Leveraging Alex's experience to penetrate the Japanese market. I mean, they did a pretty good job of establishing a solid audience. Like, their CCV is pretty good. Their sub counts are pretty good. Especially for talents that, didn't reincarnate from, like, a big previous indie presence. So, I think that they were cooking there. 4 new VTubers focused on Japanese audiences to maximize regional monetization. Establishing a strong brand presence to attract more talent and fans. I don't know why a Western company would try to expand into Japan, I'll be completely honest. Like, I can understand why Japan would want to expand westwards. I don't know why the West would try to expand eastwards. That seems like that just does, I don't know. Especially in Japan, like the birthplace of Vtubing. Like, what new thing could you possibly have to offer? Like, and I mean this in the best way possible. Like, if you look at every single EN corpo that has a presence in Japan, their Japan presence is always magnitude smaller than their EN presence. Like, it is a very gradual process of trying to gain a foothold. Even with FaZe Connect, who have had a Japanese gen for a while, like home, like, how do I say, grassroots Japanese talents, right? They have only relatively recently started gaining some sort of momentum in the Japanese market. And FaZe has been active for like 5 years, like 4 years. Like, it takes a long time. growth strategy, Nova, own. Oh, they probably included group photos of the Nova girls posing with staff or some shit. Okay. Growth strategy, expansion of sponsorships and licensing, leverage network for outbound sales, shifting to proactive high-value deals. What, that's not what they already had? What were they shifting from, hello? Building upon G Fuel to partner with bigger brands, building a dedicated division to tap into game licensing and other lucrative sectors. I don't know if game licensing is very lucrative, I'll be honest. Vshojo made lots of financial mistakes, like promoting their EN branch in Shibuya train stations. Anilife did the same. No wonder these companies lost money. Yeah, that's true. Although I did see that, I think Sea-Dog's estimate on the actual cost of renting out the Shibuya pillars was off because he misread what the prices listed on the website were. So it's not actually like millions of USD. It's just like tens of thousands, probably. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right in terms of it just being, it's basically just like burning money. It doesn't, I doubt it, like I don't think there are that many people, like not, there are probably like, you know, some, but definitely not enough to justify the whole marketing operation. Who like, you know, walked through Shibuya, saw a picture of like Iron Mouse or something and then went, you know what, I will watch this pink Latina. Merchandising optimization, in-house expertise, continue bringing merchandise efforts internally, strategic development, data-driven product strategy, seasonal releases, Southeast Asia expansion. Damn, they wanted to go C. That's crazy. Inaria, if they opened Vshojo C branch, would you? Yeah, would you? I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on that. Diversified products. Launching new Vshojo branded goods to increase revenue and brand visibility. Interesting. Alright. Financial projections. October. Oh, yes, okay. This was before they announced that they were having merch issues. I'll audition and then leave the contract to you. Appreciated. Expect to achieve $4.8 million revenue in 2025 from sponsorship and merch segments. 33% annual growth rate. Again, where the fuck they pull that money from? New IP licensing could contribute additional 2.3 million. Gross margin improvement is driven by higher take rates and updated talent contracts. Yeah, we saw this. IP licensing on track. Talent manager costs with talent growth. Yeah, we saw that. Oh, there we go. Was that the end of the pitch deck? Oh, that was. All right. Interesting. Well, I mean, there were two things that were nice to have confirmed. One being the fact that they really did just do auditions for number monkey reasons, and the second being that hold on, let me refresh my memory, because that just fucking flashbanged me when I started thinking about it. Oh yeah, wait, hold on, was it this? Oh yeah, it was the fact that they were bragging about having strong brand identity. Lamau. Oh yeah, I also need to look into the IP licensing thing, the game thing. Yeah, no. Lumi, if you're watching the VOD, thank you for sending this to me. It was a very interesting read and has given me some new things to possibly chase down. But yeah, no, this company is so fucked. It's unbelievably so fucked. It's actually crazy. Okay, wait, hold on. My screen is. There we go. Much better. All right. Hidden Leaf Games was working on the Vshojo talent game. Their website no longer works. Ah, I see. Failed game studio. That sounds expensive. I do wonder where they got their money from. All right, I'll be doing some digging. I'll be doing some digging over the next week or so. The graph is so funny because it mentions cost on the side, but it doesn't show any. The only surprising thing is that it didn't collapse earlier. If it collapsed earlier, it would have at least been dignified, because it probably meant that they could have stopped themselves from stealing from talents. Or charity, for that matter. Holy shit. Michi and Kuro were in C anyways. Yeah, but I think, I mean, I do wonder if... what would Vshojo C look like? I remember Riot killed some studios recently. That's true, that's true. Chairman, I've been watching 2x speed for the last 3.5 hours and finally caught up. It's good to see that you're still alive. Thank you, Panopticon. I am feeling, I'm not going to lie, I'm feeling a little... The past week's worth of events have been a lot to keep up with, but I am trying to keep up with them. Because I need to figure out some way of condensing them into a manner that doesn't take 14 hours to deliver to you guys. But, I'm guessing that more stuff will probably come out about Vshojo over the next few days. I have no idea what that would look like, only that I suspect it might be worse than what we have learned up until now. Purely based off of how people have been vague posting instead of just pulling the trigger. It seems like they're waiting for something or someone. So we'll see what that actually is. Maybe they'd poach the old Niji-IN talents. I do wonder. Well, I mean, they don't have the same sort of... I don't think they have the same sort of brand recognition in the West, at least, that the ex-Niji-INs did. And whatever Vshojo's attempts at, you know, sort of penetrating foreign markets, it does seem like they always come back to EN. Or, more accurately, they never really managed to escape EN. But, yeah. There's a lot. There is a lot. And, I've also, the whole Vshojo thing is kind of for the past few days, like, put the offline projects that I've been working on hold. But, after the Vshojo thing is done, I'll be glad to be able to get back into that, but holy shit. Yeah, no, this has been, this has been quite something. I did see some people speculating earlier if there were like some sort of more deeper links between Twitch and Vshojo in terms of like, you know, how they, whether Twitch going ham on VTubers was like a thing that they were doing to make it so that Vshojo had less competition on Twitch or whatever. I don't think so. I think that's just a rat. But the link between the two is interesting because I do wonder how much of a relationship Gunrun had with the other Twitch founders and whether that played a role in anything. But yeah, I am probably going to end the stream here. I've been streaming for like 7 hours. Holy shit. Most of it has just been impromptu yapping. So I appreciate you guys sitting through all of that with me. Hold on, let me look through who's live right now so I can get an idea of who I could possibly raid. That's a tasty rat, though. I agree. I mean, let's be honest here. Both Vshojo and Twitch's executive teams have shown themselves to be corrupt enough that is not completely off the table. But we shall see. Okay, hold on. Armchair and Parrot working in the Niji mines. Working in the Vshojo mines, I should say. Yeah. We are the best miners. My favorite rat is how Dan Clancy's favorite hot tub streamers got jealous of VTubers doing well on Twitch. Not much of a rat. At this point, it's basically soft confirmed by a whole bunch of things. Not least the favoritism shown towards those specific hot tub streamers, and also the the malice shown towards the VTubers. 07, thanks for the short stream. You're welcome, Inaria. You're welcome. We got a case on stream with Henya in like 2 hours about their future. That's a bit long, but I will see. I will see what that is like. I'll probably be lurking in that stream then, just to get an idea of what's going on. But the good thing about Vshojo talents leaving is since the company never gave them that much anyways, they don't lose a lot. And also all the managers left with them, so I think they're perfectly fine in that regards. And they still have one another, so if they want to collab with each other, maybe the real talent freedom was the friends we made along the way, right? And I mean, if they stay friends, then like there's nothing stopping them from continuing to do stuff together. So, I mean, not like there was anything stopping them even when some of them weren't graduated, some of them were graduated. But Sayu's live right now, funnily enough, and I think she could use a bit of love after. Well, I mean, if there was time to give it to her, it was probably years ago, to be completely honest. But I mean, more can't hurt. More can't hurt. All right, I'll be sending you guys off to Sayu, but as per usual, I think I don't need to tell you guys this at this point. But yeah, behave, enjoy yourselves. I do wonder as to whether more info is going to come out from other people who almost were recruited, and whether whether her particular account of things will be something that happened to other people as well. But in the meantime, I'll be back in the mines. Until next time, keep an eye out for a waiting room and an announcement. I'll be putting one up in either tomorrow or the day after, hopefully, assuming nothing crazy comes out in that time and pushes it back further. But yeah, thank you for tuning into this stream. Thank you for tuning into all of the impromptu yapping segments, the improv, so to speak. And I will see you hopefully next week. Otsu chair.